Ideas. The work here presented seeks to found a new science, though, indeed, the whole course of philosophical development since Descartes has been preparing the way for it, a science covering a new field of experience, exclusively its own, that of transcendental subjectivity. Edmund Husserl, from the author's preface to the English edition. Edmund Husserl. Ideas. General Introduction to Pure Phenomenology. With a new foreword by Dermot Moran. Translated by W. R. Boyce Gibson. Foreword to the Routledge Classics edition. Dermot Moran. 100 years ago, on April 2, 1913, Edmund Husserl published the first book of his planned 3-volume Ideen zu einer reinen Phänomenologie und die phänomenologischen Philosophie. Erstes Buch, Allgemeine Einführung in die reine Phänomenologie, Ideas towards a pure phenomenology and to a phenomenological philosophy, General Introduction to Pure Phenomenology, hereafter Ideas, in Volume 1 of his newly founded Jahrbuch für Philosophie und die phänomenologische Forschung, Yearbook for Philosophy and Phenomenological Research, a yearbook that he jointly edited with his fellow phenomenologists Alexander Pfander, 1870-1941, Adolf Renock, 1883-1917, Moritz Geiger, 1880. 1937, and Max Scheler, 1874-1928. Husserl's yearbook would become for the next 2 decades the major outlet for the new phenomenology too, and the first lengthy volume did not disappoint. It contained not only Husserl's programmatic ideas but also Max Scheler's groundbreaking Der Formalismus in der Ethik und die materiale Wertethik, Formalism in Ethics and the Material Ethics of Value. Point 3. The yearbook became the official organ of the nascent phenomenological movement and was an astounding philosophical success. It produced 11 volumes in all and, indeed, Volume 8 would contain Heidegger's Being and Time, 1927, 4 along with a work by Oskar Becker, 1889-1964, later Jürgen Habermas' doctoral supervisor, entitled Mathematical Existence. 5. It can be said with justice that at least 2 of the yearbook's publications, Husserl's Ideas and Heidegger's Being and Time, have established themselves as classic texts not just of the phenomenological movement but to be counted among the great philosophical works of the 20th century. Point 6. It is important for several reasons to have Boyce Gibson's translation available once more in print in the Routledge Classics series. Boyce Gibson's translation was the first of Husserl's works to appear in English and was for many years the only source for English readers. Moreover, Gibson had personally studied with Husserl in Freiburg in 1928, and Husserl obviously held him in high regard, even supplying him with a number of unpublished manuscripts which expanded on or revised points discussed in Ideas, primarily on Husserl's changing views on the reduction. Point 7. Husserl saw the translation as an opportunity to elaborate on his new developments and promised to write both a preface and a postface to the translation. As Boyce Gibson recorded in his diary, Husserl will give it a foreword and nachwort, stating here the 2 new directions of advance since the Ideen, first Intersubjektivität, Einfühlung. Second Ego and Habit. Point 8. Husserl clearly wanted Gibson to include amendments and additions in his translation as an alternative to producing a new edition of the work. In the end, only the author's preface appeared in the English edition, and again it was an important text for Husserl scholars in the Anglophone world until new translations of Husserl became available from the 1960s onwards. Boyce Gibson's translation of Husserl's Ideas originally appeared in the Muirhead Library of Philosophy, a series founded in 1890 by John Henry Muirhead, 1855-1940, professor of philosophy at the University of Birmingham. The series published all the notable philosophers of the day, including Hegel, Bergson, Bernard Bosanquet, Bertrand Russell, G. E. Moore, G. F. Stout, among many others. Undoubtedly, Muirhead himself found Husserl's idealism congenial, as he himself had been a student of the British idealists Caird and Bosanquet. Point 10. Let us first introduce Edmund Husserl and put the ideas in context. The founder of phenomenology, Edmund Husserl, 1859-1938, 11 was born into a middle-class family of assimilated Jews on April 8, 1859 in Prosnitz, Moravia, now Prostějov in the Czech Republic, then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. He attended gymnasia in Vienna and Olomouc, now Olomouc, Czech Republic, and in 1876 entered the University of Leipzig, where he studied mathematics, physics, and astronomy. He also attended philosophy lectures given by the renowned philosopher and psychologist Wilhelm Wundt, 1832–1920. Encouraged by his friend, another philosophy student, Thomas Masaryk, 1850–1937, Husserl began reading the British empiricists. In 1878 he transferred to Berlin University to study mathematics with the renowned mathematician Karl Weierstrass, 1815–1897. In 1881, he transferred to the University of Vienna, where, in 1882, he received his doctoral degree with a dissertation on differential calculus. Following a period in Berlin as assistant to Weierstrass, in 1884 Husserl moved back to Vienna to attend the lectures of Franz Brentano, 1838–1917, one of the founders of experimental psychology. Brentano inspired Husserl to devote his life to philosophy. In particular, Brentano's conception of intentionality, the idea that every mental experience is directed in its own characteristic way at some object, which may or may not exist, inspired Husserl to develop a new descriptive science of experience, phenomenology. Husserl invoked Brentano's descriptive psychology in his first publication, Philosophy of Arithmetic, 1891, 12, and initially identified phenomenology with descriptive psychology in his next book Logical Investigations, 1900–1901. Point 13 The Logical Investigations was the remarkable result of 10 intensive years of logical research, during which Husserl came to terms with the then contemporary logicians such as Mill, Boole, Bolzano, Schroeder, Lotze, and Frege. But the book was anything but a study of pure logic. The first volume Prolegomena to Pure Logic appeared independently in 1900 as a devastating critique of psychologism, the view that logical concepts are reducible to psychological operations. A second volume of 6 lengthy investigations, subtitled Investigations in Phenomenology and the Theory of Knowledge, was published in 2 parts in 1901, marking the real beginnings of Husserl's phenomenological description. In this second volume, Husserl introduces the idea of phenomenology as a science of essences and defends a kind of intuition, which he calls categorial intuition, akin to sensuous intuition, that, however, grasps non-sensuous or categorial features of objects as well as apprehending states of affairs. As a result of the success of this book, Husserl moved from Halle to Göttingen, where he began to attract gifted students who sought to pursue this phenomenology of essential description. Husserl's phenomenology underwent a change of direction around 1905, a turn first publicly revealed in lectures given at Göttingen University in 1906–7, posthumously published as The Idea of Phenomenology, 1907. Point 14 He now began to characterize his phenomenology in explicitly transcendental terms and introduced the notions of the epoche and reduction, often these terms are interchangeable, as a way of leading from the consideration of consciousness in the natural attitude in daily life to the pure, i.e. non-empirical, consideration of the essence of consciousness removed from all reference to factual reality. However, although this transcendental turn was known to those attending his lectures, it was not announced in print until the publication of Ideas, 1913. Thereafter, Husserl insisted that phenomenology should not be understood as the straightforward essential description of acts of consciousness and their correlated objects, but had to be understood in terms of acts, now termed noses or, following Descartes, cogitationes, and their intentional objects, now termed noemata or, following Descartes, cogitata, considered in their purity, precisely as uncovered through the phenomenological reduction, namely stripped of everything empirical and every reference to factual existence. Phenomenology was to be a pure science of essences, a new eidetics. It was also to be a transcendental science that requires, as Husserl insists in his Introduction to Ideas, a new way of looking at things far removed from the natural standpoint, Boyce Gibson, p. 3, Hwa 3/15. With the unplugging of the natural standpoint, all reference to existential reality is suspended, and, Husserl explains, the phenomena of transcendental phenomenology will be characterized as non-real, irreal, Boyce Gibson, p. 4, Hwa 3/16. Some 3 years after the publication of Ideas, on April 1, 1916, Husserl took up the chair of philosophy at the Albert Ludwigs Universität Freiburg, where he would remain until his retirement in 1928. Again Husserl presented his ideas in his lectures, including a famous lecture to the Kant-Gesellschaft in Freiburg on May 1, 1924-15 in celebration of the bicentennial of Kant's birth, where he stressed the inexorable necessity that led him to transcendental philosophy, and the obvious essential relationship between his phenomenology and the transcendental philosophy of Kant, EPI Hwa 7/230. But he published almost nothing until after his retirement. In 1929 Husserl published Formal and Transcendental Logic 16, an attempt to rethink the logical investigations from the transcendental point of view. One of the high points of Husserl's Freiburg years was his encounter with Martin Heidegger, 1889-1976, in 1917. Heidegger had spent the summer of 1914 reading Husserl's ideas, as he reported in a letter to his mentor Krebs. 17 Through the early 20s Husserl and Heidegger became very close, sharing long philosophical conversations, even holidaying together. They attempted to collaborate on an article, Phenomenology, commissioned for the 14th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. 18 Although several drafts, it became evident that their views diverged radically and, in the final submitted version, Husserl had excised much of Heidegger's contribution. 19 This failed collaboration revealed the growing fissure between their positions, and their relationship with one another deteriorated. Meanwhile Heidegger published his Being and Time, 1927, in Volume 8 of Husserl's Yearbook. Heidegger also published an edited version of Husserl's lectures on internal time consciousness in 1928.20. Husserl had encouraged Heidegger to complete this work, but when he finally sat down shortly after his retirement to read Being and Time, he felt bitterly disappointed. He thought the work was an exercise in philosophical anthropology, a description of human existence in its everyday character, which completely missed the whole point of the phenomenological reduction. The growing popularity of Heidegger motivated Husserl to go on the offensive to defend his life's work. He traveled to Amsterdam in April 1928 to deliver 2 public lectures on phenomenology and psychology, a development of his views as laid out in the recently completed Encyclopaedia Britannica article. 21 On 23 and February 25, 1929, in Paris, Husserl delivered 2 two-hour lectures entitled Introduction to Transcendental Phenomenology, later published as the Paris Lectures, 22 at the Descartes Amphitheatre of the Sorbonne. In attendance were Emmanuel Levinas, Lucien Lévy-Bruhl, Jean Cavales, Jean Herring, Alexander Coeur, Gabriel Marcel, and the young Maurice Merleau-Ponty and Jean Pateau-Sicot. In 1931, a French translation of these lectures was published, edited by Levinas and Gabriel Pfeiffer, assisted by Alexander Coeur, entitled Meditations Cartesiennes, Cartesian Meditations, 23, and for many years this was the only significant Husserlian text available in French. Husserl promised to produce a German version, see his author's preface to the English translation, Boyce Gibson, p. 1, but held it back for further revisions. By now Husserl had a new assistant, Eugen Fink, and together they labored to produce a new systematic introduction to his transcendental phenomenology. In 1929, shortly after he returned from his trip to France, Husserl began to work with Boyce Gibson on the planned translation of Ideas. In 1933, however, Husserl's personal situation completely changed. The National Socialist Party came to power in Germany in January, and by April of that year, based on new decrees, Husserl was officially precluded from teaching and publishing in Germany. On May 4, 1933, Reacting to the decrees banning those of Jewish descent from public service, Husserl wrote to his longtime friend Dieter Mank. Finally, in my old age, I had to experience something I had not deemed possible, the erection of a spiritual ghetto, into which I and my children are to be driven. We are no longer to have the right to call ourselves German, our spiritual work is no longer to be included in German cultural history. My translation, point 24. Husserl suffered many prohibitions and indignities, eventually his German citizenship was revoked. He was denied participation in official delegations of German philosophers attending conferences such as the 1934 International Congress of Philosophy held in Prague, although he wrote a letter that was read out at the Congress and drafted a text, the so-called Prague Treatise. He was, however, able to make private lecture trips to Prague and Vienna in 1935. Husserl was invited by the Vienna Cultural Society to deliver a lecture, Philosophy in the Crisis of European Humanity, in Vienna on May 7, which, due to its popularity, was repeated on May 10. 6 months later, on 14 and November 15, 1935, on the invitation of the Philosophy Circle, Husserl delivered 2 lectures in Prague, entitled The Crisis of European Science and Psychology. These 2 lectures marked a new beginning and indeed the final phase of Husserl's philosophical activity. Husserl published the first part of his planned book, 1-27 of the present edition of Crisis, in Belgrade in the yearbook Philosophia edited by Arthur Liebert, a German neo-Kantian philosopher, who, like Husserl, had lost his professorship on account of being Jewish and was living in exile in Belgrade. Husserl envisaged the Crisis as a radical, historical, retrospective critique of his own philosophical contribution, as well as a definitive statement in a new form, an historical material introduction, Historische Sachliche Einleitung, 25 to his Transcendental Phenomenology. Some months after these 2 sections of the Crisis were published, in summer 1937 Husserl fell ill, and eventually died on April 27, 1938. He is buried in Gunterthal outside Freiburg. Husserl was already 54 years old when he published Ideas, which for him was a programmatic book on the phenomenological method and on the scope of phenomenological philosophy, a new idea captured in the very title of the yearbook. Ideas represented the first of his many introductions to phenomenology as a method. Later introductions would include the Cartesian Meditations 26 and the Crisis of European Sciences. Husserl has written the initial draft of the manuscript for Ideas in a hurry between September and October 1912. He had originally planned a different work for the first volume of his yearbook, a study of judgment that went beyond the logical investigations. He was also planning a new edition of the then out-of-print Logical Investigations, which he had been working on since 1911, but eventually he only turned to it after Ideas was published and the new edition appeared later in October 1913. But Husserl could not complete the full revision of the investigations, and so he intended Ideas to be his new primer of phenomenology. As he writes in his foreword to the second edition of the investigations, I decided first of all to plan my ideas. They were to give a universal yet contentful presentation of the new phenomenology, based throughout on actual executed work, a presentation of its method, of its systematic field of problems, of its function in making possible a strictly scientific philosophy, as well as a reduction to rational theory of empirical psychology. Lu, IP 4, Hua 18-9. In fact, Husserl wanted to revise the investigation so that it could be read from the new standpoint of Ideas. In the end, however, he realized that would require too much of a reworking of the investigations, and so he published a second partially revised version, and expressed the hope that readers would see how Ideas builds on that work. For Husserl, the Ideas offered an account of the phenomenological method and an outline of the main structures of pure consciousness, Lui, p4, Hua 1810. Like all his other grand projects, e.g. the revision of the investigations, the expanded German version of the Cartesian Meditations and the Crisis, the Ideas project also remained unfinished, and it too was effectively abandoned, although he wrote many drafts attempting to clarify the nature of his breakthroughs there, See Husserliana 3/2, which contains many manuscripts written over the years. He gave up attempting to complete it and allowed it to be reprinted several times, in 1922 and 1928, during his life without alteration. Indeed, his main effort at revision would be the author's preface he contributed to the Boyce-Gibson translation, published in 1931. It was not until more than a decade after Husserl's death in 1938 that Walter Biemel in 1950 produced a Husserliana edition that included notes and comments by Husserl drawn from his own annotated copies of ideas. In 1976 Biemel's edition was replaced by Carl Scuman's two-volume edition that has now become standard. 27. In later years Husserl specifically alluded to the fragmentary character of ideas, nevertheless it remains the main exposition of his phenomenology as a system. As Husserl announces in his introduction, the Ideas Project was originally projected in 3 volumes. According to this plan, the first volume aimed to introduce the general theory of the phenomenological reductions which make the transcendentally purified consciousness with its essential correlates perceptible and accessible, ideas, Boyce-Gibson p4, Hua 3/17, and also to give a general account of the a priori, essential, eidetic, structures of pure consciousness. Volume 2 was supposed to deal with the relations between phenomenology and the physical sciences and the human sciences, including psychology. Volume 3 was supposed to deal with the idea of philosophy through a consideration of the idea of first philosophy, Boyce-Gibson p5, Hua 3/17-8. During 1912, Husserl had written extensive drafts for the planned 2 subsequent volumes of Ideas, now known as Ideas 2 and Ideas 3. Subsequently Edith Stein prepared drafts of Ideas 2 from 1916 to 1918 and, in 1924 to 1925, Ludwig Landgräbe took over the job of preparing Ideas 2 for publication. However, Husserl was never satisfied with this book and it was never published in his lifetime. It was eventually published edited by Marla Biemel in 1952. Ideas 3, subtitled Phenomenology and the Foundation of the Sciences, was also published in that year. 29 Ideas 2, in particular, contains a detailed analysis of the constitution of the physical thing in nature, material nature, the constitution of animal bodies, as well as the constitution of the person and spiritual or cultural life generally. Ideas 2 gives a detailed account of the nature of the personalistic attitude and the naturalistic attitude, which greatly expanded on the account of the natural attitude found in Ideas Volume 1. Ideas 2 discusses the role of embodiment, empathy and many other themes that were subsequently taken up by Merleau-Ponty. The work does continue in the idealist vein of the first volume, arguing that the very notion of nature is itself the product of subjectivity and hence the whole project of the naturalization of subjectivity is completely mistaken. See Ideas 264. Ideas Volume 1 outlines the idea of phenomenology as a revolutionary new science, grounded in evident intuition, a science that would underpin all other sciences. Ideas was supposed to introduce consciousness as it is encountered in natural experience and then develop an account of the essence of consciousness removed from anything contingent or merely empirical, i.e. pure in Husserl's sense. In this regard, Ideas is a deliberately revolutionary work. It presents phenomenology as an entirely new science, an a priori science of essences, a new eidetics, Ideas 33, and it arrives at these essences through the newly announced process of epoche or reduction, what Husserl calls in his introduction the general theory of the phenomenological reductions. As a new introduction to phenomenology, Ideas introduces many new phenomenological themes that had not been treated in the logical investigations. These new themes and Husserl's new avowedly transcendental stance came as a surprise to many of the ardent admirers of his more realist period. The new themes include, the articulation of the principle of all principles, das Prinzip aller Prinzipien, of phenomenology, Ideas 24, 30. The exposition of the natural standpoint or natural attitude, Ideas 27 ff, its general positing or general thesis, 30. The idea of an intersubjective world, 29. The notion of horizon, e.g. Gesamthorizont, Ideas 1, the phenomenological epoche, 32, the phenomenological reduction, the concept of pure or transcendental consciousness, 33, the pure or transcendental ego, the noesis and noema, 86-96, the notion of the sensible hyle or matter and the intentional morph or form, 85-97, the neutrality modification, 109-111, the thing as an idea in the Kantian sense, the idea of a phenomenology of reason, and so on. In addition, Husserl provides new clarifications of the distinction between the factual and the eidetic, distinguishes between formalization and generalization, 13, and offers a distinction between exact and morphological essences, 73-74. The title Ideen could be an allusion to Plato's ideas or, as Karl Schumann, the editor of the Husserliana edition, speculates, an echo of the subtitle of Hermann Lotze's Microcosmos. 31. The book is divided into 4 parts or sections, each of which is divided into a number of chapters. Section 1, entitled Essence and Cognition of Essence, Wesen und Wesenserkenntnis, translated by Boyce Gibson as The Nature and the Knowledge of Essential Being, is a fairly condensed outline of Husserl's understanding of essence in contrast to fact, and essentially rehearses doctrines from Husserl's logical investigations. It is divided into 2 chapters, one on fact and essence and the other entitled Naturalistic Misconstructions. This section focuses on matters of logic. Husserl clearly and sharply distinguishes between factual, e.g. geography, and eidetic sciences, such as geometry, and defends the possibility of intuition of essence or essential insight, Wesenserskång. He points out that all sciences have an eidetic dimension, both in terms of requiring logic, and a priori independent science of essences, as well as assuming a certain conception of objecthood, and hence presupposing formal ontology, the eidetic science of the object in general. Ideas 10. Husserl distinguishes between formal ontology, which includes both logic and mathematics, which is strictly speaking the pure form of what objecthood is, and material ontologies, which cover the various regions of being, specifically material being, psychic being, and the realm of spirit or culture. The latter 2 regions are dependent on the realm of material being. For too long, empiricist champions of the natural sciences have ignored the importance of essences. Essences are a special kind of object, and they are apprehended in their own kind of seeing. Ideas section 2 is entitled The Fundamental Phenomenological Outlook, Die Phänomenologische Fundamental Betrachtung, and consists of 4 chapters that introduce the notions of the natural standpoint and its exclusion, the intentional nature of consciousness, pure consciousness, and the nature of the phenomenological reductions. Husserl speaks of several kinds of reduction in ideas and insists on the importance of a systematic theory of phenomenological reductions. The reduction begins, as he also outlines in his earlier idea of phenomenology, with a philosophical epoche or bracketing. No item from any philosophical theory or doctrine can be imported into phenomenology. One must simply abjure all invocation of traditional philosophical idea or concept from whatever source. Ideas 18. Husserl further proposes a universal epoche, Ideas 32, which he employs to suspend or inhibit the grip of the natural attitude or standpoint upon our thinking, i.e. to suspend our naive assumptions about the nature of reality and indeed about the nature of consciousness. The thrust of the epoche is to put out of action the general thesis which belongs to the essence of the natural standpoint, Ideas 32, leading to a new region of being uncovered, namely, the domain of pure consciousness, Ideas 33. What is at issue now is the essence of consciousness in general, Ideas 34. Husserl's analysis uncovers the essential structures of intentional consciousness, with its acts, cogitationes, and objects, cogitata. Perceptions present the perceptual objects in a certain manner, memories or fantasies modify perceptions and present their objects in correspondingly different ways. This whole domain, moreover, exhibits an a priori lawfulness which Husserl is at pains to document. But Husserl also wants to establish the absolute priority of consciousness vis-a-vis the objects which it intends. He carries this out largely in Ideas section 2, chapter 3. Ideas section 3 is entitled Procedure of Pure Phenomenology in respect of methods and problems and also consists of 4 chapters. It is in this section that Husserl explains in more detail the nature of phenomenological reflection, the use of free imaginative variation in order to arrive at the seeing of essence, and introduces the key ideas of noesis and noema and their a priori correlation. He also discusses at length the peculiar nature of the phenomenological epoche as one kind of a more general neutrality modification. The fourth and final section is entitled Reason and Reality, Vernunft und Wirklichkeit. Husserl is interested in the essence of consciousness. But consciousness is directed at reality or actuality, Wirklichkeit, judging about it, reasoning about it, doubting it, querying it, and so on. Ideas 135. A phenomenology of reason and reality is therefore called for, and one which focuses on the different kinds of evidence with which reality is apprehended. Husserl distinguishes between 3 kinds of reason: theoretical, axiological, connected with values, and practical. Husserl's discussion of a phenomenology of reason or rational consciousness represents an enormous broadening of the scope of phenomenology. Husserl is aiming at nothing less than a critique of reason, a radical revisioning of Kant's original project in the Critique of Pure Reason. A particularly important feature of ideas is that Husserl introduces a new non-subjective interpretation of the a priori, for which Heidegger will later praise him. Husserl says that he intends to avoid the term a priori as much as possible and instead employ the Greek term eidos. In Ideas 49, furthermore, Husserl introduces, in print he had already discussed it in his lectures, a thought experiment concerning the possible annihilation or nullifying of the world, Weltvernichtung. Sometimes he explicitly speaks of the possible non-existence of the world. Husserl maintains that consciousness cannot be thought away in such an experiment and hence must be understood as having absolute being, whereas reality has to be understood as dependent being. In this section Husserl styles the world of pure consciousness as immanent being and as absolute. Lived experiences are understood to be immanent, whereas transcendent perceptions are those where the object is given in profiles or perspectives. A lived experience, or, as Bosanquet terms it, a vital experience, or Leibniz, itself, unlike a material spatial object, is not given in perspectives or adumbrations, 42, but is as it is perceived. The self-givenness or dater character of lived experiences, dater consciousness, Ideas 67, as they are in themselves provides a kind of absoluteness on which Husserl can build his apodictic science. In Ideas, going beyond the sparse discussion of the ego in logical investigations, furthermore, Husserl also gives prominence to the very distinctive and peculiar presence of the pure ego in consciousness, also known as the cogito, 37, 46, which he characterizes as a transcendence in immanence, een transcendens in der immanens, Ideas 57. In many ways, Ideas, then, and not just through the introduction of the epoche and reduction, takes a radical step beyond the logical investigations and anticipates many themes articulated in the Cartesian meditations, e.g. the ego as a transcendental residuum, 57. Husserl continues to build on the basic insight of intentionality. All lived experiences are experiences of something, e.g. imagining a centaur, perceiving an object, and so on, Ideas 36. But this intentionality, although it can be stated in banal terms, contains deep complexities, see Ideas 82. Not all parts of the lived experience are intentional. In fact, Husserl thinks that precisely the sensory matter is not intentional. These sensations are real phases of the experience understood as a temporal episode, whereas the objects of experience are in some sense transcendent to the experience. In themselves, the sensory contents of the actual experience are not intentional until they are animated or enlivened in some way by a noetic act. In Ideas, Husserl attempts to clarify the essential structure of the lived experience as intentional accomplishment. Under the reduction, he is careful to distinguish the object as experienced, i.e. the noema, from the transcendent object outside the experience. As he famously remarks, the real tree can burn up but not the noema tree, see Ideas 89. At times, Husserl explains the noema as the equivalent of the notion of an ideal sense, sin, but he also sees the noema as quite particular to an individual's experience, although it has a core that it shares with other experiences of the same object. In perception, the noema is the perceived as perceived; in remembering, the remembered as remembered, ideas 88. The object as meant as opposed to the actual object is, in Husserl's somewhat unfortunate terminology, an immanent content of the act. 32 At times, he distinguishes between the noema and its sin, sense, or meaning. He writes, each noema has a content, namely, its meaning, and is related through it to its object. Ideas I 129, Boyce Gibson, p. 269, Hua 3/1 267. Although Husserl uses the term noetic from around 1907, the term noema itself does not appear until the so-called initial draft or pencil manuscript of Ideas I, dating from October 1912, Hua 3/2 567. The notion of the noema continues to attract considerable debate from scholars. Dagfinn Follistal, for instance, has argued that Husserl's noema is in fact a generalization of Freya's notion of sense, sin, now extended beyond the realm of sentences to apply to all acts of intending, including non-linguistic perceptions. 33. Ideas is also notable for introducing the very concept of a pure or transcendental phenomenology as a new way of exploring the life of consciousness, Ideas I 86. Husserl opposes both a Platonic realism, Ideas 21, that he had earlier been accused of holding in the logical investigations, and also empiricism or empiricistic naturalism, which on his account denies the existence of essences and other abstract ideal entities, Ideas 18. He defends an immediate seeing not just of sensuous particulars but of situations or states of affairs. It is this eidetic intuition which was rejected as intellectualist and mysterious by both the neo-Kantians and the logical positivists, such as Moritz Schlick. Husserl's ideas caused something of a scandal among his followers at Göttingen, as Edith Stein recalled in her autobiographical Life in a Jewish Family, who thought it a return to German idealism against which phenomenology especially following Brentano had pitted itself. 34 Johannes Daubert, 1877–1947, for instance, thought Husserl had unfortunately strayed from the realism of the logical investigations. 35 Others criticized Ideas I on the basis of its overt Cartesianism. Thus, in his 1925 lectures in Marburg, History of the Concept of Time 36, Martin Heidegger criticizes Husserl's account of consciousness as immanent and absolute as an uninterrogated continuation of the presuppositions of Cartesian metaphysics. Similarly, Roman Ingarden thought that Ideas was a return to an earlier German neo-Kantian idealism. 37. On the other hand, Ideas was reviewed positively by Husserl's friend the neo-Kantian philosopher and classical scholar Paul Naderp in the journal Logos in 1917.38. Naderp presents Husserl as moving towards a reconciliation with Kant through his presentation of phenomenology as a form of transcendental philosophy, but he also offers some criticisms which Heidegger subsequently cites approvingly in his own 1919 lecture course. 39 Naderp had earlier reviewed Husserl's Logical Investigations 40 and had praised it for broadening Kant's understanding of the necessary conditions of possible experience but predicted that Husserl would move towards Kant as he came to overcome his naive opposition between the empirical psychological realm and the realm of abstract idealities. Naderp was critical of Husserl for ignoring the status of the ego in the logical investigations. All lived experiences carry necessarily a relation to an ego. By the time of Husserl's Ideas, he has come to recognize that Naderp was right and he admits he was wrong to take a position against Naderp. See the note in Ideas 57, Boyce Gibson p. 112 and p. 335, Hua 3/1 124. He now emphasizes, albeit in a Cartesian manner, the necessity to acknowledge the pure ego and the intentional directedness that launches itself from the ego outwards to its object. See Ideas 37. Husserl is clear that this phenomenological or pure ego cannot be found as a real part of the experience, or, under the reduction as a phenomenological residuum within the sphere of experiences. The ego is indeed necessarily present in every experience, but as a stability, the ego remains self-identical across experiences. In fact, Husserl now quotes Kant to the effect that the I think must be capable of accompanying all my presentations, Ideas 57. This ego has a very peculiar status in relation to the experiences it inhabits. It has its own peculiar form of transcendence, what Husserl calls paradoxically transcendence in immanence. Outside of the European mainland, Ideas was reviewed in the English journal Mind in 1914 by the Oxford idealist philosopher Bernard Bosanquet as part of his overall review of Volume 1 of the Jar Book. 41. Bosanquet grasps Husserl's intention very well. He distinguishes, as Husserl does, pure phenomenology from descriptive psychology. Bosanquet writes, "Phenomenology, then, if I have understood it right, is the science of the essential connections of vital experiences, or Leibniz, as rooted in their nature or character, not, for example, of their causal connections as events in time. An elementary example is the truism that sound, essentially, is not color, or, to cite what I judge to be a favorite instance, color is essentially inseparable from extension." Bosanquet's translation of or Leibniz as vital experiences is also better than the current lived experiences. Bosanquet also translates Gebendanschauung as data intuition, in which he is followed by Gibson. Of course, Bosanquet is sympathetic to Husserl's idealism. The world, so construed, presupposes consciousness, as whose meaning alone it is. This I take to be the doctrine, and prima facie I have nothing against it. Of course, as the author insists, it is not Berkeleyan idealism. 42. Bosanquet does express worries that Husserl's a priorism inevitably confuses the a priori with the prima facie. Husserl's insights are provisional where the a priori must be absolute. Husserl did not publish another book for over a decade. His next book-length publication was Formal and Transcendental Logic 1929, to which he refers in his author's preface. Indeed, he reissued Ideas in 1922, including an analytical subject index that had been prepared by Gerda Walther. Ideas was reprinted in 1928, but now with a new index prepared by Husserl's then assistant Ludwig Landgrebe. Aside from the index, the text remained essentially unaltered. 43. Boyce Gibson translates this index for his edition. Husserl never revoked the plan of his work as set out in Ideas. Indeed, in his later years, he often sought to justify or contextualize his approach there. Thus, in a very late text from the summer of 1937, entitled Towards a Critique of the Ideas, perhaps the last text he wrote before he fell ill, Husserl writes that over his life he had devised various entryways into transcendental phenomenology. In this text he characterizes the way into the reduction in ideas as proceeding in a single leap, in einem Sprung, 44, into a new way of seeing and a new form of experience. He also says that Ideas I provided a way proceeding from the natural concept of the world, Natürlicher Weltbegriff, Hwa XXIX 425, which he now characterizes as the concept of the world of the natural attitude, which he parses as the pre- and extra-scientific life world, or the world that, correspondingly, has always been and always will be, in all of our natural practical life interests, the standing field, das Standigfeld, of our interests, our goals, our actions, Hwa XXIX 425. In this late text Husserl acknowledges that this natural conception of the world was sketched only in the roughest lines, nur in Roystenzungen, in Ideas Volume 1. He further recognizes that the systematic analysis and description of this Heraclitean moving world indeed presents a great and difficult problem. He writes that the reduction to the life world restores the sense of history missing from the Cartesian way. We shall see that the life world, considered omnitemporally, is nothing other than the historical world. From this, we can see that a complete systematic introduction to phenomenology is initiated and carried through by a universal historical problem. If one introduces the epocha without the thematic of history, then the problem of the life world, that is to say, the problem of universal history, will be entirely left out. The way introduced in Ideas has its legitimacy, but now I maintain that the historical way, den historischen Weg, is more primary, principiëler, and more systematic. Hua XXIX 425-26, my translation. This is an extraordinary admission. Husserl is effectively admitting that what he had uncovered in ideas, namely, the naturally experienced world, would become the central thematic of his later work, understood as the attempt to understand the life world, Lebenswelt, in its historical and temporal unfolding. The historical way into phenomenology, moreover, is actually more primordial and more inclusive than the Cartesian way. For many philosophers of the 1920s and 1930s, including Martin Heidegger and Oskar Becker 45, and indeed until the appearance of the Husserliana editions in the 1950s, Husserl's ideas remain the definitive introduction to his phenomenology. Formal and transcendental logic does not have any of the programmatic scope of ideas, whereas Cartesian meditations essentially develop certain themes already given initial articulation in ideas, although the whole discussion of intersubjectivity adds a dimension not found in ideas. Neither of these works has the scope of ideas. In 1931, when Husserl was perhaps at the height of his international fame, Ideas was translated into English by the philosopher and psychologist William Ralph Boyce Gibson, 1869–1935. Gibson was one of only a handful of English-speaking philosophers who had direct contact with Husserl. Others include William Ernest Hocking 46, Winthrop Bell 47, Marvin Farber 48, Christopher Verney Salmon, and Dorian Cairns. 49 Boyce Gibson was born in Paris on March 15, 1869, the son of a Methodist minister William Gibson, and was educated in England, at Kingswood School, Bath. He entered Queen's College, Oxford, to read mathematics, and graduated with his bachelor's degree in 1892, followed by his master's in 1895, and eventually a doctorate in 1911. He initially taught mathematics at Clifton College, Bristol, but became interested in philosophy, and traveled to Germany to study with the idealist life philosopher Rudolf Eucken, 1846–1926, at Jena in 1893. He subsequently studied philosophy at Paris and Glasgow. He held lectureships in philosophy, psychology, and ethics from 1898 in various London colleges, and from 1900 at Westfield College, University of London. In 1910, he became a temporary lecturer in philosophy at the University of Liverpool. The following year, in 1911, he was appointed to Professor of Mental and Moral Philosophy at the University of Melbourne, and he took up the post in 1912. He published a number of books on ethics and religion and translated works by Eucken. He published articles regularly in Mind, including a perceptive account of Husserl's phenomenology, based largely on ideas. In 1925.50 in this article he summarizes Husserl's teaching in Ideas but claims to find Husserl's insistence on the direct nature of evidence too dogmatic. While direct immediate seeing is indeed an incontrovertible evidence for ordinary experience, it is not the same as the evidence of the scientist. Boyce Gibson writes, "Experiential self-intuition can indeed give us direct and living evidence of self-existence which no one can gainsay. But it is the evidence of life's own immediate self-awareness, not of reflective thought or science." 51. He spent 6 months of his 1928 sabbatical in Freiburg with Husserl and recorded his time there in a diary. 52. Gibson's Ideas was the first work by Husserl to be translated into English. Dorian Cairns' translation of Cartesian Meditations did not appear until 1960, and John N. Findley's translation of the Logical Investigations did not appear until 1970. Husserl had long been aware of the need to spread phenomenology beyond the German-speaking world. In 1922 he visited England intent on establishing relations with English philosophers. Indeed, he was the first German philosopher to visit England after the Great War. From June 6 to the 12, 1922, he gave 4 lectures at University College, London, at the invitation of Professor George Dawes Hicks, entitled The Phenomenological Method and Phenomenological Philosophy. 53 In a letter to his Canadian student Winthrop Bell, Husserl described his London lectures as part of a new spirit of international cooperation. The lectures were not a success, despite meeting well-known figures such as Broad, Stout, and G. Dawes Hicks. The fourth lecture was chaired by G. E. Moore, then editor of Mind. In the same year, Husserl was elected corresponding member of the Aristotelian Society. Husserl considered the English translation of his work to be of such significance that, in 1930, he wrote an author's preface to the English edition of Ideas, and published a somewhat different German version of this text entitled Nachwort, Afterword or Epilogue, in Yearbuch, volume 11.54. This author's preface, translated by Boyce Gibson, reinforces the claim made in Cartesian Meditations that phenomenology is eo ipso transcendental idealism. Husserl explains that transcendental phenomenology opens up through what he now terms the transcendental phenomenological reduction, an entirely new domain of experience, one that Descartes had originally uncovered but which he had failed to explore, being misled by naturalism. This new domain is an infinite realm of experiences connected not logically or causally but through intentional implication. According to this reduction, the meditating self has to let go of every naturalistic assumption about its existence and nature and simply explore transcendental experience as it is uncovered. Indeed, Husserl claims that to every truth at the level of psychology there corresponds a truth concerning transcendental subjectivity. He is at pains to emphasize here that what he calls his transcendental phenomenological idealism is not any Berkeleian attempt to deny the existence of the external material real world. Indeed, he claims to hold all current forms of idealism to be essentially absurd. He writes, "Our phenomenological idealism does not deny the positive existence of the real world and of nature in the first place as though it held it to be an illusion. Its sole task and service is to clarify the meaning of this world, the precise sense in which everyone accepts it, and with undeniable right, as actually existing." Author's Preface, Boyce Gibson p. 17. Husserl goes on to consider the world in terms of the continuous harmonious flow of our experience. The non-existence of the world, however, always remains a possibility. It is this thought of the nullification of the world that led to the greatest debate among Husserl's followers. Husserl presents it as a thought experiment that confirms the unthinkability of the ego being non-existent, whereas it always remains a possibility that the world can go out of existence. By the existence of the world, Husserl simply means the presumption that our experiences continue to be harmoniously filled in the appropriate ways. But there is no guarantee that this will continue. As Husserl puts it, the possibility of non-being belongs to everything like transcendence, Ideas 49. The self-givenness of immanent lived experiences, on the other hand, is entirely different in that these experiences are absolutely given. Every immanent perception necessarily guarantees the existence of its object, Ideas 46. The insight that the ego performing the cogito exists cannot be denied, even if the stream of experiences itself came to be incomprehensible. Against the backdrop of this contingent posited world is the positing ego that is necessary and absolute. Immanent being is absolute. Husserl speaks of the detachability in principle, principiell Ablassbarkeit, of the whole natural world from the domains of consciousness, Ideas I46, Boyce Gibson, p. 89, Hua 3/187. Husserl presents the detachability or one-sided separability of the world from consciousness as the discovery implicit in the Cartesian cogito. The existent, natural world has to be understood as essentially correlated with and dependent on the constituting consciousness. To exist as a real thing is to exist transcendent to consciousness, nevertheless everything must be in principle experienceable by some consciousness. Furthermore, even if the world as experienced was a stream of sheer illusion with no coherence, it would still be really experienced by the actually existing cogito. Husserl specifically describes consciousness as absolute being, which can never be understood simply as a part of nature, since nature itself has to be understood as a correlate of consciousness, Ideas 51. Boyce Gibson's translation was reviewed in Mind in 1932 by Christopher Verney Salmon 55, an English philosopher, then a lecturer at Queen's University Belfast, but who himself had written a doctorate under Husserl's direction at Freiburg in 1927/1928, and who had already translated Husserl's phenomenology article for the Encyclopaedia Britannica. 56 Salmon summarizes the overall aim of Ideas as follows. Ideas is largely an attempt to reveal the nature of transcendental subjectivity, that new field of experience, by engendering a special attitude of mind which, Husserl believes, leads necessarily to its intuition. 57. Salmon notes Husserl's enthusiasm for promoting his new science. He writes, "The whole book is conceived in the belief that the a priori which phenomenology offers to scientific thought, whether this be what we ordinarily call scientific or philosophical, can only be reached after a kind of opening of the eyes of the blind through the special reductive discipline which he describes. There are times when he writes with the missionary zeal of one who has returned to the cave to persuade his former fellows to the sun." 58. In general, Salmon praises Boyce Gibson's translation, and indeed, his elegant translation attempts to capture Husserl's complex terminology in plain English. 59. Of course, each translation has its own merits and defects, and to praise Gibson is in no way to detract from Fred Kirsten's achievement, and Kirsten himself acknowledges the aid he received from Gibson's version. But Gibson does aim for efficiency and simplicity. Thus, for instance, he reduces the cumbersome German title simply to Ideas. Husserl himself admitted to referring simply to his Ideen in his letter to Boyce Gibson of July 16, 1930, see Hwa 3/115, and speaks of the view of the man in the street rather than Kirsten's naive human being's conception as a rendering of the German Auffassung des naiven Menschen, Ideas 39, and he uses worker in the field of essences instead of Kirsten's scientific investigator of essences, Ideas. 24. Gibson does occasionally resort to Latinate phrases such as data intuition, but here, as we have seen, in this regard, he is following Bernard Bosanquet and the idiom of the day. Gibson also translates natural attitude as natural standpoint, Ideas 27, whereas Bosanquet has natural focus. Similarly, he employs primordial data consciousness rather than Kirsten's originally presentive consciousness, Originargebendes Bewusstsein, e.g. Ideas 19. Neither is elegant, and I would personally prefer originary giving consciousness. Gibson recognizes that English does not have a clear way of differentiating between the German terms Realität and Wirklichkeit, and he translates Wirklichkeit sometimes as reality or sometimes fact world as opposed to actuality. Similarly, Gibson translates actual as opposed to Kirsten's actional. Gibson's intentional experience is to be preferred to Kirsten's intentive experience, Ideas 36. He translates Vergegenwärtigung with the usual English word representation, e.g. Ideas 111, rather than Kirsten's neologism presentiation that, along with another neologism presentification, has become common in recent years in Husserl scholarship in English. He translates fantasy as fancy, and speaks more literally of the fiction, Husserl's text has fiction, of a centaur rather than Kirsten's fantasying of a centaur, Ideas 36. He renders Stellionnahme as attitude, e.g. Ideas 115, rather than position taking. Sometimes his language is quite poetic, as when he refers to the founders of geometry in the grey days of yore, Ideas 94. At other times, Gibson's translations struggle. Nevertheless, they are defensible. Thus Gibson renders the term Sinn and Bedeutung as sense and conceptual significance, and keeps meaning as his translation of Meenen. Many others, from Bertrand Russell to Michael Dummett, have struggled to find a way to articulate in English this distinction, from their points of view made primarily by Gottlob Frege in 1891, between Sinn and Bedeutung. Since Boyce Gibson's translation has a clear literary flow as well as historical importance in its own right, I have made very few changes to the text. I have, however, replaced Boyce Gibson's term logical studies, his rendering of Logisk Untersuchungen, with the more usual logical investigations. I have changed the title of the first section to Essence and Cognition of Essence. Similarly, I have changed part of the title of Ideas 35 in actualitats modification from Gibson's inaccurate the modal form of marginal actuality to the non-actuality modification. The thought here is of consciousness putting on a non-actual modification rather akin to Ludwig Wittgenstein's image in the Philosophical Investigations 132 of the mind idling, an engine running but not in gear, except that for Wittgenstein this idling of language is a source of confusion, whereas for Husserl when the mind idles it continues to intend objects but no longer invests them with the belief of actuality. Husserl's Ideas remains a difficult and challenging text. Boyce Gibson's groundbreaking translation undoubtedly influenced a generation of Husserl's readers and will continue to do so in this second century of the reception of phenomenology. University College Dublin. 2012. Author's preface to the English edition. May the author of this work, which first appeared in the year 1913, be permitted to contribute to the English edition certain explanations that may prove of use to the reader, both before and as he reads. Under the title of Pure or Transcendental Phenomenology, the work here presented seeks to found a new science, though, indeed, the whole course of philosophical development since Descartes has been preparing the way for it, a science covering a new field of experience, exclusively its own, that of transcendental subjectivity. Thus transcendental subjectivity does not signify the outcome of any speculative synthesis, but with its transcendental experiences, capacities, doings, is an absolutely independent realm of direct experience, although for reasons of an essential kind it has so far remained inaccessible. Transcendental experience in its theoretical and, at first, descriptive bearing, becomes available only through a radical alteration of that same dispensation under which an experience of the natural world runs its course, a readjustment of viewpoint which, as the method of approach to the sphere of transcendental phenomenology, is called phenomenological reduction. In the work before us, transcendental phenomenology is not founded as the empirical science of the empirical facts of this field of experience. Whatever facts present themselves serve only as examples similar in their most general aspect to the empirical illustrations used by mathematicians, much, in fact, as the actual intuitable dispositions of numbers on the abacus assist us, in their merely exemplary capacity, to grasp with insight, and in their pure generality the series 2, 3, 4, as such, pure numbers as such, and the propositions of pure mathematics relative to these, the essential generalities of a mathematical kind. In this book, then, we treat of an a priori science, eidetic, directed upon the universal in its original intuitability, which appropriates, though as pure possibility only, the empirical field of fact of transcendental subjectivity with its factual, factiscan, experiences, equating these with pure intuitable possibilities that can be modified at will, and sets out as its a priori the indissoluble essential structures of transcendental subjectivity, which persist in and through all imaginable modifications. Since the reduction to the transcendental and, with it, this further reduction to the eidos is the method of approach to the field of work of the new science, it follows, and we stress the point in advance, that the proper starting point for the systematic unraveling of the science lies in the chapters which treat of the reductions we have indicated. Only from this position can the reader, who follows with inner sympathy the indications proffered step by step, judge whether something characteristically new has really been worked out here, worked out, we say, and not constructed, drawn from real, general intuition of essential being, and described accordingly. Eidetic phenomenology is restricted in this book to the realm of pure eidetic description, that is to the realm of essential structures of transcendental subjectivity immediately transparent to the mind. For this constitutes in itself already a systematically self-contained infinitude of essential characteristics. Thus no attempt is made to carry out systematically the transcendental knowledge that can be obtained through logical deduction. Here we have one difference, though not the only one, between the whole manner of this new a priori science and that of the mathematical disciplines. These are deductive sciences, and that means that in their scientifically theoretical mode of development mediate deductive knowledge plays an incomparably greater part than the immediate axiomatic knowledge upon which all the deductions are based. An infinitude of deductions rests on a very few axioms. But in the transcendental sphere we have an infinitude of knowledge previous to all deduction, knowledge whose mediated connections, those of intentional implication, have nothing to do with deduction, and being entirely intuitive prove refractory to every methodically devised scheme of constructive symbolism. A note of warning may be uttered here against a misunderstanding that has frequently arisen. When, in an anticipatory vein, it is stated right from the start that, according to the author's views, to be established in those further portions of the whole work which are still to be published, all radically scientific philosophy rests on the basis of phenomenology, that in a further sense it is phenomenological philosophy right through, this does not mean to say that philosophy itself is an a priori science throughout. The task which this book was planned to carry out, that of establishing a science of the eidetic essence of a transcendental subjectivity, is as far as it can be from carrying the conviction with it that philosophy itself is entirely a science a priori. A glance at the mathematical sciences, these great logical instruments for corresponding sciences of fact, would already lead us to anticipate the contrary. The science of fact in the strict sense, the genuinely rational science of nature, has first become possible through the independent elaboration of a pure mathematics of nature. The science of pure possibilities must everywhere precede the science of real facts, and give it the guidance of its concrete logic. So is it also in the case of transcendental philosophy, even though the dignity of the service rendered here by a system of the transcendental a priori is far more exalted. The understanding, or at any rate the sure grasp, of the distinction between transcendental phenomenology and descriptive, or, as it is often called nowadays, phenomenological psychology, is a problem that as a rule brings great difficulties with it, which indeed are grounded in the very nature of the case. It has led to misunderstandings, to which even thinkers who subscribe to the phenomenological line of thought are subject. Some attempt to clarify the situation should prove useful. The change of standpoint which in this work bears the name phenomenological reduction, transcendental phenomenological we now say, to be more definite, is effected by me, as the actually philosophizing subject, from the natural standpoint as a basis, and I experience myself here in the first instance as I in the ordinary sense of the term, as this human person living among others in the world. As a psychologist, I take as my theme this I type of being and life, in its general aspect, the human being as psychical. Turning inwards in pure reflection, following exclusively inner experience, self-experience and empathy, to be more precise, and setting aside all the psychophysical questions which relate to man as a corporeal being, I obtain an original and pure descriptive knowledge of the psychical life as it is in itself, the most original information being obtained from myself, because here alone is perception the medium. If, as is often done, descriptions of all sorts, which attach themselves purely and truly to the data of intuition, are referred to as phenomenological, there here grows up, on the pure basis of inner intuition, of the intuition of the soul's own essence, a phenomenological psychology. A right form of method, on this point we shall have something further to say, gives us in point of fact not only scanty, superficially classificatory descriptions, but a great self-supporting science, the latter, however, properly speaking, only when, as is possible also here, one first sets before oneself as goal a science which deals not with the factual data of this inner sphere of intuition, but with the essence, inquiring, that is, after the invariant, essentially characteristic structures of a soul, of a psychical life in general. If we now perform this transcendental phenomenological reduction, this transformation of the natural and psychologically inward standpoint whereby it is transcendentalized, the psychological subjectivity loses just that which makes it something real in the world that lies before us, it loses the meaning of the soul as belonging to a body that exists in an objective, spatio-temporal nature. This transformation of meaning concerns myself, above all, the I of the psychological and subsequently transcendental inquirer for the time being. Posited as real, wirklich, I am now no longer a human ego in the universal, existentially posited world, but exclusively a subject for which this world has being, and purely, indeed, as that which appears to me, is presented to me, and of which I am conscious in some way or other, so that the real being of the world thereby remains unconsidered, unquestioned, and its validity left out of account. Now if transcendental description passes no judgment whatsoever upon the world, and upon my human ego as belonging to the world, and if, in this description, the transcendental ego exists, ist, absolutely in and for itself prior to all cosmic being, which first wins in and through it existential validity, it is still at the same time evident that, at every conversion of meaning which concerns the phenomenological psychological content of the soul as a whole, this very content by simply putting on another existential meaning, sense sin, becomes transcendental phenomenological, just as conversely the latter, on reverting to the natural psychological standpoint, becomes once again psychological. Naturally this correspondence must still hold good if, prior to all interest in the development of psychological science, and of a descriptive or phenomenological psychology in particular, a transcendental phenomenology is set up under the leading of a philosophical idea, so that through phenomenological reduction the transcendental ego is directly set up at the focus of reflection, and made the theme of a transcendental description. We have thus a remarkable thoroughgoing parallelism between a, properly elaborated, phenomenological psychology and a transcendental phenomenology. To each eidetic or empirical determination on the one side there must correspond a parallel feature on the other. And yet this whole content as psychology, considered from the natural standpoint as a positive science, therefore, and related to the world as spread before us, is entirely non-philosophical, whereas the same content from the transcendental standpoint, and therefore as transcendental phenomenology, is a philosophical science indeed, on closer view, the basic philosophical science, preparing on descriptive lines the transcendental ground which remains henceforth the exclusive ground for all philosophical knowledge. Here in fact lie the chief difficulties in the way of an understanding, since it must be felt at first as a most unreasonable demand that such a nuance springing from a mere change of standpoint should possess such great, and indeed, for all genuine philosophy, such decisive significance. The wholly unique meaning of this nuance can be clearly appreciated only when he who philosophizes has reached a radical understanding with himself as to what he proposes to bring under the title philosophy, and only in so far as he is constrained to look for something differing in principle from positive science, the theoretic control, that is, of something other than the world ostensibly given to us through experience. From such understanding with one's own self, carried out in a really radical and consistent way, there springs up of necessity a motivation which compels the philosophizing ego to reflect back on that very subjectivity of his, which in all his experience and knowledge of the natural world, both real and possible, is in the last resort the ego that experiences and knows, and is thus already presupposed in all the natural self-knowledge of the human ego who experiences, thinks, and acts naturally in the world. In other words, from this source springs the phenomenological transposition as an absolute requirement, if philosophy generally is to work out its distinctive purposes upon a basis of original experience, and so contrive to begin at all. It can make a beginning, and generally speaking develop all its further philosophical resources, only as a science working from the transcendental philosophical standpoint. For this very reason the immediate a priori phenomenology, portrayed in this work in its actual functioning as that which directly prepares the transcendental basis, is the first philosophy in itself, the philosophy of the beginning. Only when this motivation, which stands in need of a very minute and comprehensive analysis, has become a vital and compelling insight, does it become clear that the change in the shading, which at first appears so strange, transforming as it does a pure psychology of the inner life into a self-styled transcendental phenomenology, determines the being and non-being of a philosophy which knows with thoroughgoing scientific assurance what its own distinctive meaning calls for as the basis and the method of its inquiry. In the light of such self-comprehension, we understand for the first time that deepest and truly radical meaning of psychologism, that is, of transcendental psychologism, as the error that perverts the pure meaning of philosophy, proposing as it does to found philosophy on psychology, on the positive science of the life of the soul. This perversion persists unmodified when, in sympathy with our own procedure, the pure psychology of the inner life is set up also as an a priori science. Even then it remains a positive science, and can provide a basis for positive science only, never for philosophy. In the course of many years of brooding over these matters, the author has followed up different lines of inquiry, all equally possible, in the attempt to exhibit in an absolutely transparent and compelling way the nature of such motivation as propels beyond the natural positive realism of life and science, and necessitates the transcendental transposition, the phenomenological reduction. They are the ways of reaching the starting point of a serious philosophy, and as they must be thought out in conscious reflection, they themselves belong properly to the beginning, as is possible, indeed, only within the beginner as he reflects upon himself. For each of these ways the point of departure is, of course, the natural unsophisticated standpoint of positive reality, positivitat, which the world of experience has as the basis of its being, and is confessedly taken for granted, the nature of such being never having been questioned. In the work here presented, second section, second chapter, 33f, the author selected that way of approach, which then appeared to him the most effective. It develops as a course of self-reflection taking place in the region of the pure psychological intuition of the inner life, or, as we might also say, as a phenomenological reflection in the ordinary psychological sense. It leads eventually to the point that I, who am here reflecting upon myself, become conscious that under a consistent and exclusive focusing of experience upon that which is purely inward, upon what is phenomenologically accessible to me, I possess in myself an essential individuality, self-contained, and holding well together in itself, to which all real and objectively possible experience and knowledge belongs, through whose agency the objective world is there for me with all its empirically confirmed facts, in and through which it has for me at any rate trustworthy, even if never scientifically authorized, essential validity. This also includes the more special apperceptions through which I take myself to be a man with body and soul, who lives in the world with other men, lives the life of the world, and so forth. Continuing this self-reflection, I now also become aware that my own phenomenologically self-contained essence can be posited in an absolute sense, as I am the ego who invests the being of the world which I so constantly speak about with existential validity, as an existence, sen, which wins for me from my own life's pure essence meaning and substantiated validity. I myself as this individual essence, posited absolutely, as the open infinite field of pure phenomenological data and their inseparable unity, am the transcendental ego. The absolute positing means that the world is no longer given to me in advance, its validity that of a simple existent, but that henceforth it is exclusively my ego that is given from my new standpoint, given purely as that which has being in itself experiences a world, confirms the same, and so forth. Within this view of things there grows up, provided the consequences are fearlessly followed up, and this is not everybody's business, a transcendental phenomenological idealism in opposition to every form of psychologistic idealism. The account given in the chapter indicated suffers, as the author confesses, from lack of completeness. Although it is in all real essentials unassailable, it lacks what is certainly important to the foundation of this idealism, the proper consideration of the problem of transcendental solipsism or of transcendental intersubjectivity, of the essential relationship of the objective world, that is valid for me, to others which are valid for me and with me. The completing developments should have been furnished in a second volume which the author had hoped to be able to supply very soon after the first, as a sequel that had been planned at the same time with it. The objections raised against this idealism and its alleged solipsism seriously impeded the reception of the work, as though its essential significance lay in any way in the sketch of its philosophical import, whereas this was no more than a means devised in the interest of the problem of a possible objective knowledge, for winning this necessary insight, that the very meaning of that problem refers us back to the ego that is in and for itself, and that this ego, as the presupposition of the knowledge of the world, cannot be and remain presupposed as having the existence of a world, and must therefore, in respect of the world's being, be brought to its pure state through phenomenological reduction, that is, through epoche. I might have been better advised if, without altering the essential connections of the exposition, I had left open the final decision in favor of transcendental idealism, and contented myself with making clear that trains of thought of crucial philosophical significance with a trend that is towards idealism necessarily arise here, and must by all means be thought out, so that to this end one needs in any case to make sure of the ground of transcendental subjectivity. I must not hesitate, however, to state quite explicitly that in regard to transcendental phenomenological idealism, I have nothing whatsoever to take back, that now as ever I hold every form of current philosophical realism to be in principle absurd, as no less every idealism to which in its own arguments that realism stands contrasted, and which in fact it refutes. Given a deeper understanding of my exposition, the solipsistic objection should never have been raised as an objection against phenomenological idealism, but only as an objection to the incompleteness of my exposition. Still, one should not overlook what is the radical essential in all philosophizing, to which, in this book, a path will be opened. Over against the thinking, rich in presuppositions, which has as its premises the world, science, and sundry understandings bearing on method, and rooted in the scientific tradition as a whole, a radical form of the autonomy of knowledge is here active, in which every form of datum given in advance, and all being taken for granted, is set out as invalid, and there is a reversion to that which is already presupposed implicit in all presupposing and in all questioning and answering, and herewith of necessity exists already, immediate and persistent. This is the first to be freely and expressly posited, and with a self-evidence which precedes all conceivable instances of self-evidence, and is contained implicitly in them all. Although it is only with the phenomenological reduction which would convert this radicalism into conscious work, that genuine work performing philosophizing begins, the whole preparatory reflection has already been carried through, and precisely in this spirit. It is phenomenological, though still unconsciously so. It follows, therefore, that it is a piece of pure self-reflection revealing original self-evident facts, and, moreover, when it exhibits in these facts, though incompletely, the outlines of idealism, it is as far as can be from being one of the usual balancings between idealism and realism, and cannot be affected by the arguments involved in any of their objections. Such essential connections of a phenomenological kind, and such motivations in an idealistic direction as are in fact revealed, hold firm under all the improvements and completions that may eventually prove necessary, even as the reality of rivers and mountain ranges, which the first explorer has really seen and described, remains standing despite the improvements and additions to which his descriptions are subjected by later explorers. The first preliminary steps towards a fresh formulation of the transcendental problem, to subserve mere purposes of motivation, must then be taken in accord with its phenomenological content, and in accord with what from this point of departure forecasts with objective necessity the true meaning of an objective being that is subjectively knowable. Moreover, transcendental phenomenology is not a theory, devised merely as a reply to the historic problem of idealism, it is a science founded in itself, and standing absolutely on its own basis. It is indeed the one science that stands absolutely on its own ground. Only in such wise, however, that when consistently carried forward, it leads, as is already apparent in the important concluding portions of the book, to the constitutive problems, which take in all the conceivable objects we could ever meet with in experience, briefly the whole real world spread out before us together with all its categories of the object, and likewise all ideal worlds, and makes these all intelligible as transcendental correlates. Whence it clearly follows that transcendental phenomenological idealism is not a special philosophical thesis, a theory among others, that transcendental phenomenology, rather, as concrete science, is, in itself, even when no word is spoken concerning idealism, universal idealism worked out as a science. and it proves it through its own meaning as transcendental science in each of its special constitutive domains. But we also need to make clearly explicit the fundamental and essential difference between transcendental phenomenological idealism and that form of idealism which in popular realism is opposed to it as its incompatible opposite. And in the very first place let this be said, our phenomenological idealism does not deny the positive existence of the real world and of nature in the first place as though it held it to be an illusion. Its sole task and service is to clarify the meaning of this world, the precise sense in which everyone accepts it, and with undeniable right, as really existing, wirklich sehend. That it exists given as it is as a universe out there, das Sehens, in an experience that is continuous, and held persistently together through a thread of widespread unanimity that is quite indubitable. It is quite another consideration, although in the light of the discussions in the text of this work one of great philosophical importance, that the continuance of experience in the future under such form of universal agreement is a mere, although reasonable, presumption, and that accordingly the non-existence of the world, although, and whilst it is in point of fact the object of a unanimous experience, always remains thinkable. The result of the phenomenological clarification of the meaning of the manner of existence of the real world, and, identically, of a real world generally, is that only transcendental subjectivity has ontologically the meaning of absolute being, that it only is non-relative, that is relative only to itself, whereas the real world indeed exists, but in respect of essence is relative to transcendental subjectivity, and in such a way that it can have its meaning as existing, sehend, reality only. As the intentional meaning product of transcendental subjectivity. But that first attains its full meaning when the phenomenological disclosure of the transcendental ego is so far advanced that the experience of fellow subjects implicit in it has won its reduction to transcendental experience, in other words, when the self-interpretation carried out purely on the basis of transcendental experience has led to the knowledge of the real and whole meaning of the transcendental subjectivity, which, for the ego reflecting at the time means this, the transcendental, absolute I, as I am in my own life of transcendental consciousness, but besides myself, the fellow subjects who in this life of mine reveal themselves as co-transcendental, within the transcendental society of ourselves, which simultaneously reveals itself. It is thus within the intersubjectivity, which in the phenomenological reduction has reached empirical givenness on a transcendental level, and is thus itself transcendental, that the reale, world is constituted as objective. As being there for everyone. The world has this meaning, whether we are aware of it or not. But how could we ever be aware of it prior to the phenomenological reduction which first brings the transcendental subjectivity as our absolute being into the focus of experience? So long as it was only the psychological subjectivity that was recognized, and one sought to posit it as absolute, and to understand the world as its correlate, the result could only be an absurd idealism, a psychological idealism the very type which the equally absurd realism has as its counterpart. Now by such as have won their way to the genuine transcendental subjectivity it can assuredly be seen that the great idealists of the 18th century, Berkeley and Hume on the one side, Leibniz on the other, had, properly speaking, already reached beyond psychological subjectivity in the sense it bears within the natural world. But since the contrast between psychological and transcendental subjectivity remained unexplained, and the all-dominant sensationalism of the school of Locke could not render intelligible the constituting of what is real as a performance giving to subjectivity meaning and true being, the unfruitful and unphilosophical conflict fought out on the field of nature remained in vogue for the times that followed, and there prevailed a perverse interpretation of the meaning which the great idealists had really intended, yet to be sure without making that meaning scientifically clear. The new publications which the author began to issue in 1929, the first since the Ideen, will contribute far-reaching advances, clarifications, and completions of what, for the rest, had already been begun in the Logisk Untersuchungen, 1900 to 1901, and then in the Ideen, so that the claim to have set going the necessary beginnings of a philosophy, which can present itself as a science, cannot well be regarded as self-deception. In any case, he who for decades instead of speculating concerning a new Atlantis has really wandered in the trackless wilds of a new continent and undertaken bits of virgin cultivation, will not allow himself to be diverted by the refusals of geographers who judge the reports in the light of their own experiences and habits of thought, and on the strength of this exempt themselves from all the trouble of making a journey into the land proclaimed to be new. There is still one point that calls for a remark. In the eyes of those who set aside the phenomenological reduction as a philosophically irrelevant eccentricity, whereby, to be sure, they destroy the whole meaning of the work and of my phenomenology, and leave nothing remaining but an a priori psychology, it often happens that this residual psychology is identified as to its main import with Franz Brentano's psychology of intentionality. Great indeed as is the respect and gratitude with which the author remembers this gifted thinker as his teacher, and strongly convinced as he is that his conversion of the scholastic concept of intentionality into a descriptive root concept of psychology constitutes a great discovery, apart from which phenomenology could not have come into being at all. None the less we must distinguish as essentially different the author's pure psychology implicitly contained in this transcendental phenomenology and the psychology of Brentano. This holds good also of his psychognosis limited to pure description in the region of inner experience. It is indeed phenomenological psychology if, as has often happened at the present time, we are to give the title phenomenological to every psychological inquiry conducted purely within the framework of inner experience, and, grouping all such studies together, to speak further of a phenomenological psychology. For this latter discipline, quite apart from its name, takes us back, naturally, to John Locke and to his school, including John Stuart Mill. One can then say that David Hume's treatise gives the first systematic sketch of a pure phenomenology, which, though under the name of psychology, attempts to supply a philosophical transcendental philosophy. Like his great predecessor, Berkeley, it is as a psychologist that he is regarded and has exercised his influence. Thus, excluding all transcendental questions, it is this whole phenomenological school which alone calls here for our consideration. Characteristic of it and of its psychology is the conception set forth in Locke's white paper simile of the pure soul as a complex or heap of temporally coexisting and successive data, which run their course under rules partly their own, partly psychophysical. It would thus be the function of descriptive psychology to distinguish and classify the main types of these sense data, data of the inner sense, of inner experience, and likewise the elementary basic forms of the psychical complex, that of explanatory psychology to seek out the rules of genetic formations and transformations, much as in the case of natural science, and on similar lines of method. And quite naturally so, since the pure psychical being or the psychical life is regarded as a nature resembling flow of events in a quasi-space of consciousness. On grounds of principle, we may say that it obviously makes no difference whether we let the psychic data be blown along in a collective whole atomistically, though in accordance with empirical laws, like heaps of sand, or regard them as parts of wholes which by necessity, whether empirical or a priori, can alone operate as such parts, and principally perhaps within the whole of consciousness fettered as that is to a rigid form of wholeness. In other words, atomistic and Gestalt psychology alike participate in that intrinsic meaning of psychological naturalism, as defined in terms of what we have stated above, which, having regard to the expression inner sense, may also be termed sensationalism, sensualismus. Clearly Brentano's psychology of intentionality also remains fettered to this inherited naturalism, though in virtue of its having introduced into psychology as a main concept, descriptive in type and universal in scope, that of intentionality, it has worked therein as a reforming factor. The essentially new influence which in transcendentally directed phenomenology becomes active for descriptive psychology, and is now completely changing the whole aspect of this psychology, its whole method, the setting of its concrete aims, is the insight that a concrete description of the sphere of consciousness as a self-contained sphere of intentionality, it is never otherwise concretely given, a concrete description, for instance, of perceptions, or recollections, and so forth, also calls of necessity, for a description of the object as such, referred to in intentional experiences, as such, we say, indicating thereby that they belong inseparably to the current experience itself as its objectively intended or objective meaning. Furthermore, that one and the same intentional object as such, from the viewpoint of descriptive psychology, is an ideal indicator of a group of ways of being conscious that are proper to it, whose system of typical differences tallies essentially with the typical articulation of the intentional object. It does not suffice to say that every consciousness is a consciousness of on the lines, perhaps, of Brentano's classification, to which I cannot subscribe, into presentations, judgments, phenomena of love and of hate, but one must question the different categories of objects in their pure objectivity as objects of possible consciousness, and question back to the essential configurations of possible manifolds to be synthetically connected, through which an object of the relevant category can alone be known as the same, that is, as that which can be known through experiences of very differing description, differing and always differing still again, but always restricted to the descriptive types of such ways of consciousness as belong to it essentially and a priori. The reference to the fact that every object is either experienced or thought or sought after as an end, and so forth, is only a first step, and still tells us very little. The task of a phenomenological constitution of objects referred to at the close of this book, in a transcendental setting, it is true, finds its place here, only that now it is conceived as projected back upon the natural psychological standpoint. Unfortunately, the necessary stressing of the difference between transcendental and psychological subjectivity, the repeated declaration that transcendental phenomenology is not in any sense psychology, not even phenomenological psychology, has had this effect upon the majority of professional psychologists, who are wont to be very frugal, moreover, in all that concerns philosophy, that they failed to notice at all the radical psychological reform which was involved in the transcendental. They interpreted my utterances as an intimation that as psychologists they were not concerned in any way with phenomenology, or with any part of it. Even the few who noticed here that it was very relevant to psychology, and sought to make it accessible, have not grasped the whole meaning and scope of an intentional and constitutive phenomenology, and have not seen that here for the first time, in contrast with naturalistic psychology from an outer standpoint, a psychology comes to words and deeds, a psychology in which the life of the soul is made intelligible in its most intimate and originally intuitional essence, and that this original intuitional essence lies in a constituting of meaning formations in modes of existential validity, which is perpetually new and incessantly organizing itself afresh. Briefly, in the system of intentional actions, whereby existential, seened, objects of the most varied grades right up to the level of an objective world are there for the ego as occasion demands. It was, moreover, not without reason that the psychological reform made its first entry as the concealed implication of a transcendental reform. For only a compulsion grounded on the philosophically transcendental problem, an urge towards extreme radicalism in the clearing up of the modes in which knowledge and objects stand to each other in the conscious life itself, necessarily led to a universal and concrete phenomenology of consciousness, which received its primary orientation from the intentional object. In the transition to the psychology of the natural standpoint, it is then obvious that an intentional psychology has a quite different meaning from that of the traditions of the school of Locke or of that of Brentano. A. von Meinung also, although, in writings that appeared subsequently to my logical investigations, his teaching comes here and there into touch with my own, is in no way to be regarded here as an exception. He remains bound to Brentano's leading conceptions, or to psychological sensationalism, as does the entire psychology of the modern tradition and the whole psychology of the present day. The present work, however, as a philosophical treatise does not include psychological reform among its themes, although it should not be wholly lacking in indications bearing on a genuine intentional psychology. Even as philosophical, moreover, its task is limited. It does not claim to be anything more than an attempt that has been growing through decades of meditation exclusively directed to this one end, to discover a radical beginning of a philosophy which, to repeat the Kantian phrase, will be able to present itself as science. The ideal of a philosopher, to think out sooner or later a logic, an ethic, a metaphysic, and so forth, which he can at all times justify to himself and others with an insight that is absolutely cogent. This ideal the author had early to abandon, and has not resumed it to this day. And for no reason other than the following: seeing that at any rate this insight was and remained for him indubitable, that a philosophy cannot start in a naive straightforward fashion, not then as do the positive sciences which take their stand on the previously given ground of our experience of a world, presupposed as something that exists as a matter of course. That they do it causes them all to have problems in respect of their foundations, and paradoxes of their own, a condition which a subsequent and belated theory of knowledge first seeks to remedy. For this very reason the positive sciences are unphilosophical. They are not ultimate, absolute sciences. A philosophy with problematic foundations, with paradoxes which arise from the obscurity of the fundamental concepts, is no philosophy. It contradicts its very meaning as philosophy. Philosophy can take root only in radical reflection upon the meaning and possibility of its own scheme. Through such reflection it must in the very first place and through its own activity take possession of the absolute ground of pure preconceptual experience, which is its own proper preserve. Then, self-active again, it must create original concepts, adequately adjusted to this ground, and so generally utilize for its advance an absolutely transparent method. There can then be no unclear, problematic concepts, and no paradoxes. The entire absence of this procedure, the overlooking of the immense difficulties attaching to a correct beginning, or the covering up of the same through the haste to have done with them, had this for its consequence, that we had and have many and ever new philosophical systems or directions, but not the one philosophy which as idea underlies all the philosophies that can be imagined. Philosophy, as it moves towards its realization, is not a relatively incomplete science improving as it goes naturally forward. There lies embedded in its meaning as philosophy a radicalism in the matter of foundations, an absolute freedom from all presuppositions, a securing for itself an absolute basis, the totality of presuppositions that can be taken for granted. But that too must itself be first clarified through corresponding reflex ions, and the absolutely binding quality of its requirements laid bare. That these reflex ions become more and more interwoven as thought advances, and lead eventually to a whole science, to a science of beginnings, a first philosophy, that all philosophical disciplines, the very foundations of all sciences whatsoever, spring from its matrix. All this must needs have remained implicit, since the radicalism was lacking without which philosophy generally could not even make a start. The true philosophical beginning must have been irretrievably lost in beginning with presuppositions of a positive kind. Lacking as did the traditional schemes of philosophy the enthusiasm of a first beginning, they also lacked what is first and most important, a specific ally philosophical groundwork acquired through original self-activity, and therewith that firmness of basis, that genuineness of root, which alone makes real philosophy possible. The author's convictions on such lines have become increasingly self-evident as his work progressed. If he has been obliged, on practical grounds, to lower the ideal of the philosopher to that of a downright beginner, he has at least in his old age reached for himself the complete certainty that he should thus call himself a beginner. He could almost hope, were Methuselah's span of days allotted him, to be still able to become a philosopher. He has always been able to follow up the problems that issue from the beginning, and primarily from what is first for a descriptive phenomenology, the beginning of the beginning, and to develop it concretely in what to him have been instructive pieces of work. The far horizons of a phenomenological philosophy, the chief structural formations, to speak geographically, have disclosed themselves, the essential groups of problems and the methods of approach on essential lines have been made clear. The author sees the infinite open country of the true philosophy, the promised land on which he himself will never set foot. This confidence may wake a smile, but let each see for himself whether it has not some ground in the fragments laid before him as phenomenology in its beginnings. Gladly would he hope that those who come after will take up these first ventures, carry them steadily forward, yes, and improve also their great deficiencies, defects of incompleteness which cannot indeed be avoided in the beginnings of scientific work. But when all is said, this work of mine can help no one who has already fixed his philosophy and his philosophical method, who has thus never learned to know the despair of one who has the misfortune to be in love with philosophy, and who at the very outset of his studies, placed amid the chaos of philosophies, with his choice to make, realizes that he has really no choice at all, since no one of these has taken care to free itself from presuppositions, and none has sprung from the radical attitude of autonomous self-responsibility which the meaning of a philosophy demands. He who believes that he can appeal to the fruitful beta with acute theta omicron of experience in the current sense of that term, or to the assured results of the exact sciences, or to experimental or physiological psychology, or to a constantly improved logic and mathematics, and so forth, and therein find premises for his philosophy, cannot have much susceptibility for the contents of this book. He is unable to bring to his reading an intensive interest, nor can he hold that the time and effort have been well spent which the sympathetic understanding of such a way of beginning demands. Only he who is himself striving to reach a beginning will herein behave otherwise, since he must say to himself, toi residential adjutor. Those who are interested in the author's continued work and progress since 1913 may be referred to the recently published writing entitled Formale und Transcendental Logik, Versuch einer Kritik der logischen Vernunft, in the Jahrbuch F. Phänomenologie und Phänomenologisk Forschung, B.D. X. 1929. Also to his Cartesianische Meditationen, an extended elaboration of the 4 lectures which he had the pleasure of giving first in the spring of 1922 at the University of London, and in this last year in an essentially maturer form at the Sorbonne in Paris. They furnish once again, though merely in outline, an introduction to phenomenological philosophy, but contain an essential supplement in the detailed treatment of the fundamental problem of transcendental intersubjectivity, wherewith the solipsistic objection completely collapses. They will presumably appear simultaneously with this English edition of the Ideen in a French rendering in the Bulletin de la Société de Philosophie. In the same year a German edition should be appearing, published by Niemeyer of Halle ads, containing as additional matter a second introduction, in which the clarification of the idea of a personal, on the lines of a mental science, and natural anthropology and psychology, and lastly of a pure intuitional psychology, is undertaken as an initial problem. At a later stage only is it shown how, starting from this discussion, which, like all that has preceded, remains on natural ground, the Copernican reversal to the transcendental standpoint finds its motive. At the same time a series of publications is being started in my Jahrbuch, the concrete phenomenological studies which I have drafted as the years went by, to clear up my own mind, and for the safeguarding of the structure of phenomenology. In conclusion, let me thank my own honored friend, Professor W. R. Boyce Gibson, for the disinterested labor involved in this translation. It fills me with some hope when so thorough and so earnest a thinker takes so great an interest in my efforts to furnish philosophy with a scientific beginning as to take upon himself the translating of this extensive work, the language of which is so difficult, even for Germans. Translator's Preface. Die Ideen zu einer reinen Phänomenologie und Phänomenologischen Philosophie, of which this is a translation, first appeared as the leading article of the first issue of the Jahrbuch für Philosophie und Phänomenologische Forschung 1 in 1913, and has been twice reprinted, in 1922 and in 1928. It furnishes the groundwork and starting point of the phenomenological movement now so active in Germany, and is the classic of that reform movement in philosophy which, in the words of the author's stirring article in Logos, B.D. I. 1910, conceives philosophy as a rigorous science, and aims at a radical reconstruction of its basis and method. Since the year 1900, which saw the first edition of Husserl's logical investigations, the author has been known as a profound and penetrating logical thinker, but in these same studies, more particularly in the second edition, 1913 to 1921, we have not only logic, but the transition from logic to phenomenology, and the growing conviction that a radical or transcendental logic is possible only on a phenomenological basis. The present work supplies that basis in a form at once general and fundamental. Special problems, such as those of intersubjectivity, the pure ego, and the relation of phenomenology to metaphysics being reserved for later treatment. It is, as expressly stated on the front page of the third impression of the Ideen, Halle, Max Niemeyer, 1928, the first book, and, as such, bears the title Allgemeine Einführung in die reine Phenomenologie, or General Introduction to Pure Phenomenology, the title adopted for this English version. The translation from the German covers the author's preface, the text of the Ideen, and the index. It has had its difficulties, and the sincerest effort has been made to straighten these out, and present a faithful rendering in somewhat modified style, maybe of the terse and compact original. I have had important help towards the elucidating of the meaning of the text from Professor Husserl himself, for whose generous kindness to me during my stay in Freiburg in 1928 I cannot be too grateful, and from Professor Oskar Becker of the same university. In particular, Professor Husserl has laid all readers of this translation under a special debt by his important and illuminating preface to the English edition, which not only sheds a most helpful light on the author's own thought and writings, but supplements most usefully the discussion of the meaning of transcendental phenomenology, and its distinction from phenomenological psychology given in his article on phenomenology in the 14th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. I owe also many helpful suggestions to my own students of the metaphysics class, and in particular to Norman Porter, now lecturer in philosophy in the University of Sydney, who read through the whole work in MS. To my proofreader, Dr. C.V. Salmon of Belfast University, I am quite specially indebted. He has taken on himself that burden of final revision, which writers ordinarily assume in their own person, but must carry by proxy when, as in my own case, they are 10,000 miles away. Dr. Salmon is himself an expert phenomenologist, one of Professor Husserl's own pupils, a contributor of the 10th volume of the Jar book, and the translator of the Encyclopedia article on phenomenology, to which I have just referred. His services in scrutinizing the translated terminology have therefore been of exceptional value, and the fact that he has cooperated with the translator in the search after terminological precision should be most reassuring to the reader. It is hoped that the elaborate analytical index, which essentially, and in its present form, is the work of Dr. Ludwig Landgräbe of Freiburg, and has simply been put into English and English order by the translator, will prove a real and constant help to the student in his effort to follow the thought of one who always says what he sees, and never sacrifices a significant insight to the simplifying and obliterating conveniences of generalized statement. The translator is deeply indebted to his publishers, George Allen and Unwin Limited, of Ruskin House, and especially to the editor of the Library of Philosophy, Professor J. H. Muirhead, for the interest and care they have taken in the publishing of this English version of Edmund Husserl's fundamental work. Professor Muirhead greeted the venture from the outset with genuine and discerning sympathy, and his suggestions for the improvement of the English text, ever since the first ms came into his hands, have been most helpful. It has been a constant satisfaction to realize that the editorship of the present translation was in the competent hands of so distinguished a scholar. In conclusion, I owe to my wife not only the typing of the ms of the complete text, but many happy suggestions and improvements in the wording. The translation owes much to her scholarly care. If, with the interests of the reader in mind, the translator may venture on a word of advice, it would be this: should the first chapter of the first section, which treats of logical preliminaries, and forms the link of connection with the later logical investigations, prove by reason of its compression difficult or unsatisfying to the uninitiated, let him pass on to the second chapter, and make that the starting point of his reading, reserving to himself, of course, the privilege of returning to the omitted chapter when he has become more familiar with the drift of the main argument, and feels the need for further light on its logical basis. W. R. Boyce Gibson. Introduction. Pure phenomenology, to which we are here seeking the way, whose unique position in regard to all other sciences we wish to make clear, and to set forth as the most fundamental region of philosophy, is an essentially new science, which in virtue of its own governing peculiarity lies far removed from our ordinary thinking, and has not until our own day therefore shown an impulse to develop. It calls itself a science of phenomena. Other sciences, long known to us, also treat of phenomena. Thus one hears psychology referred to as a science of psychical, and natural science as a science of physical appearances or phenomena. So in history we hear speak occasionally of historical, and in the cultural sciences of cultural phenomena, and similarly for all sciences that deal with realities. Now differently as the word phenomenon may be used in such contexts, and diverse as may be the meanings which it bears, it is certain that phenomenology also deals with all these phenomena and in all their meanings, but from a quite different point of view, the effect of which is to modify in a determinate way all the meanings which the term bears in the old established sciences. Only as thus modified do these meanings enter the phenomenological sphere. To understand these modifications, or, to speak more accurately, to reach the phenomenological standpoint, and through reflection to fix its distinctive character, and that also of the natural viewpoints, in a scientific way, this is the first and by no means easy task which we must carry out in full, if we would gain the ground of phenomenology and grasp its distinctive nature scientifically. In the last decade there has been much talk of phenomenology in German philosophy and psychology. In presumed agreement with the logical investigations, one phenomenology is conceived as a subdomain of empirical psychology, as a region containing immanent descriptions of psychical events, or Leibniz, which such is their understanding of this immanence remains strictly within the framework in inner experience, Erfahrung. My protest against this interpretation too has apparently been of small use, and the accompanying elucidations, which sharply delineate some at least of the main points of the difference, have not been understood or have been heedlessly set aside. Thence also the completely empty replies, empty because the plain meaning of my statement was missed, to my criticism of the psychological method, a criticism which in no way denied the value of modern psychology, and in no sense depreciated the experimental work carried out by men of distinction, but exposed certain, in the literal sense of the term, radical defects of method, on the removal of which, in my opinion, the raising of psychology to a higher scientific level and an extraordinary extension of its field of work must depend. There will still be occasion to deal briefly with the superfluous defenses of psychology against my presumed attacks. I mention this dispute here that I may state from the outset most emphatically, in face of prevailing and far-spreading misinterpretations, that the pure phenomenology, to which in what follows we would prepare a way of approach, the same which emerged for the first time in the logical investigations, and has revealed an ever richer and deeper meaning to me as my thought has dwelt on it through the last 10 years, is not psychology, and that it is not accidental delimitations and considerations of terminology, but grounds of principle, which forbid its being counted as psychology. Great as is the importance which phenomenology must claim to possess for psychology in the matter of method, whatever the essential basis it provides for it, it is itself, if only as science of ideas, as little identifiable with psychology as is geometry with natural science. Indeed, the difference is more marked, and reaches deeper than this comparison would itself suggest. It makes no difference that phenomenology has to do with consciousness, with all types of experience, with acts and their correlates, though in view of the prevailing habits of thought, it demands no small effort to see this. That we should set aside all previous habits of thought, see through and break down the mental barriers which these habits have set along the horizons of our thinking, and in full intellectual freedom proceed to lay hold on those genuine philosophical problems still awaiting completely fresh formulation which the liberated horizons on all sides disclose to us, these are hard demands. Yet nothing less is required. What makes the appropriation of the essential nature of phenomenology, the understanding of the peculiar meaning of its form of inquiry, and its relation to all other sciences, to psychology in particular, so extraordinarily difficult, is that in addition to all other adjustments a new way of looking at things is necessary, one that contrasts at every point with the natural attitude of experience and thought. To move freely along this new way without ever reverting to the old viewpoints, to learn to see what stands before our eyes, to distinguish, to describe, calls, moreover, for exacting and laborious studies. It will be the chief task of this first book to search out ways in which the excessive difficulties of penetrating into this new world can be overcome, as it were, bit by bit. We shall start from the standpoint of everyday life, from the world as it confronts us, from consciousness as it presents itself in psychological experience, and shall lay bare the presuppositions essential to this viewpoint. We shall then develop a method of phenomenological reductions, according to which we may set aside the limitations to knowledge essentially involved in every nature-directed form of investigation, deflecting the restricted line of vision proper to it, until we have eventually before us the free outlook upon transcendentally purified phenomena, and therewith the field of phenomenology in our own special sense of that term. Let us trace the lines of this anticipatory sketch somewhat more firmly, and in conformity with the bias of the times, as also with inner affinities of the subject matter, connect them with psychology. Psychology is a science of experience. Keeping to the customary sense of the word experience, Erfahrung, this has a twofold meaning. 1. Psychology is a science of facts, Tatsachen, of matters of fact in Hume's sense of the word. 2. Psychology is a science of realities, Realitaten. The phenomena which it handles as psychological phenomenology are real events which as such, in so far as they have real existence, Dasein, take their place with the real subjects to which they belong in the one spatio-temporal world, the omnitudo realitatis. As over against this psychological phenomenology, pure or transcendental phenomenology will be established not as a science of facts, but as a science of essential being, as eidetic science, a science which aims exclusively at establishing knowledge of essences, Wesenserkenntnisse, and absolutely no facts. The corresponding reduction which leads from the psychological phenomenon to the pure essence, or, in respect of the judging thought, from factual, empirical, to essential universality, is the eidetic reduction. In the second place, the phenomena of transcendental phenomenology will be characterized as non-real, irreal. Other reductions, the specifically transcendental, purify the psychological phenomena from that which lends them reality, and therewith a setting in the real world. Our phenomenology should be a theory of essential being, dealing not with real, but with transcendentally reduced phenomena. What this all affirms when more closely considered will first become plain in the developments that follow. In an anticipatory way it gives an outline sketch of the preliminary series of studies. I consider it necessary at this point to add only one remark. It will surprise the reader that in the two foregoing passages in italics, in place of the single division of sciences into realistic and idealistic, or into empirical and a priori, which is universally adopted, two divisions are preferred, corresponding to the two pairs of opposites, fact and essence, real and not real. The distinction conveyed by this twofold opposition replacing that between real and ideal will find a thoroughgoing justification in the later course of our inquiries. As a matter of fact, in the second book, it will be shown that the concept of reality requires a fundamental limitation in virtue of which a difference must be set up between real being and individual, purely temporal, being. The transition to the pure essence provides on the one side a knowledge of the essential nature of the real, on the other, in respect of the domain left over, knowledge of the essential nature of the non-real, irreal. It will transpire further that all transcendentally purified experiences are non-realities, and excluded from every connection within the real world. These same non-realities are studied by phenomenology, but not as singular particularities, Einzelheiten, rather in their essential being. The extent, however, to which transcendental phenomena as singular facta are at all available for study, and the question of the relation which a factual study of such a kind may bear to the idea of a metaphysic, can be considered only in the concluding series of investigations. In the first book we shall treat not only of the general theory of the phenomenological reductions which make the transcendentally purified consciousness with its essential correlates perceptible, sichtlich, and accessible, we shall also seek to win definite ideas of the most general structures of this pure consciousness, and through their agency of the most general groups of problems, directions of study and methods which pertain to the new science. In the second book we make a thorough inquiry into certain specially important sets of problems, the systematic formulation of which and solution under types is the precondition for bringing into real clearness the difficult relations of phenomenology to the physical sciences of nature, to psychology, and to the sciences of the mind, and on another side also to the a priori sciences as a collective whole. The phenomenological sketches here traced in outline offer also the welcome means of considerably deepening the understanding of phenomenology reached in the first book, and of winning from its immense circle of problems a far richer content of knowledge. A third and concluding book is dedicated to the idea of philosophy. The insight will be awakened that genuine philosophy, the idea of which is to realize the idea of absolute knowledge, has its roots in pure phenomenology, and this in so earnest a sense that the systematically rigorous grounding and development of this first of all philosophies remains the perpetual precondition of all metaphysics and other philosophy which would aspire to be a science. Since phenomenology is here to be established as a science of essential being as an a priori, or, as we also say, eidetic science, it will be useful to preface the labors devoted to phenomenology itself with a series of fundamental discussions upon essence, Wesen, and the science of essential being, and with a defense as against naturalism of the original and intrinsic authority of this knowledge of essence. We bring to a close these introductory words with a short terminological discussion. Following my custom in the logical investigations, I avoid as far as possible the expressions a priori and a posteriori, partly on account of the confusing obscurities and ambiguities which infect their ordinary use, but also because of the notorious philosophical theories which as an evil heritage from the past are interwoven with them. Only in contexts which lend them singleness of sense, and only as the equivalent of other concomitant terms to which we have assigned clear and univocal meanings, should they be used, especially when we are concerned to note the sympathetic accord with historical parallels. The expressions idea and ideal are not quite in such evil odor as regards confusing ambiguities, though they suffer on the whole pretty badly in this respect, as the frequent misinterpretations of my logical investigations have made me feel often painfully enough. As a further incentive to a change of terminology, I may mention the need to keep the highly important Kantian concept of the idea free from all contact with the general concepts of the formal or material essence. I therefore make use, as a foreign expression, of the terminologically unspent eidos, and as a German expression of a term whose equivocations are harmless, though at times vexatious, the word Wesen, essence or essential being. I would also have been pleased to dispense with the heavily laden word real, if only I could have found a suitable substitute. I add this further general remark, since it is not advisable to choose technical expressions which fall wholly outside the framework of traditional philosophical speech, and, above all, since the fundamental concepts of philosophy cannot be defined through stable concepts that can be identified at any time by reference to a directly accessible intuitional basis, since rather it is only, as a rule, after protracted inquiries that they can be finally cleared up and determined, it is often indispensable to make use of a set of speech forms which group together in an orderly way a number of current expressions bearing closely equivalent meanings, the individual members of the group being terminologically distinguished one from the other. Definition cannot take the same form in philosophy as it does in mathematics. The imitation of mathematical procedure is invariably in this respect not only unfruitful, but perverse and most harmful in its consequences. Moreover, the foregoing terminological expressions should by means of obvious and determinate indications maintain their fixed meaning throughout the course of the inquiry, whilst all close critical comparisons with philosophical tradition in this or other respects, if only to prevent the undue expansion of this work, must be omitted. Part I. Essence and cognition of essence. 1. Fact and essence. 1. Natural knowledge and experience. Natural knowledge begins with experience, Erfahrung, and remains within experience. Thus in that theoretical position which we call the natural standpoint, the total field of possible research is indicated by a single word, that is, the world. The sciences proper to this original one standpoint are accordingly in their collective unity sciences of the world, and so long as the standpoint is the only dominant one, the concept's true being, real, wirkliches, being, i.e., real empirical, reals, being, and since all that is real comes to self-concentration in the form of a cosmic unity being in the world, are meanings that coincide. Every science has its own object domain as field of research, and to all that it knows, i.e., in this connection, to all its correct assertions, there correspond as original sources of the reasoned justification that support them certain intuitions in which objects of the region appear as self-given and in part at least as given in a primordial, originarer, sense. The object-giving, or dater, intuition of the first, natural sphere of knowledge and of all its sciences is natural experience, and the primordial dater experience is perception in the ordinary sense of the term. To have something real primordially given, and to become aware of it and perceive it in simple intuition, are one and the same thing. In outer perception we have primordial experience of physical things, but in memory or anticipatory expectation this is no longer the case. We have primordial experience of ourselves and our states of consciousness in the so-called inner or self-perception, but not of others and their vital experiences in and through empathy. We behold the living experiences of others through the perception of their bodily behavior. This beholding in the case of empathy is indeed intuitional dater, yet no longer a primordially dater act. The other man and his psychical life is indeed apprehended as there in person, and in union with his body, but, unlike the body, it is not given to our consciousness as primordial. The world is the totality of objects that can be known through experience, Erfahrung, known in terms of orderly theoretical thought on the basis of direct present, aktueller, experience. This is not the place to discuss in greater detail the method proper to a science of experience or to consider how such a science justifies its claim to transcend the narrow framework of direct empirical givenness. Under sciences of the world, that is sciences developed from the natural standpoint, are included not only all so-called natural sciences, in the more extended as well as in the narrower sense of that term, the sciences of material nature, but also the sciences of animal beings, Wesen, with their psychophysical nature, physiology, psychology, and so forth. All so-called mental sciences also come under this head: history, the cultural sciences, the sociological disciplines of every kind, whereby we provisionally leave it an open question whether they are to be held similar to the natural sciences or placed in opposition to them, be themselves accepted as natural sciences or as sciences of an essentially new type. 2. Fact. Inseparability of fact and essence. Sciences of experience are sciences of fact. The acts of cognition which underlie our experiencing posit the real in individual form, posit it as having spatio-temporal existence, as something existing in this time spot, having this particular duration of its own and a real content which in its essence could just as well have been present in any other time spot, posits it, moreover, as something which is present at this place in this particular physical shape, or is there given united to a body of this shape, where yet the same real being might just as well, so far as its own essence is concerned, be present at any other place, and in any other form, and might likewise change whilst remaining in fact unchanged, or change otherwise than the way in which it actually does. Individual being of every kind is, to speak quite generally, accidental. It is so and so, but essentially it could be other than it is. Even if definite laws of nature obtain according to which such and such definite consequences must in fact follow when such and such real conditions are in fact present, such laws express only orderings that do in fact obtain, which might run quite differently, and already presuppose, as pertaining ab initio to the essence of objects of possible experience, that the objects thus ordered by them, when considered in themselves, are accidental. But the import of this contingency, which is there called matter of factness, Tatsächlichkeit, is limited in this respect that the contingency is correlative to a necessity which does not carry the mere actuality status of a valid rule of connection obtaining between temporospatial facts, but has the character of essential necessity, and therewith a relation to essential universality. Now when we stated that every fact could be essentially other than it is, We were already expressing thereby that it belongs to the meaning of everything contingent, that it should have essential being and therewith an eidos to be apprehended in all its purity, and this eidos comes under essential truths of varying degrees of universality. An individual object is not simply and quite generally an individual, this there's something unique, but being constituted thus and thus in itself it has its own proper mode of being, its own supply of essential predicibles which must qualify it, qua being as it is in itself, if other secondary relative determinations are to qualify it also. Thus, for example, every tone in and for itself has an essential nature, and at the limit the universal meaning essence tone in general, or rather the acoustic in general understood in the pure sense of a phase or aspect intuitively derivable from the individual tone, either in its singleness, or through comparison with others as a common element. So too every material thing has its own essential derivatives, and at the limit the universal derivative material thing in general, with time determination in general, duration dash, figure dash, materiality in general. Whatever belongs to the essence of the individual can also belong to another individual, and the broadest generalities of essential being, of the kind we have been indicating through the help of examples, delimit regions or categories of individuals. 3. Essential insight and individual intuition. At first essence indicated that which in the intimate self-being of an individual discloses to us what it is. But every such what can be set out as idea. Empirical or individual intuition can be transformed into essential insight, ideation, a possibility which is itself not to be understood as empirical but as essential possibility. The object of such insight is then the corresponding pure essence or eidos, whether it be the highest category or one of its specializations, right down to the fully concrete. This insight which gives the essence and in the last resort in primordial form can be adequate, and as such we can easily procure it, for instance, from the essential nature of a sound, but it can also be more or less imperfect, inadequate, and that not only in respect of its greater or lesser clearness and distinctness. It belongs to the type of development peculiar to certain categories of essential being that essences belonging to them can be given only one-sidedly, whilst in succession more sides, though never all sides, can be given, so correlatively the individual concrete particularities corresponding to these categories can be experienced and represented only in inadequate one-sided empirical intuitions. This holds for every essence related to the thing like, and indeed for all the essential components of extension and materiality respectively. It even holds good, if we look more closely, subsequent analyses will make that evident, for all realities generally, whereby indeed the vague expressions one-sidedness and more-sidedness receive determinate meanings, and different kinds of inadequacy are separated out one from the other. Here the preliminary indication will suffice that already on grounds of principle the spatial shape of the physical thing can be given only in some single perspective aspect, also that apart from this inadequacy which clings to the unfolding of any series of continuously connected intuitions and persists in spite of all that is thereby acquired, every physical property draws us on into infinities of experience, and that every multiplicity of experience, however lengthily drawn out, still leaves the way open to closer and novel thing determinations, and so on, in infinitum. Of whatever kind the individual intuition may be, whether adequate or not, it can pass off into essential intuition, and the latter, whether correspondingly adequate or not, has the character of a dater act. And this means that the essence, eidos, is an object of a new type. Just as the datum of individual or empirical intuition is an individual object, so the datum of essential intuition is a pure essence. Here we have not a mere superficial analogy, but a radical community of nature. Essential insight is still intuition, just as the eidetic object is still an object. The generalization of the correlative, mutually attached concepts intuition and object is not a casual whim, but is compellingly demanded by the very nature of things. Point 2 Empirical intuition, more specifically sense experience, is consciousness of an individual object, and as an intuiting agency brings it to givenness, as perception, to primordial givenness, to the consciousness of grasping the object in a primordial way, in its bodily selfhood. On quite similar lines, essential intuition is the consciousness of something, of an object, a something towards which its glance is directed, a something self-given within it, but which can then be presented in other acts, vaguely or distinctly thought, made the subject of true and false predications, as is the case indeed with every object in the necessarily extended sense proper to formal logic. Every possible object, or to put it logically, every subject of possibly true predications, has indeed its own ways, that of predicative thinking above all, of coming under a glance that presents, intuits, meets it eventually in its bodily selfhood and lays hold of it. Thus essential insight is intuition, and if it is insight in the pregnant sense of the term, and not a mere, and possibly a vague, representation, it is a primordial data intuition, grasping the essence in its bodily selfhood. Point 3. But, on the other hand, it is an intuition of a fundamentally unique and novel kind, namely in contrast to the types of intuition which belong as correlatives to the object matters of other categories, and more specifically to intuition in the ordinary narrow sense. That is, individual intuition. It lies undoubtedly in the intrinsic nature of essential intuition that it should rest on what is a chief factor of individual intuition, namely the striving for this, the visible presence of individual fact, though it does not, to be sure, presuppose any apprehension of the individual or any recognition of its reality. Consequently, it is certain that no essential intuition is possible without the free possibility of directing one's glance to an individual counterpart and of shaping an illustration, just as contrariwise no individual intuition is possible without the free possibility of carrying out an act of ideation and therein directing one's glance upon the corresponding essence which exemplifies itself in something individually visible, but that does not alter the fact that the two kinds of intuition differ in principle, and in assertions of the kind we have just been making it is only the essential relations between them that declare themselves. Thus, to the essential differences of the intuitions correspond the essential relations between existence, here clearly in the sense of individual concrete being, and essence, between fact and eidos. Pursuing such connections, we grasp with intelligent insight the conceptual essence attached to these terms, and from now on firmly attached to them, and therewith all thoughts partially mystical high nature and clinging chiefly to the concepts eidos, idea, and essence remain rigorously excluded. Point 4. 4. Essential insight and the play of fancy. Knowledge of essences independent of all knowledge of facts. The eidos, the pure essence, can be exemplified intuitively in the data of experience, data of perception, memory, and so forth, but just as readily also in the mere data of fancy, fantasy. Hence, with the aim of grasping an essence itself in its primordial form, we can set out from corresponding empirical intuitions, but we can also set out just as well from non-empirical intuitions, intuitions that do not apprehend sensory existence, intuitions rather of a merely imaginative order. If in the play of fancy we bring spatial shapes of one sort or another to birth, melodies, social happenings, and so forth, or live through fictitious acts of everyday life, of satisfaction or dissatisfaction, of volition and the like, we can through ideation secure from this source primordial and even on occasion adequate insight into pure essences in manifold variety, essences, it may be, of spatial shape in general, of melody as such, of social happening as such, and so forth, or of the shape, melody, etc., of the relevant special type. It is a matter of indifference in this connection whether such things have ever been given in actual experience or not. Could free make-believe through some sort of psychological miracle lead to the imagining of something fundamentally new in kind, sensory data, for instance, which never occurred in anyone's experiences, nor ever will, that would not affect in any way the primordial givenness of the corresponding essences, although imagined data are never under any circumstances real data. It follows essentially from all this that the positing of the essence, with the intuitive apprehension that immediately accompanies it, does not imply any positing of individual existence whatsoever. Pure essential truths do not make the slightest assertion concerning facts, hence from them alone we are not able to infer even the pettiest truth concerning the fact world. Just as to think a fact or to express it needs the grounding of experience, so far as the essential relevancy of such thinking necessarily demands it, so thought concerning pure essence, the unmixed thought, not that which connects essence and facts together, needs for its grounding and support an insight into the essences of things. 5. Judgments about essence and judgments of eidetic generality. We have still to consider the following point: judgments about essences and essential relationships on the one hand, and on the other hand eidetic judgments in general, in the broad sense in which we must consider them, are not the same thing. Eidetic knowledge has not essences as its object matter in all its propositions, and what is closely connected with this, intuition of the essence as we have so far understood it as a consciousness analogous natural experience, to the apprehension of concrete existence, Dasein, and wherein an essence is objectively grasped, as is an individual in the experience of nature, is not the only consciousness which includes the essence whilst excluding the positing of any concrete existence. We can be intuitively aware of essences and can apprehend them after a certain fashion without their becoming objects about which. Let us start from judgments. Speaking more accurately, our concern is with the difference between judgments about essences and judgments which in an indeterminate universal way, and unmixed with any positing of what is individual, still judge about the individual, but purely as an instance of essential being, and in accordance with the rubric in general. Thus, in pure geometry, we judge as a rule not about the eidos straight, angle, triangle, or conic section, etc., but about the straight line and angle in general, or as such, about individual triangles in general, conic sections in general. Such universal judgments have the character of essential generality, of pure, or, as one also says, of rigorous, absolutely unconditioned generality. For the sake of simplicity, let us assume that we are dealing with axioms, with judgments immediately obvious, to which all other judgments lead back as their ground of mediation. Such judgments, so far as they treat of individual instances in the way just indicated, as we here assume that they do, require for their noetic grounding, that is their being made open to insight, a certain essential vision which, in a modified sense, could also be designated as essential apprehension, and even the latter, as well as the essential intuition which confers objectivity, rests on having an awareness of individual instances of the essence, but not on their being experienced as empirically real. Moreover, mere presentations of fancy, or rather fancy awarenesses, suffice to give us these instances, of that concerning which we are aware we are conscious as such, it appears, but is not grasped as concretely existing. When, for instance, we judge in an essentially general way, with a generality that is unconditioned and pure, that a color in general is different from a sound in general, the judgment confirms what we have just been saying. An instance of the essence color and an instance of the essence sound are intuitively present, and indeed as instancing their own essences, fancy intuition, not involving the positing of concrete existence, and essential intuition are present at the same time and in a certain way, though the latter does not function as an intuition which objectifies the essence. But it belongs to the essence of the situation that we are free at any time to pass over to the corresponding standpoint from which the essence is objectified, and that the possibility of doing this is in fact an essential one. In keeping with the changed standpoint, the judgment would also suffer change, and would run as follows: the essence, the genus, color is other than the essence, the genus, sound. And so in all cases. Conversely, every judgment treating of essences can be transformed equivalently into an unconditionally universal judgment concerning instances of this essence as such. In this respect, pure judgments relating to essences, pure eidetic judgments, have a common affinity, whatever their logical form may happen to be. What is common to them is that they posit no individual being even when in pure essential generality they judge about what is individual. 6. Some fundamental concepts. Generality and necessity. Eidetic judging, eidetic judgment or eidetic proposition, eidetic truth or true proposition, these ideas manifestly belong to the same system. Connected with them is also the correlate of the third of these ideas, the plain eidetic fact, Sachverhalt, as subsisting within eidetic truth and the correlate of the first two ideas, the eidetic fact in the modified sense of that which it is merely presumed to be, in the sense of the judged content as such, and this may or may not prove reliable. Every eidetic division and individuation of an eidetically general fact is called, just in so far as it is this, an essential necessity. Essential generality and essential necessity are thus correlates. The use of the term necessity here vacillates somewhat so as to conform to the attached correlations. The corresponding judgments are also termed necessary. But it is important to take note of the distinctions, and above all not to refer to essential generality, as is ordinarily done, as itself necessity. The consciousness of a necessity, or more specifically a consciousness of a judgment, in which we become aware of a certain matter as the specification of an eidetic generality, is called apodeictic. The judgment itself, the proposition, an apodeictic, also apodeictically necessary, consequent of the general proposition to which it is related. The propositions we have stated concerning the relations between generality, necessity, apodeicticity can also be conceived in a more general way, so as to hold good for any realm of discourse, and not only for such as are purely eidetic. But with the eidetic limitation they obviously win a distinctive and specially important meaning. The connection of eidetic judging about the individual in general with the positing of the individual as a concrete existent is also very important. The essential generality is transferred to an individual, or to an indeterminately general range of individuals, posited as concretely existing. Every application of geometrical truths to cases in nature, posited as real, has its place here. The subject matter set down as real is then fact, so far as its real content is individual, but it is eidetic necessity, in so far as it is the instancing, Vereinstellung, of an essential generality. One should not confuse the unrestricted generality of natural laws with essential generality. The proposition all bodies are heavy does not indeed take any determinate potential thing within the universe to be a concrete existent. And yet it has not the unconditional generality of eidetically general propositions in so far as, in accordance with its meaning as a natural law, it continues to carry with it a reference to concrete existence, Daseinssetzung, to that, namely, of nature itself, of temporospatial reality. All bodies in nature, all real bodies are heavy. On the other hand, the proposition all material things are extended has eidetic validity and can be taken as purely eidetic if the reference to concrete existence conveyed by the subject is excluded as irrelevant. It states that which has its pure ground in the essence of a material thing, and in the essence of extension, that which we can bring home to insight, as unconditioned generality. This is done by bringing the essence of a material thing, any fictitious image of a thing of this type will here serve as a basis, to primordial givenness, and then in this object-giving consciousness completing the mental steps required for the insight, for the primordial givenness, that is, of the essential content which the foregoing proposition openly expressed. That the real in space corresponds to truths of such a kind is not a mere fact, factum, but as a special development of essential laws and essential necessity. The element of fact in this connection is only the reality itself which serves as basis for the application. 7. Sciences of facts and sciences of the essence. The connection, itself eidetic, which holds between individual object and essence, and which is such that to each individual object a state of essential being belongs as its essence, just as conversely to each essence there corresponds a series of possible individuals as its factual instancings, Vereinstellungen, is the ground for a corresponding reciprocal relationship between sciences of fact and sciences of the essence. There are pure sciences of essential being such as pure logic, pure mathematics, pure time theory, space theory, theory of movement, etc. These, in all their thought constructions, are free throughout from any positings of actual fact, or, what comes to the same thing, in them no experience qua experience, i.e., qua consciousness that apprehends or sets up reality or concrete being, can take over the function of supplying a logical ground. Where experience functions in them, it is not as experience. The geometer who draws his figures on the blackboard produces in so doing strokes that are actually there on a board that is actually there. But his experience of what he thus produces, qua experience, affords just as little ground for his sight and thought of the geometrical essence as does the physical act of production itself. Whether or no he thereby suffers hallucination, and whether instead of actually drawing the lines he draws his lines and figures in a world of fancy, does not really matter. The student of nature behaves quite differently. He observes and experiments, i.e., he fixes what is concretely there just as he experiences it. Experience for him is an act that supplies grounds, and for which mere imagining could never be a substitute. For this very reason science of fact and science of experience, Erfahrung, are equivalent concepts. But for the geometer, who studies not actualities, but ideal possibilities, not actual but essential relationships, essential insight, and not experience is the act that supplies the ultimate grounds. So it is with all the eidetic sciences. Essential contents which are mediated, which emerge as data in and through the mediating insight of thought, and indeed on principles that are throughout immediately transparent, are grounded in essential contents, or eidetic axioms, which come under the grasp of immediate insight. Every step of mediated grounding is accordingly apodeictically and eidetically necessary. Thus the essential nature of pure eidetic science consists in this, that its procedure is exclusively eidetic, that from the beginning and in all that follows further it makes known no factual meaning that is not eidetically valid, in the sense that it could either be brought without mediation to primordial givenness, as being immediately grounded in essences of which we have primordial insight, or could be inferred through pure consequential reasoning from axiomatic factual meanings of this type. Closely connected with the foregoing considerations is the practical ideal of exact eidetic science, which in truth the more recent mathematics first taught us to realize, to confer the highest grade of rationality on every eidetic science by reducing all the mediated mental steps to mere subsumptions under the definitively systematized axioms of the eidetic field concerned, and in so far as formal or pure logic, in the broadest sense of a mathesis universalis 5, was not itself the science primarily in question, with the cooperation of all the axioms of this latter discipline. In close connection once again with the foregoing is the ideal of mathematization, which, alike in this to the ideal just characterized, is, on cognitive lines, of great practical importance for all exact eidetic disciplines, whose whole store of knowledge, as in geometry, for instance, is wrapped up in a scheme of pure deductive necessity within the broad generality of some few axioms. This is not the place to go into such matters more closely. Point 6. 8. Interdependence of the sciences of fact and of essence. Following what we have said, it is clear that the meaning of eidetic science excludes in principle every assimilation of the theoretical results of empirical sciences. The references to reality which appear in the immediately valid premises of these sciences reappear in all the mediated positions. From facts follow always nothing but facts. If, however, all eidetic science is intrinsically independent of all science of fact, the opposite obtains, on the other hand, in respect of the science of fact itself. No fully developed science of fact could subsist unmixed with eidetic knowledge, and in consequent independence of eidetic sciences formal or material. For in the first place it is obvious that an empirical science, wherever it finds grounds for its judgments through mediate reasoning, must proceed according to the formal principles used by formal logic. And generally, since like every science it is directed towards objects, it must be bound by the laws which pertain to the essence of objectivity in general. Thereby it enters into relation with the group of formal ontological disciplines, which, besides formal logic in the narrower sense of the term, includes the disciplines which figured formerly under the formal mathesis universalis, thus arithmetic also, pure analysis, theory of manifolds. Moreover, and in the second place, every fact includes an essential factor of a material order, and every eidetic truth pertaining to the pure essence thus included must furnish a law that binds the given concrete instance and generally every possible one as well. 9. Region and regional eidetics. Every concrete empirical objectivity, together with its material essence, finds its proper place within a highest material genus, a region of empirical objects. To the pure regional essence belongs then a regional eidetic science, or, as we can also say, a regional ontology. We assume herewith that in the regional essence, or in the different genera which enter into it as components, there are grounded systems of knowledge so rich and so ramified that it is worthwhile, having regard to their systematic development, to speak of a science or of a whole connected group of ontological disciplines corresponding to the several generic components of the region. We shall be able to convince ourselves very fully of the great extent to which this presupposition is actually fulfilled. In accordance herewith, every empirical science which finds its ordered place within the scope of a given region will be essentially related to the regional as well as to the formal ontological disciplines. We can express this also in this way: every factual science, empirical science, has essential theoretical bases in eidetic ontologies. For it is quite self-evident, supposing that the assumption we have made holds good, that the rich supply of knowledge which refers in a pure, unconditionally valid way to all possible objects of the region so far as it pertains in part to the empty form of objectivity in general, in part to the eidos of the region which presents as it were a necessary material form of all regional objects, cannot be void of significance for the study of the empirical facts. In this way, for instance, the eidetic science of physical nature in general, the ontology of nature, corresponds to all the natural science disciplines, so far indeed as an eidos that can be apprehended in its purity, the essence nature in general, with an infinite wealth of included essential contents, corresponds to actual nature. If we construct the idea of a completely rationalized empirical science of nature, i.e., of a science that has progressed so far on its theoretical side that every particular incorporated in the same is referred back to its most universal and most fundamental grounds, it is then clear that the realization of this idea is essentially dependent on the cultivation of the corresponding eidetic sciences, not only then on that of the formal mathesis which is related similarly to all the sciences, but, in particular, on that of the material ontological disciplines which analyze out the essential being of nature, and consequently also all essential articulations of nature's objectivities as such, in rational purity, i.e., after the eidetic pattern. And this holds good, of course, for all regions indifferently. From the viewpoint of practical knowledge, also, we might expect in advance that the more an empirical science approximates to the rational stage, the stage of exact nomological science, i.e., the greater the extent to which its structure is ordered on the basis of well-developed eidetic disciplines, and to its own advantage draws upon them for the grounding of its own propositions, the greater will be the increase in scope and power of those practical services which are the fruits of knowledge. In support we may appeal to the development of the rational sciences of nature, the physical sciences. Their era of greatness takes its rise in the modern age precisely from this, that the geometry which in the ancient world, and in its essentials in the school of Plato, had already been developed on pure eidetic lines to a high pitch of perfection, was at one sweep and in the grand style made fruitful for physical method. It is clearly realized that it is the essence of a material thing to be a residential extensa, and that consequently geometry is an ontological discipline relating to an essential phase of such thinghood, the spatial form. But it is further realized that the universal, as we would say, the regional, essence of the thing reaches much farther. The evidence for this is that forthwith development took the line of shaping a series of new disciplines to be set alongside geometry and called to discharge the same function of rationalizing the empirical. The splendid outburst of the mathematical sciences, formal and material, springs from this impulse. With passionate zeal they were founded or organized as pure rational sciences, eidetic ontologies, as we would say, and indeed, in the dawn of the modern world and much beyond that, not on their own account, but for the sake of the empirical sciences. They then bore abundantly the hoped-for fruits in the parallel development of the rational physics we admire so much. 10. Region and category. The analytic region and its categories. If we place ourselves in imagination within any eidetic science, example in the ontology of nature, we find ourselves directed normally, at any rate, not towards essences as objects, but towards the objects of the essences which in the case we have selected are subordinate to the region we call nature. But we observe thereby that object is a title for diverse though connected formations, such as thing, property, relation, substantive meaning, fact, group, order, and so forth, which are clearly not equivalent but refer back at times to a type of objectivity which has, so to speak, the prerogative of being primarily original, and in respect of which all others pose in a certain sense as mere differentiations. In the instance chosen, the thing itself has naturally this prerogative as against the property of a thing, relation, and so forth. But this is precisely a fragment of that formal order which must be cleared up if our talk about object and object region is not to remain in confusion. From this clarification, to which we devote the following reflexions, the important concept of the category as related to the concept of region will spontaneously emerge. Category is a word which on the one hand and in the combination category of a region refers us precisely to the relevant region, example to the region of physical nature, but on the other hand sets the material region specified in relation to the form of region in general, or, which comes to the same thing, to the formal essence, object in general and the formal categories belonging to it. Let us first make this not unimportant remark: formal and material ontologies appear at first sight to belong to the same series, in so far as the formal essence of an object in general and the regional essence appear on both sides to play the same part. One is therefore inclined to speak of material regions rather than of regions simpliciter as heretofore, and to set the formal region in alignment with them. If we adopt this form of words, we need to be a little cautious. On the one side stand the material, which in a certain sense are the essences properly so called. But on the other side stands what is still eidetic but none the less fundamentally and essentially different, a mere essential form, which is indeed an essence, but a completely empty one, an essence which in the fashion of an empty form fits all possible essences, which in its formal universality has even the highest material generalities subordinated to it, and prescribes laws to these through the formal truths which belong to it. The so-called formal region is thus not something coordinate with the material regions, the regions pure and simple; it is properly no region at all, but the pure form of region in general. It has all regions with all their essential diversities of content under, though indeed only formaliter, rather than side by side with itself. Now this subordination of the material under the formal proclaims itself in this, that at the same time formal ontology conceals in itself the forms of all possible ontologies in general, i.e., of all in the proper, material sense, and that it prescribes to the material ontologies a formal constitution common to all of them, including therein also those which we have still to study in respect of the distinction between region and category. We take our start from formal ontology, conceived always as pure logic in its full extension so as to cover the mathesis universalis, which, as we know, is the eidetic science of object in general. In the view of this science, object is everything and all that is, and truths in endless variety and distributed among the many disciplines of the mathesis can in fact be set down to fix its meaning. But as a whole they lead back to a small set of immediate or basic truths, which in the pure logical disciplines function as axioms. Now we define the pure logical basic concepts which figure in these axioms as logical categories, or categories of the logical region object in general. Through these concepts as they figure in the total system of axioms, the logical essence of object in general is determined, and the unconditionally necessary and constitutive determinations of an object as such, a something or other so far as it should permit of being something at all, are expressed. Since the pure logical in the sense we have marked out with absolute precision determines the concept of the analytical as opposed to the synthetical, a concept which alone is philosophically, and indeed fundamentally, important, we are wont to designate these categories as analytical. As examples of logical categories we may cite such concepts as property, relative quality, substantive meaning, fact, relation, identity, equality, group, collection, number, ansel, whole and part, genus and species, etc. But the meaning categories also, the fundamental concepts of the various kinds of propositions, of their elements and forms, which belong to the essence of the proposition, apophansis, have their proper place here, and they have it, following our definition, with reference to the essential truths which link together object in general and meaning in general, and link them moreover in such a way that pure truths concerning meaning can be transformed into pure truths concerning the object. It is precisely for this reason that apophantic logic, even when its statements concern meanings exclusively, belong in the full inclusive sense to formal ontology. Nonetheless, the meaning categories must be separated off as a group having its own distinctive character, and the remaining ones set over against them as the formal objective categories in the pregnant sense of the term. Point 7. We add here this further remark, that by categories we can understand, on the one hand, concepts in the sense of meanings, but on the other also, and to better effect, the formal essences themselves which find their expression in these meanings. For instance, the category substantive meaning, plurality, and the like, ultimately mean the formal idea substantive meaning generally, plurality generally, and the like. The equivocation is dangerous only so long as one has not learned to separate clearly what must here be separated on all occasions, meaning, and that which in virtue of its meaning permits of being expressed, and again, meaning and objectivity meant. In the terminological interest one can expressly distinguish between categorical concepts, as meanings, and categorical essences. 11. Syntactical objectivities and ultimate substrata. Syntactical categories. We have still to draw an important distinction in the domain of objectivities generally, which reappears reflected within the formal theory of meanings as the distinction, derived from pure grammar, between syntactical forms and syntactical substrata or elements, Stoffen. Concomitantly with this distinction there appears a division of formal ontological categories into syntactical categories and substrative categories, which must now be more closely considered. By syntactical objectivities we understand such as are derived from other objectivities by means of syntactical forms. The categories which correspond to these forms we call syntactical categories. To the latter belong, for example, the categories, substantive meaning, relation, constitutive quality, unity, plurality, numerical quantity, ansel, order, ordinal number, and so forth. In its essential aspect we can describe the situation here existing as follows: every object, so far as it can be rendered more explicit and related to other objects, and is in brief logically determinable, takes on different syntactical forms, as correlates of the thinking in its determining function. Objectivities of a higher grade are constituted, qualities and qualitatively determined objects, relations between such and such objects, pluralities of unities, members of ordered series, objects, as bearers of determinations through ordinal numbering, and so forth. If the thinking is predicative, there gradually emerge expressions and corresponding apophantic complexes of meaning which reflect the syntactical objectivities according to all their forms and divisions in series of meanings that exactly correspond with them. All these categorical objectivities 8 can function as objectivities in general, and again as substrata of categorical constructions, the latter as substrata once again for further constructions, and so forth. Conversely, every such construction points back in a self-evident way to ultimate substrata, to objects of a first or lowest grade, thus to objects which are no longer constructions of a syntactico-categorical kind, which contain in themselves no further vestige of those ontological forms which are mere correlates of the functions of thought, to attribute, cancel, relate, connect, count, etc. The formal region of objectivity in general divides up accordingly into ultimate substrata and syntactical objectivities. The latter we call syntactic derivatives of the corresponding substrata, to which also, as we shall presently learn, all individuals belong. When we speak of individual property, individual relation, and so forth, these derived objects are naturally being called after the substrata from which they are derived. We would add the following remark: we can also reach the ultimate syntactically formless substrata from the side of the formal theory of meanings, Every proposition and every possible member of it contains the so-called terms as substrata of its apophantic forms. They can be terms in a merely relative sense, they can themselves contain forms, example the plural form, attributes, and the like. But in any case we reach back and necessarily so to ultimate terms, ultimate substrata, which no longer contain in themselves any vestige of syntactical formation. 9. 12. Genus and species. We now need to draw within the realm of essences as a whole a new set of categorical distinctions. Every essence, whether it has content or is empty, and therefore purely logical, has its proper place in a graded series of essences, in a graded series of generality and specificity. The series necessarily possesses two limits that never coalesce. Moving downward we reach the lowest specific differences or, as we also say, the eidetic singularities, and we move upwards through the essences of genus and species to a highest genus. Eidetic singularities are essences, which indeed have necessarily more general essences as their genera, but no further specifications in relation to which they themselves might be genera, proximate or mediate, higher genera. Likewise that genus is the highest which no longer has any genus above it. In this sense, in the pure logical realm of meanings, meaning in general is the highest genus, every determinate form of proposition or of its components an eidetic singularity, proposition in general a mediating genus. Numerical quantity in general, Ansel, is likewise a highest genus. 2, 3, and so forth are its lowest differences or eidetic singularities. In the sphere of positive content, thing in general, for instance, or sensory quality, spatial shape, experience, or loveness, in general are highest genera, the essential elements pertaining to determinate things, determinate sensory qualities, spatial shapes, vital experiences as such, are eidetic singularities, possessing thereby positive content. It is a mark of these essential relations, not class, i.e., group relations, indicated by the terms genus and species, that in the more specific essence the more general is immediately or mediately contained in a definite sense to be understood in and through eidetic intuition and in accordance with the specific type of being intended. For this very reason many inquiries would bring the relation of eidetic genus and species to eidetic division under the relation of the part to the whole. Here whole and part bear indeed the widest conceptual meaning of containing and contained, and of this the eidetic relation of kind to kind is a specification. Thus the eidetic singular implies all the generalities which lie above it, and these on their side lie one in the other in graded order, the higher always within the lower. 13. Generalization and formalization. A sharp distinction must be drawn between the relations of generalization and specialization on the one hand, and on the other the reduction of what has material content to a formal generality of a purely logical kind, or conversely the process of filling in with content what is logically formal. In other words, generalization is something wholly different from formalization, which plays so marked a part, for instance, in mathematical analysis. Specialization is also something entirely different from deformalization, the filling out of an empty logico-mathematical form, or of a formal truth. In sympathy with this distinction, the subordination of an essence under the formal generality of a pure logical essence should not be confused with the subordination of an essence under its higher generic essences. Thus, for example, the essence triangle is subordinated to the highest genus, spatial shape, the essence red to the highest genus, sensory quality. On the other hand, red, triangle, and all essences homogeneous or heterogeneous, are subordinated under the categorical title essence, which in relation to them all has in no sense the character of a generic essence, rather lacks this character in respect of them all. To regard essence as generically related to essence with a positive content would be just as perverse as to misinterpret object in general, empty somewhat, as the genus of all objects indiscriminately, and then naturally without more ado as the one and only highest genus, as the genus of all genera. One should rather designate all formal ontological categories as eidetic singularities, which have their highest genus in the essence formal ontological category in general. On similar grounds it is clear that every definite inference, it may be one that is serving the interests of physics, is the instancing of a definite pure logical form of inference, every definite proposition of physics the instancing of a propositional form, and so forth. But pure forms are not genera to propositions or inferences with a positive content, but are themselves only the lowest differentiations of the pure logical genera proposition, inference respectively, which like all similar genera have as their summum genus meaning in general. The filling out of empty forms of a logical nature, and in mathesis universalis there are no forms that are not empty, is thus an operation which is totally different from the genuine specialization which extends to the limits of differentiation. The assertion holds good universally, thus, for instance, the transition from space to the Euclidean manifold is no generalization, but a reduction to formal generality. For the justification of this radical division, as in all such cases, we must fall back on essential intuition, which at once teaches us that essential forms of a logical character, the categories for instance, do not lie within the material content of infamy species as does red in its unspecified generality within the different shades of red, or as color in red or blue, and that they are not at all within them in that strict sense which might claim sufficient community with a part. Relation in the ordinary narrow sense of the term to justify us in speaking of its being contained in it. No lengthy disquisition is needed to indicate that the subsumption of an individual, in general of a this there, under an essence, a process which has a different character according as we are dealing with an infamous species or with a genus, is not to be confused with the subordination of an essence under its higher species or under a genus. We would likewise do no more than indicate the topic of extensions with its varied aspects relating more particularly to the function of essences in universal judgments and clearly requiring to be adjusted to the differences we have been considering. Every essence which is not an infamous species has an eidetic extension, an extension of specific differences, and in the last resort at any rate of eidetic singularities. Every formal essence has on the other hand its formal or mathematical extension. Further, every essence as such has its extension of individual units, an ideal conceptual totality of possible particulars to which it can be related through a thought that is both eidetic and universal. The topic of empirical extension has something more to add, the limitation to a sphere of concrete existence through a reference to concrete existence woven in with it and annulling the pure universality. All this transfers itself naturally from essences to concepts as meanings. 14. Substrative categories. The substrative essence and the tau delta epsilon tau iota. We consider further the distinction between full substrata with positive content, Sachhaltigen, together with the corresponding full content latent syntactical objectivities, and the empty substrata together with the syntactical objectivities shaped out of them, the modifications of the empty somewhat. This last class is in no sense itself empty or poor, it has a fixed content, namely, as the totality of the positive contents belonging to the structure of pure logic as mathesis universalis with all the categorical objectivities out of which the same build themselves up. Thus every subject matter which expresses any syllogistic or arithmetical axiom or theorem, every form of inference, every numerical digit, every number complex, every function of pure analysis, every Euclidean or non-Euclidean manifold properly defined through the analysis, has its place here. We now turn our attention to the class of objectivities with positive content. Here we reach ultimate content latent substrata as the nucleus of all syntactical constructions. To these nuclei belong the substrative categories, which sort themselves out under the two main alternative headings, ultimate substantive, Sachhaltiges, essence, and this there, or pure syntactically formless individual unit. The term individual which suggests itself so readily is here unsuitable just because the indivisibility, as always still to be made definite, which the word's meaning conveys, should not be taken up into the concept, but reserved rather for the special and quite indispensable concept individual. We therefore take over the Aristotelian expression tau delta epsilon tau iota, which verbally at any rate does not include this meaning. We have contrasted the formless ultimate essence and the this there, we must now fix the essential connection obtaining between them, which consists in this, that every this there has its essential substantive quality possessing the character of a formless substrative essence in the sense we have assigned. 15. Independent and dependent objects. Concretum and individual. We still need a further basic distinction, that between independent and dependent objects. A categorical form, for instance, is dependent insofar as it necessarily refers to a substratum of which it is the form. Substratum and form are essences which point the one to the other and are not thinkable apart. In this broadest sense, the pure logical form, example the categorical form object in respect of all objective material, the category essence in respect of all determinate essences, and so forth, is dependent. Let us disregard these relations of dependence, and connect a fruitful concept of dependence or independence with systems that show genuine content, with relations of being contained in, being one with, and, on occasion, being connected with in the stricter sense of the term. Of special interest to us here is the position as it concerns the ultimate substrata, and, to narrow the field still farther, the substrative substantive, Sachhaltigen, essences. Two possibilities remain open, that an essence of this kind in conjunction with another shall be the foundation of the unity of a single essence, or that it shall not do so. In the first case there arise relations which remain to be described more closely, possibly of one-sided or mutual dependence, and in respect of the eidetic and individual members that fall under the united essences there results the apodeictically necessary consequence that there can be no members of the one essence that are not determined through essences which have at least generic community with the other essence. 10 Sensory quality, for instance, points necessarily to some sort of difference in extensity. Extensity again is necessarily the spread of some quality united with it and enveloping it. A phase of increase relating, shall we say, to the category of intensity is possible only as immanent in a qualitative content, and a content of such a kind is in turn not thinkable apart from some degree of increase. An appearing as a realized experience of a certain definite kind is impossible except as the appearing of an appearing agency as such, and likewise conversely. And so forth. From all this there result important determinations of the formal categorical concepts individual, concretum and abstractum. A dependent essence is called an abstractum, an absolutely self-sustaining independent essence a concretum. A this there, of which the substantive, Sachhaltiges, essence is a concretum, is called an individual. If we bring the operation of generalization under the concept of logical modification, we may say, the individual is the primordial object demanded on purely logical grounds, the logical absolute to which all logical modifications refer us back. It goes without saying that a concretum is an eidetic singularity, since species and genera, expressions which ordinarily exclude the lowest differentiations, are in principle dependent. Eidetic singularities fall accordingly into abstract and concrete. Eidetic singularities which are contained in a concretum as alternatives are necessarily heterogeneous, having regard to the formal ontological law, that two eidetic singularities of one and the same genus cannot be bound together within the unity of a single essence, or as we also say, the lowest differentiations of a genus are mutually incompatible. Accordingly every singularity which finds its place within a concretum leads, when regarded as a differentiation, to a separate system of species and genera, and thus also to separate summa genera. For instance, within the unity of a thing as phenomenon the definite shape leads to the summum genus spatial shape in general, the definite color to visual quality in general. Meanwhile the lowest differentiations within a concretum, instead of being mutually exclusive, can also overlap each other, as, for instance, physical properties both presuppose and include in themselves spatial determinations. Then the summa genera also are not mutually exclusive. As a further development genera divide in a characteristic and fundamental way into such as have concreta and such as have abstracta subordinated to them. We speak more conveniently of concrete and abstract genera, despite the ambiguity which now attaches to the adjectives. For no one can entertain the thought of holding concrete genera themselves for concreta in the original sense of that term. Where accuracy demands, we must fall back on the clumsy expression, genera of concretes or of abstracts respectively. As examples of concrete genera we have real thing, visual phantom, visual shape appearing with sensory fullness, vital experience, and so forth. In contrast with these, spatial shape, visual quality, and the like, are examples of abstract genera. 16. Region and category in the sphere of substantive meaning. Synthetic cognitions a priori. With the concepts individual and concretum, the concept also of region, so fundamental for scientific theory, is defined in a strict analytic way. Region is just the highest and most inclusive generic unity belonging to a concretum, that is, the essential unitary connection of the summa genera which belong to the lowest differences within the concretum. The eidetic scope of the region includes the ideal totality of the concretely unified systems of differences of these genera, the individual scope the ideal totality of possible individuals answering to such concrete essences. Every regional essence determines synthetic essential truths, i.e., such as are grounded in it as this generic essence, but are not mere specifications of formal ontological truths. The regional concept and its regional subdivisions are thus not free to vary in these synthetical truths. The replacing of the relatively constant terms by variables gives no formal logical law, of the kind which has a place in characteristic fashion in the case of all analytic necessities. The system of synthetic truths which have their ground in the regional essence constitutes the content of the regional ontology. The totality of the fundamental truths among these, of the regional axioms, limits and defines for us the system of regional categories. These concepts express not merely, as do concepts generally, specifications of purely logical categories, but are distinguished by this, that by means of regional axioms they express the features peculiar to the regional essence, or express in eidetic generality what must belong a priori and synthetically to an individual object of the region. The application of such, not pure logical, concepts to given individuals is apodeictic and unconditionally necessary, and regulated, moreover, through the regional, synthetic, axioms. If, despite notable differences in fundamental outlook which are not incompatible however with an inner affinity, one wishes to maintain approval of Kant's critique of the reason, one has only to interpret the regional axioms as synthetic cognitions a priori, and we should then have as many irreducible classes of such forms of knowledge as there are regions. The synthetic primary concepts or categories would be the regional primary concepts, related essentially to the region in question and its synthetic principles, and we should have as many different groups of categories as there are regions to be distinguished. On this understanding formal ontology takes its place, outwardly, in the same series as the regional, the strictly material, synthetic ontologies. Its regional concept object determines, cf. supra, 10, the formal system of axioms, and thereby the system of formal, analytic, categories. Therein lies, in fact, a justification of the parallelism, despite all the essential differences which have been brought forward. 17. Conclusions of the logical considerations. We have so far been concerned entirely with pure logical considerations, keeping clear of every material sphere, or, as we equivalently put it, every determinate region. We have spoken in general terms of regions and categories, and this generality, according to the sense of our successive definitions, is purely logical in kind. The precise task was to draw up a scheme on the foundations of pure logic, as a sample of the logically originated fundamental constitution of all possible knowledge, or of the objectivities proper to such knowledge, according to which individuals must be determinable in terms of concepts and laws and under the leading of synthetic a priori principles, and all empirical sciences grounded in their own regional ontologies, and not merely on the pure logic which is common to all sciences. From this position there emerges also the idea of a task that is set us, to determine within the circuit of our individual intuitions the highest genera of concerecta, and in this way to effect a distribution of all intuitable individual existence according to existential regions, each of which, since the distinction rests on the most radical essential groups, marks off on lines of principle an eidetic and an empirical science, or group of sciences. Moreover, the radical distinction in no way bars out intercrossing and partial overlapping. Thus, for instance, material thing and soul are different existential regions, and yet the latter has its grounds in the former, and there follows therefrom the grounding of the theory of the soul in the theory of the body. The problem of a radical classification of the sciences is in the main the problem of the separating of the regions, and for this again we need, as a preliminary, pure logical studies of the kind we have here been briefly outlining. But, of course, we need also, on the other hand, phenomenology about which we still know nothing. 2. Naturalistic misconstructions. 18. Introduction to the critical discussions. The general discussion concerning essence and the science of essences in contrast with fact and the science of facts, which we have undertaken by way of prelude, concerned essential foundations for our construction of the idea of a pure phenomenology, which, indeed, as was noted in the introduction, should become a science of the essential being of things, and for understanding its position in regard to all empirical sciences, and thus also to psychology. But and much depends on this point, all determinations of principle must be correctly understood. In developing them, and we would stress the point firmly, we have not been arguing academically from a philosophical standpoint fixed in advance, we have not made use of traditional or even of generally recognized philosophical theories, but on lines which are in the strictest sense fundamental have shown up certain features, i.e., given true expression to distinctions which are directly given to us in intuition. We have taken them exactly as they there present themselves, without any admixture of hypothesis or interpretation, and without reading into them anything that might be suggested to us by theories handed down from ancient or modern times. Positions so laid down are real beginnings, and when, as in our own case, they are of a generality that covers the all-enveloping regions of being, they are surely fundamental in a philosophical sense, and belong, themselves, to philosophy. But we do not need to presuppose even the last named, our previous reflex ions have been, as all that are to follow should be, free from every relation of dependence on a science so contentious and contemptible as is philosophy. In the fundamental positions we have set up we have presupposed nothing, not even the concept of philosophy, and we intend to hold on to this policy henceforth. The philosophic pyomicron chi, which we propose to adopt, should consist, when explicitly formulated, in this, that in respect of the theoretical content of all previous philosophy, we shall abstain from passing any judgment at all, and that our whole discussion shall respect the limits imposed by this abstention. On the other hand, we do not need on that account to avoid, and indeed we could not avoid, speaking of philosophy at all, of philosophy as a historical fact, of philosophical movements that have once existed, and in a good though often also in a bad sense have determined the general scientific convictions of mankind, most markedly indeed in respect of the fundamental positions of which we have treated. It is precisely in this connection that we must engage in a contest with empiricism, a contest which we can readily fight out within the limits of our pyomicron chi, since the points at issue here permit of being established on a basis of immediacy. If philosophy possesses fundamental principles in the genuine sense of the term, principles which can therefore be grounded in their essential character only through what intuition immediately gives, a contest which concerns such intuition does not depend for its decision on any philosophical science, on the possession of the idea of philosophy, and the professedly grounded content of its theory. The circumstance which compels us to give battle is this, that ideas, essence, and knowledge of essential being are denied by empiricism. It is not the place here to unfold the historical grounds which should show us just why the victorious advance of the natural sciences, however greatly indebted for their high scientific level, as mathematical, to eidetic grounding, has favored philosophical empiricism, and has made it the dominating, and indeed in the circles of empirical science the almost exclusively dominating, conviction. In any case, within these circles, and therefore also among the psychologists, there prevails a hostility to ideas which must eventually prove dangerous to the empirical sciences themselves, since thereby the eidetic grounding of these sciences, which is in no sense already completed, the establishing which must eventually prove necessary of new sciences dealing with essential being, and indispensable for the further advance of the empirical sciences themselves, is definitely hindered. What is said here, as will later come clearly to light, directly concerns phenomenology, a discipline which furnishes the essential eidetic basis of psychology and the sciences of mind. Thus we need to take certain steps to defend our position. 19. The empiricist's identification of experience and primordial data act. Empiricistic naturalism springs, as we must recognize, from the most praiseworthy motives. It is an intellectually practical radicalism, which in opposition to all idols, to the powers of tradition and superstition, to crude and refined prejudices of every kind, seeks to establish the right of the self-governing reason to be the only authority in matters that concern truth. Now to pass rational or scientific judgment upon facts, sation, means being guided by the facts themselves, getting away from talk and opinion back to the facts, questioning them in their self-givenness, and laying aside all prejudices alien to their nature. It is only another way of expressing the very same thing. So the empiricist thinks to say that all science must spring from experience, that its mediated knowledge must be grounded in immediate experience. Thus to the empiricist genuine science and the science of experience mean just the same thing. Ideas, essence as opposed to facts, what else might they be than scholastic entities, metaphysical ghosts? To have saved mankind from such philosophical spooks as these is precisely the chief service of the natural science of modern times. Science is alone concerned with the experienceable real fact world. What is not fact world is imagination, and a science based on imaginations is simply imaginary science. Imaginations as psychical facts have of course their raison d'être, they belong to psychology. But as we sought to explain in the previous chapter that there should spring from our imaginings, through a so-called essential vision grounded upon them, new data, eidetic in nature, objects which are non-real, this so the empiricist will conclude is indeed ideological extravagance, a reversion to scholasticism, or to that sort of speculative construction a priori whereby the idealism of the first half of the 19th century, unfamiliar as it was with the scientific knowledge of nature, so greatly impeded the course of true science. Meanwhile, all that the empiricist here says rests on misunderstandings and prejudices, however good or well meant the motive which originally inspired him. The fundamental defect of the empiricist's argument lies in this, that the basic requirement of a return to the facts themselves is identified or confused with the requirement that all knowledge shall be grounded in experience. Accepting the intelligible naturalistic limitation of the field of knowable facts, he takes for granted without further question that experience is the only act through which facts themselves are given. But facts, sation, are not necessarily facts of nature, the fact world in the ordinary sense, not necessarily the fact world, Wirklichkeit, in general, and it is only with the fact world of nature that the primordial data act which we call experience is concerned. To trace identifications here, and to take them for granted as matters of course, is simply to wave aside unnoticed distinctions in respect of which the clearest insight is available. Thus the question arises, on which side do the prejudices lie? Genuine lack of prejudice does not call for the downright rejection of judgments foreign to experience, except when the judgment's own proper meaning demands a grounding in experience itself. To maintain straight away that all judgments permit of being grounded in experience, and even demands such grounding, without previously submitting to study the essential nature of judgments with due regard to their fundamentally distinct types, and without considering at the same time whether this declaration may not in the long run be absurd, that is a speculative construction a priori, which is none the better for proceeding in this instance from the empiricist side. Genuine science, and the genuine absence of bias which inwardly distinguishes it, demands as the foundation of all proofs judgments which as such are immediately valid, drawing their validity directly from primordial data intuitions. These again are divided as the meaning of the judgments, or the proper essential nature of the objects and contents of the judgments, prescribes. The fundamental regions of objects, and, correlatively, the regional types of object-giving intuitions, the types of judgment belonging to these, and finally the noetic standards, which for the grounding of such types may demand just this kind of intuition and no other. All this cannot be postulated or decreed ex cathedra, it can be established only through insight, and that again means, shown up in and through the primordial data intuition, and fixed through judgments which faithfully fit the intuitively given data. We cannot but think that a procedure that is really free from bias or purely matter of fact must take this form, and no other. Immediate seeing, sehen, not merely the sensory seeing of experience, but seeing in general as primordial data consciousness of any kind whatsoever, is the ultimate source of justification for all rational statements. It has this right conferring function only because and in so far as its object giving is primordial. If we see an object standing out in complete clearness, if purely on the basis of the seeing, and within the limits of what we grasp through really seeing, we have carried out processes of discrimination and conceptual comprehension. If then we see, as a new way of seeing, how the object is constituted, the statement faithfully expressing this has then its justification. If we ask why the statement is justified, and ascribe no value to the reply I see that it is so, we fall into absurdity, as will later become clear to us. Moreover, this does not exclude the possibility, as we may here add so as to prevent misconstructions that may arise, that under certain circumstances one seeing can very well conflict with another, and likewise one legitimate statement with another. For the implication in this case is not that seeing is no ground of legitimacy, any more than the outweighing of one force by another means that it is no force at all. What it does tell us is that perhaps in a certain category of intuitions, those of sensory experience would just fit the suggestion. Seeing in its very essence is imperfect, it can on lines of principle be strengthened or weakened, and hence an assertion which has an immediate and therefore a genuine ground of legitimacy in experience must nonetheless be given up in the course of experience under the pressure of a counterclaim which exceeds and annuls it. 20. Empiricism and Scepticism. Thus for experience, Erfahrung, we substitute the more general intuition, and therefore decline to identify science in general and science of experience. Moreover, it is easy to see that he who supports this identification and contests the validity of pure eidetic thinking is led into a scepticism which, as genuine, cancels itself through its own absurdity. It is sufficient to question empiricists concerning the source of the validity of their general thesis, example that all valid thought has its ground in experience as the sole object-giving intuition, to get them involved in demonstrable absurdities. Direct experience gives only singular elements and no generalities, and is thus insufficient. It can make no appeal to the intuition of essences, since it denies such intuition. It must clearly rely on induction, and so generally on the system of mediate modes of inference through which the science of experience wins its general propositions. How fares it now, we ask, with the truth of mediated conclusions, be these deductively or inductively inferred? Is this truth, indeed, we could even say, the truth of a singular judgment, itself something experienceable, and thus in the last resort perceptible? And how fares it with the principles on which modes of inference depend, to which we appeal in cases of doubt or conflict, as, example with the principles of the syllogism, the law of mediated equality, and so forth, upon which, as to ultimate sources, we here fall back for justification of all modes of inference? Are these themselves in their turn empirical generalizations, or is not the very conception of such a thing involved in radical absurdity? Without allowing ourselves to be led here into any further discussions, thereby merely repeating what has been said elsewhere, to this at any rate should have become clear, that the fundamental tenets of empiricism need first and foremost to be set out with greater distinctness, clearness, and precision, and to have their grounds better specified, and the grounding itself must follow the very standard to which the tenets give expression. But at the same time it is manifest that here at least there arises a serious suspicion whether in this falling back upon fundamentals an absurdity may not be concealed, whilst in the literature of empiricism it is hard to find any suggestion of a serious attempt being made to bring real clearness and a scientific grounding into these basic relations. Scientific grounding on empirical lines would demand here, as elsewhere, a start from single instances fixed with theoretical rigor, and an advance to general positions in accordance with rigorous methods lit up throughout with insight into principle. Empiricists appear to have overlooked the fact that the scientific demands which in their own theses they exact from all knowledge are equally addressed to these theses themselves. Whereas these philosophers, holding characteristically to an adopted standpoint, and in open contradiction with their principle of freedom from bias, start out from unclarified, ungrounded preconceptions, we start out from that which antedates all standpoints, from the totality of the intuitively self-given which is prior to any theorizing reflection, from all that one can immediately see and lay hold of, provided one does not allow oneself to be blinded by prejudice, and so led to ignore whole classes of genuine data. If by positivism we are to mean the absolute unbiased grounding of all science on what is positive, i.e., on what can be primordially apprehended, then it is we who are the genuine positivists. In fact, we permit no authority to deprive us of the right of recognizing all kinds of intuition as equally valuable sources for the justification of knowledge, not even that of modern natural science. When it is really natural science that speaks, we listen willingly and as disciples. But the language of the natural scientists is not always that of natural science itself, and is assuredly not so when they speak of natural philosophy and the theory of knowledge of natural science. And it is above all not so when they would have us believe that general truisms such as all axioms express, propositions such as that a plus 1 equals 1 plus a, that a judgment cannot be colored, that of every two sounds that differ in quality one is lower and the other higher, that a perception in itself is a perception of something and the like, are expressive of facts of experience, whereas we know in the fullness of insight that propositions of this type bring to developed expression data of eidetic intuition. But just on this account it is clear to us that the positivists confuse at one time the cardinal distinctions between the types of intuition, and at another, though they see them as opposed types, are yet not willing, being bound by their prejudices, to recognize more than one of these as valid, or indeed even as present at all. 21. Obscurities on the idealistic side. Obscurity prevails, to be sure, on the opposite side also. There indeed one accepts pure thought, and a priori, and thereby discards the thesis of the empiricist, but does not bring to clear consciousness, through reflection, the fact that there is such a thing as pure intuition, a mode of being presented in which essences are primordially given as objects, just as individual realities are given in empirical intuition, nor does one know that every process of insight involving judgment, and in particular the insight into unconditionally universal truths, falls under the concept data intuition, which has indeed differentiations of diverse sorts, above all, those that run parallel to the logical categories 3. It is true that there is talk about self-evidence, but instead of its being brought as a process of insight into essential relations with ordinary seeing, one hears of a feeling of self-evidence, which like a mystical index very lends to the judgment of feeling coloring. Such interpretings are possible only so long as one has not learned to analyze types of consciousness, viewing them purely and in respect of their essence, instead of making theories about them from somewhere up above. These so-called feelings of self-evidence, of intellectual necessity, and however they may otherwise be called, are just theoretically invented feelings. Point 4. Everyone will recognize this who has brought some case of self-evidence into view as a really given object of vision, and has compared it with a case in which evidence of the same content of judgment is lacking. It is at once noticed that the tacit presupposition of the feelings of evidence theory, namely, that psychologically a judgment may remain constant except in this one circumstance, that at one time it is colored with feeling and at another not, is radically erroneous, that rather the self-same upper stratum, that of one and the same statement considered as mere expressed meaning, is at one time adjusted point for point to clear seeing intuition of fact, whereas at another time, and at this lower level, a quite different phenomenon is taking place which is not intuitives, but, maybe, a consciousness of fact that is wholly confused and inarticulate. With the same right, indeed, in the empirical realm one might grasp the difference between the clear and faithful judgment of perception and some vague judgment concerning the same subject matter as consisting simply in this, that the former is endowed with a feeling of clearness, and the other not. 22. The reproach of Platonic realism. Essence and concept. It has ever and anon been a special cause of offense that as Platonizing realists we set up ideas or essences as objects, and ascribe to them as to other objects true being, and also correlatively the capacity to be grasped through intuition, just as in the case of empirical realities. We here disregard that, alas, most frequent type of superficial reader who foists on the author his own wholly alien conceptions, and then has no difficulty in reading absurdities into the author's statements. 5 If object and empirical object, reality and empirical reality mean one and the same thing, then no doubt the conception of ideas as objects and as realities is perverse Platonic hypostatization. But if, as has been done in the logical investigations, the two are sharply separated, if object is defined as anything whatsoever, example a subject of a true, categorical, affirmative, statement, what offense then can remain, unless it be such as springs from obscure prejudices? Also, I did not discover the general concept of object, but only set up in a new form something which all pure logical propositions demanded, and at the same time pointed out that it is in principle indispensable, and therefore also determinative of general scientific speech. In this sense, indeed, the tone quality C, which is a numerically unique member in the tone scale, or the digit 2 in the series of numbers, or the figure of a circle in the ideal world of geometrical constructions, or any proposition in the world of propositions. In brief, the ideal in all its diversity is an object. Blindness to ideas is a kind of psychic blindness, which through prejudices renders us incapable of bringing into the field of judgment what we have already in our field of intuition. Our critics in truth see, and so to speak continuously see, ideas, essences, make use of them in thought, formulate judgments concerning essences only from their epistemological standpoint. They explain the same away. Self-evident data are patient, they let theories chatter about them, but remain what they are. It is the business of theories to conform to the data, and the business of theories of knowledge to discriminate the fundamental types, and to describe them in accordance with their distinctive nature. Prejudices in theoretical matters give remarkable self-assurance. There cannot be any such thing as essence or, therefore, intuition of essence, ideation, and thus, where common speech contradicts this, it must be an affair of grammatical hypostatizations, and one should not allow oneself to be driven by these onto metaphysics. What lies before us, in fact, can be only the empirically real mental products of abstraction, which tack themselves onto experiences or presentations in their natural reality. Accordingly, theories of abstraction are now zealously constructed, and here, as well as in all the sections that treat of intentionality, which are indeed leading chapters in psychology, this experience-proud psychology is made rich with invented phenomena and with psychological analyses that are no analyses at all. Thus ideas or essences, they say, are concepts, and concepts are mental constructions, products of abstraction, and as such they surely play a great part in our thought. Essence, idea, or eidos, such are only grand philosophical names for sober psychological facts, facta. Dangerous names on account of the metaphysical suggestions they convey. We reply, certainly essences are concepts, if, as the ambiguous word permits, we take concepts to mean essences. Only we must be quite clear in our mind that the talk about mental products is in that case mere nonsense, and so too all talk about the formation of concepts, in so far as it is to be understood in a rigorous and proper sense. One may read in a treatise that the number series is a series of concepts, and then a little farther on, concepts are mental constructs. Thus the numbers themselves, the essences, were being referred to at the outset as concepts. But, we ask, are not the numbers what they are whether we construct them or not? Certainly I perform the counting, I construct my number presentations, adding unit to unit. These number presentations are now such as they are, but even when I repeat their construction identically, they are something different. In this sense we may have at one time no number presentations of one and the same number, at other times many such presentations, as many as we like. But in saying this we have already, and how could we avoid it, drawn a distinction. Number presentation is not number itself, it is not the digit 2, this unique member of the number series, which, like all such members, is a non-temporal being. To refer to it as a mental construct is thus an absurdity, an offense against the perfectly clear meaning of arithmetical speech which can at any time be perceived as valid, and precedes all theories concerning it. If concepts are mental constructs, then such things as pure numbers are no concepts. But if they are concepts, then concepts are no mental constructs. Thus fresh terms are needed if only to resolve ambiguities so perilous as these. 23. Spontaneity of ideation, essence, and fiction. But, comes the retort, is it not true and self-evident that concepts, or, if you prefer, essences, such as red, house, and so forth, originate through abstraction from individual intuitions? And do we not construct concepts at pleasure out of concepts already formed? We have then, clearly, to deal here with psychological products. The case is similar, so one will perhaps add, to that of arbitrary fictions. The flute-playing centaur which we freely imagine is certainly a presentation we have ourselves constructed. We reply, conceptual construction certainly takes place spontaneously, and free fancy likewise, and what is spontaneously produced is of course a product of mind. But so far as the flute-playing centaur is concerned, it is a presentation in the sense in which that which is presented is called presentation, but not in the sense in which presentation stands verbally for a mental experiencing. Naturally the centaur itself is not mental, it exists, neither in the soul, nor in consciousness, nor anywhere else, it is in fact nothing, mere imagination, or, to be more precise, the living experience of imagination is the imagining of a centaur. To this extent, indeed, the centaur as meant, the centaur as fancied, belongs to the experience itself as lived. But we must also beware of confusing this lived experience of imagination with that in the experience which is imagined, qua object imagined. 6 So also what is engendered in the spontaneous act of abstracting is not the essence, but the consciousness of the essence, and the position here is as follows, that a primordial dater consciousness of an essence, ideation, we are here clearly concerned with essential relations, is in itself and necessarily spontaneous, whereas to the empirical consciousness which gives us sensory objects spontaneity is non-essential. The individual object can appear, one may be aware of it as apprehended, but without being spontaneously busied with it at all. Thus there are no motives discoverable unless it be those of mistaken identity which could demand the identification of the consciousness of the essence with the essence itself, and therefore the reduction of the latter to psychological terms. The comparison with our fiction constructing consciousness might raise still another doubt, in respect namely of the existence of essences. Is not the essence of fiction, as the sceptics indeed would have it? It is true that as the coordinating of fiction and perception under the more general concept intuiting consciousness casts a doubt on the existence of objects given in perception, so the comparison drawn above renders suspect the existence of essences. But it is with essences as it is with things. Things can be perceived and remembered, and therewith recognized as real, or again, in modified acts, as doubtful or null, illusory, finally also, in acts quite differently modified, as mere apparition, or appearing as if real or null, and so forth. So too, precisely, with essences, whence it also follows that even they, like other objects, have meanings given them that are sometimes right, but, as in the case of false geometrical thinking, sometimes wrong as well. But the apprehension and intuition of essences is an act that has many forms. In particular, essential insight is a primordial dater act, and as such analogous to sensory perception, and not to imagination. 24. The principle of all principles. But enough of such topsy-turvy theories. No theory we can conceive can mislead us in regard to the principle of all principles, that every primordial data intuition is a source of authority, rexcal, for knowledge, that whatever presents itself in intuition in primordial form, as it were in its bodily reality, is simply to be accepted as it gives itself out to be, though only within the limits in which it then presents itself. Let our insight grasp this fact that the theory itself in its turn could not derive its truth except from primordial data. Every statement which does nothing more than give expression to such data through merely unfolding their meaning and adjusting it accurately is thus really, as we have put it in the introductory words of this chapter, an absolute beginning, called in a genuine sense to provide foundations, a principium. But this holds in special measure of the essential judgments of this class that are general in form, and it is to these that the term principle is normally limited. In this sense the natural scientist is perfectly justified in following the principle that in respect of all assertions relating to facts of nature we must look for the experiences upon which they are grounded. For that is a principle, an assertion drawn immediately from sources of general insight, as we can at any time convince ourselves by clearing up to our own satisfaction the meaning of the expressions used in formulating the principle, and bringing out in their pure givenness the essences that attach to these. Now the worker in the field of essences, and whosoever uses and expresses universal propositions, must follow a parallel principle, and such a principle must exist, since already indeed the principle, just admitted to be such, of the grounding of all knowledge of facts in experience is not itself open to empirical insight, as is indeed true of every principle, and in general of all knowledge concerning essences. 25. The positivist at work as natural scientist, the natural scientist in reflective thought as positivist. De facto the positivist rejects knowledge of essences only when he reflects philosophically and allows himself to be deceived through the sophisms of empiricist philosophers, but not when as a natural scientist he thinks himself into the normal viewpoint of natural science and gives grounds for his convictions. For then, as is obvious, he lets himself be guided to a very large extent by his essential insights. As is well known, the pure mathematical disciplines, whether material like geometry or kinematics, or formal, purely logical, like arithmetic, analysis, and so forth, are the basic means used by natural science in its theoretical work. And it is open to all to observe that these disciplines do not proceed empirically, and are not grounded in observations and experiments on figures, movements, and so forth as presented in experience. Empiricism indeed will not see this. But should we take its contention seriously, that so far from there being too few experiences to serve as grounds, an infinity of experiences is at our service, that in the collective experience of all races of mankind, even of the races of beasts that preceded them, an immense store of impressions, arithmetical and geometrical, has been accumulating, and been integrated in the shape of habits of apprehension, and that it is from this source that our geometrical insight now draws its inspiration. But whence then the knowledge of these alleged accumulated stores when no one observes them scientifically or faithfully reports them? Since when have long forgotten and entirely hypothetical experiences supplanted actual experiences that have been most carefully tested in their proper empirical action and scope as the grounds of a science, and of the most exact science at that? The physicist observes and experiments, and on good grounds will not be satisfied with pre-scientific experiences, let alone instinctive apprehensions and hypotheses concerning experiences which are said to have been intuited. Or should we say, as from another quarter has in fact been said, that we owed the insights of geometry to the experiences of our fancy, drawing them as inductions from experiments on the functioning of fancy? But how then is it, so runs our counter-query, that the physicist makes no use of such wonderful experience through fancy? For this reason, no doubt, because experiments conducted in imagination would be imagined experiments, just as figures, movements, and groups in fancy are not real but imagined. We take the most correct course, however, in regard to all such interpretations, when, instead of adopting the position they stand for and arguing from that basis, we point to the intrinsic meaning of mathematical assertions. In order to know, and to know indubitably, what a mathematical axiom states, we must not turn to the philosophical empiricists, but to consciousness, wherein, as mathematicians, we grasp axiomatic matter with complete insight into its axiomatic character. If we hold purely to this intuition, it is quite certain that in the axioms pure connections between essences find expression without the slightest assistance from facts of experience. Instead of philosophizing and psychologizing about geometrical thought and intuition from an outside standpoint, we should enter vitally into these activities, and through direct analyses determine their immanent meaning. It may well be that we have inherited dispositions for knowledge from the knowledge of past generations, but for the question concerning the meaning and value of what we know, the genetic story of this heritage of knowledge is as indifferent as is that of our gold currency to its real value. 26. Sciences of the dogmatic and sciences of the philosophic standpoint. Thus the natural scientists speak about mathematics and everything eidetic in a sceptical vein, but through their eidetic method they behave dogmatically. And to their own benefit. Natural science has grown to greatness by pushing ruthlessly aside the rank growth of ancient scepticism and renouncing the attempt to conquer it. Instead of toiling over such vexed special problems as that concerning the general possibility of a knowledge of external nature, or asking how all the difficulties which the ancients had already discovered in this possibility were to be solved, it preferred to busy itself with the question of the right method for a science of nature if it is to be carried really through and as perfectly as possible in the form of exact natural science. But this direction of effort, whereby it cleared a free path for its inquiry into facts, has been half nullified by the consideration that once again it is giving scope for sceptical reflex ions, and lets itself be limited in its possibilities of work by sceptical tendencies. In consequence of the surrender to empiricist prejudices, scepticism at present is blocked in respect only of the sphere of experience, and no longer in respect of the realm of essences. For it is not sufficient here to draw the eidetic into the circle of inquiry only under false empiricist colors. Those eidetic disciplines which, like the mathematical, are of ancient origin, and have become unassailable through the sanctions of habit, these alone can tolerate such misvaluations, whereas, as already indicated, when it comes to the establishing of new disciplines, empirical prejudices must exercise their full power of obstruction. The right attitude to take in the pre-philosophical and, in a good sense, dogmatic sphere of inquiry, to which all the empirical sciences, but not these alone, belong, is in full consciousness to discard all scepticism together with all natural philosophy and theory of knowledge, and find the data of knowledge there where they actually face you, whatever difficulties epistemological reflection may subsequently raise concerning the possibility of such data being there. There is indeed an unavoidable and important division to be drawn in the field of scientific inquiry. On the one side stand the sciences of the dogmatic standpoint, facing the facts and unconcerned about all problems of an epistemological or sceptical kind. They take their start from the primordial givenness of the facts they deal with, and in the testing of their ideas return always to these facts, and they ask what the nature of the immediately given facts may be, and what can be immediately inferred from that natural ground concerning these same facts and those of the domain as a whole. On the other side we have the rigorous inquiries of the epistemological, the specifically philosophical standpoint. They are concerned with the sceptical problems relating to the possibility of knowledge. Their object is finally to solve the problems in principle and with the appropriate generality, and then, when applying the solutions thus obtained, to study their bearing on the critical task of determining the eventual meaning and value for knowledge of the results of the dogmatic sciences. Having regard to the present situation, and so long as a highly developed critique of knowledge that has attained to complete rigor and clearness is lacking, it is at any rate right to fence off the field of dogmatic research from all critical forms of inquiry. In other words, it seems right to us at present to see to it that epistemological, which as a rule are sceptical, prejudices upon whose validity as right or wrong philosophical science has to decide, but which do not necessarily concern the dogmatic worker, shall not obstruct the course of his inquiries. But it is precisely the way with scepticisms that they favor such unreasonable obstructions. Herewith indeed we find indicated the special situation, to develop which the theory of knowledge is needed as a science having a direction of inquiry peculiar to itself. However self-contained the knowledge may be that is directed towards pure fact and rests on insight, nonetheless, as the knowledge is bent reflectively back upon itself, the possibility of any type of knowledge being valid, including its intuitions and insights, appears beset with baffling obscurities, and with difficulties that are almost insoluble, more particularly with reference to the transcendence which the objects of knowledge claim to possess in relation to knowledge itself. On this very ground skepticisms arise which force their way in the face of all intuition, experience, and insight, and in the sequel might develop into factors that obstruct the working of the practical sciences. We get rid of these difficulties that concern the form of dogmatic natural science, a term, therefore, which should not express here any depreciation whatsoever, just through clearly grasping the most general principle of all method, that of the original right of all data, and holding it vividly in mind, whilst we ignore the rich and varied problems relating to the possibility of the different kinds of knowledge and their respective correlatives. Part 2. The fundamental phenomenological outlook. 1. The thesis of the natural standpoint and its suspension. 27. The world of the natural standpoint, I and my world about me. Our first outlook upon life is that of natural human beings, imaging, judging, feeling, willing, from the natural standpoint. Let us make clear to ourselves what this means in the form of simple meditations which we can best carry on in the first person. I am aware of a world, spread out in space endlessly, and in time becoming and become, without end. I am aware of it, that means, first of all, I discover it immediately, intuitively. I experience it through sight, touch, hearing, etc., in the different ways of sensory perception. Corporeal things somehow spatially distributed are for me simply there, in verbal or figurative sense present, whether or not I pay them special attention by busying myself with them, considering, thinking, feeling, willing. Animal beings also, perhaps men, are immediately there for me. I look up, I see them, I hear them coming towards me, I grasp them by the hand, speaking with them, I understand immediately what they are sensing and thinking, the feelings that stir them, what they wish or will. They too are present as realities in my field of intuition, even when I pay them no attention. But it is not necessary that they and other objects likewise should be present precisely in my field of perception. For me real objects are there, definite, more or less familiar, agreeing with what is actually perceived without being themselves perceived or even intuitively present. I can let my attention wander from the writing table I have just seen and observed, through the unseen portions of the room behind my back to the veranda, into the garden, to the children in the summer house, and so forth, to all the objects concerning which I precisely know that they are there and yonder in my immediate co-perceived surroundings, a knowledge which has nothing of conceptual thinking in it, and first changes into clear intuiting with the bestowing of attention, and even then, only partially and for the most part very imperfectly. But not even with the added reach of this intuitively clear or dark, distinct or indistinct co-present margin, which forms a continuous ring around the actual field of perception, does that world exhaust itself which in every waking moment is in some conscious measure present before me. It reaches rather in a fixed order of being into the limitless beyond. What is actually perceived, and what is more or less clearly co-present and determinate, to some extent at least, is partly pervaded, partly girt about with a dimly apprehended depth or fringe of indeterminate reality. I can pierce it with rays from the illuminating focus of attention with varying success. Determining representations, dim at first, then livelier, fetch me something out, a chain of such recollections takes shape, the circle of determinacy extends ever farther, and eventually so far that the connection with the actual field of perception as the immediate environment is established. But in general the issue is a different one. An empty mist of dim indeterminacy gets studded over with intuitive possibilities or presumptions, and only the form of the world as world is foretokened. Moreover, the zone of indeterminacy is infinite. The misty horizon that can never be completely outlined remains necessarily there. As it is with the world in its ordered being as a spatial present, the aspect I have so far been considering, so likewise is it with the world in respect to its ordered being in the succession of time. This world now present to me, and in every waking now obviously so, has its temporal horizon, infinite in both directions, its known and unknown, its intimately alive and its unalive past and future. Moving freely within the moment of experience which brings what is present into my intuitional grasp, I can follow up these connections of the reality which immediately surrounds me. I can shift my standpoint in space and time, look this way and that, turn temporally forwards and backwards. I can provide for myself constantly new and more or less clear and meaningful perceptions and representations, and images also more or less clear, in which I make intuitable to myself whatever can possibly exist really or supposedly in the steadfast order of space and time. In this way, when consciously awake, I find myself at all times, and without my ever being able to change this, set in relation to a world which, through its constant changes, remains one and ever the same. It is continually present for me, and I myself am a member of it. Therefore this world is not there for me as a mere world of facts and affairs, but, with the same immediacy, as a world of values, a world of goods, a practical world. Without further effort on my part I find the things before me furnished not only with the qualities that befit their positive nature, but with value characters such as beautiful or ugly, agreeable or disagreeable, pleasant or unpleasant, and so forth. Things in their immediacy stand there as objects to be used, the table with its books, the glass to drink from, the vase, the piano, and so forth. These values and practicalities, they too belong to the constitution of the actually present objects as such, irrespective of my turning or not turning to consider them or indeed any other objects. The same considerations apply of course just as well to the men and beasts in my surroundings as to mere things. They are my friends or my foes, my servants or superiors, strangers or relatives, and so forth. 28. The cogito. My natural world about me and the ideal worlds about me. It is then to this world, the world in which I find myself and which is also my world about me, that the complex forms of my manifold and shifting spontaneities of consciousness stand related, observing in the interests of research the bringing of meaning into conceptual form through description, comparing and distinguishing, collecting and counting, presupposing and inferring, the theorizing activity of consciousness, in short, in its different forms and stages. Related to it likewise are the diverse acts and states of sentiment and will, approval and disapproval, joy and sorrow, desire and aversion, hope and fear, decision and action. All these, together with the sheer acts of the ego, in which I become acquainted with the world as immediately given me, through spontaneous tendencies to turn towards it and to grasp it, are included under the one Cartesian expression, cogito. In the natural urge of life I live continually in this fundamental form of all wakeful living, whether in addition I do or do not assert the cogito, and whether I am or am not reflectively concerned with the ego and the cogitate. If I am so concerned, a new cogito has become livingly active, which for its part is not reflected upon, and so not objective for me. I am present to myself continually as someone who perceives, represents, thinks, feels, desires, and so forth, and for the most part herein I find myself related in present experience to the fact world which is constantly about me. But I am not always so related. Not every cogito in which I live has for its cogitatum things, men, objects, or contents of one kind or another. Perhaps I am busied with pure numbers and the laws they symbolize. Nothing of this sort is present in the world about me, this world of real fact. And yet the world of numbers also is there FOT me, as the field of objects with which I am arithmetically busied. While I am thus occupied, some numbers or constructions of a numerical kind will be at the focus of vision, girt by an arithmetical horizon partly defined, partly not, but obviously this being there for me, like the being there at all, is something very different from this. The arithmetical world is there for me only when and so long as I occupy the arithmetical standpoint. But the natural world, the world in the ordinary sense of the word, is constantly there for me, so long as I live naturally and look in its direction. I am then at the natural standpoint, which is just another way of stating the same thing. And there is no need to modify these conclusions when I proceed to appropriate to myself the arithmetical world, and other similar worlds, by adopting the corresponding standpoint. The natural world still remains present, I am at the natural standpoint after as well as before, and in this respect undisturbed by the adoption of new standpoints. If my cogito is active only in the worlds proper to the new standpoints, the natural world remains unconsidered. It is now the background for my consciousness as act, but it is not the encircling sphere within which an arithmetical world finds its true and proper place. The two worlds are present together but disconnected, apart, that is, from their relation to the ego, in virtue of which I can freely direct my glance or my acts to the one or to the other. 29. The other ego subject and the intersubjective natural world about me. Whatever holds good for me personally, also holds good, as I know, for all other men whom I find present in my world about me. Experiencing them as men, I understand and take them as ego subjects, units like myself, and related to their natural surroundings. But this in such wise that I apprehend the world about them and the world about me objectively as one and the same world, which differs in each case only through affecting consciousness differently. Each has his place whence he sees the things that are present, and each enjoys accordingly different appearances of the things. For each, again, the fields of perception and memory actually present are different, quite apart from the fact that even that which is here intersubjectively known in common is known in different ways, is differently apprehended, shows different grades of clearness, and so forth. Despite all this, we come to understandings with our neighbors, and set up in common an objective spatio-temporal fact world as the world about us that is there for us all, and to which we ourselves none the less belong. 30. The general thesis of the natural standpoint. That which we have submitted towards the characterization of what is given to us from the natural standpoint, and thereby of the natural standpoint itself, was a piece of pure description prior to all theory. In these studies we stand bodily aloof from all theories, and by theories we here mean anticipatory ideas of every kind. Only as facts of our environment, not as agencies for uniting facts validly together, do theories concern us at all. But we do not set ourselves the task of continuing the pure description and raising it to a systematically inclusive and exhaustive characterization of the data, in their full length and breadth, discoverable from the natural standpoint, or from any standpoint, we might add, that can be knit up with the same in a common consent. A task such as this can and must as scientific be undertaken, and it is one of extraordinary importance, although so far scarcely noticed. Here it is not ours to attempt. For us who are striving towards the entrance gate of phenomenology, all the necessary work in this direction has already been carried out. The few features pertaining to the natural standpoint which we need are of a quite general character, and have already figured in our descriptions, and been sufficiently and fully clarified. We even made a special point of securing this full measure of clearness. We emphasize a most important point once again in the sentences that follow. I find continually present and standing over against me the one spatio-temporal fact world to which I myself belong, as do all other men found in it and related in the same way to it. This fact world, as the word already tells us, I find to be out there, and also take it just as it gives itself to me as something that exists out there. All doubting and rejecting of the data of the natural world leaves standing the general thesis of the natural standpoint. The world is as fact world always there, at the most it is at odd points other than I supposed, this or that under such names as illusion, hallucination, and the like, must be struck out of it, so to speak, but it remains ever, in the sense of the general thesis, a world that has its being out there. To know it more comprehensively, more trustworthily, more perfectly than the naive lore of experience is able to do, and to solve all the problems of scientific knowledge which offer themselves upon its ground, that is the goal of the sciences of the natural standpoint. 31. Radical alteration of the natural thesis disconnection, bracketing. Instead now of remaining at this standpoint, we propose to alter it radically. Our aim must be to convince ourselves of the possibility of this alteration on grounds of principle. The general thesis according to which the real world about me is at all times known not merely in a general way as something apprehended, but as a fact world that has its being out there, does not consist of course in an act proper, in an articulated judgment about existence. It is and remains something all the time the standpoint is adopted, that is, it endures persistently during the whole course of our life of natural endeavor. What has been at any time perceived clearly, or obscurely made present, in short everything out of the world of nature known through experience and prior to any thinking, bears in its totality and in all its articulated sections the character present out there, a character which can function essentially as the ground of support for an explicit, predicative, existential judgment which is in agreement with the character it is grounded upon. If we express that same judgment, we know quite well that in so doing we have simply put into the form of a statement and grasped as a predication what already lay somehow in the original experience, or lay there as the character of something present to one's hand. We can treat the potential and unexpressed thesis exactly as we do the thesis of the explicit judgment. A procedure of this sort, possible at any time, is, for instance, the attempt to doubt everything which Descartes, with an entirely different end in view, with the purpose of setting up an absolutely indubitable sphere of being, undertook to carry through. We link on here, but add directly and emphatically that this attempt to doubt everything should serve us only as a device of method, helping us to stress certain points which by its means, as though secluded in its essence, must be brought clearly to light. The attempt to doubt everything has its place in the realm of our perfect freedom. We can attempt to doubt anything and everything, however convinced we may be concerning what we doubt, even though the evidence which seals our assurance is completely adequate. Let us consider what is essentially involved in an act of this kind. He who attempts to doubt is attempting to doubt being of some form or other, or it may be being expanded into such predicative forms as it is this or thus, and the like. The attempt does not affect the form of being itself. He who doubts, for instance, whether an object, whose being he does not doubt, is constituted in such and such a way, doubts the way it is constituted. We can obviously transfer this way of speaking from the doubting to the attempt at doubting. It is clear that we cannot doubt the being of anything, and in the same act of consciousness, under the unifying form of simultaneity, bring what is substantive to this being under the terms of the natural thesis, and so confer upon it the character of being actually there, vorhanden. Or to put the same in another way, we cannot at once doubt and hold for certain one and the same quality of being. It is likewise clear that the attempt to doubt any object of awareness in respect of its being actually there necessarily conditions a certain suspension, Aufhebung, of the thesis, and it is precisely this that interests us. It is not a transformation of the thesis into its antithesis, of positive into negative, it is also not a transformation into presumption, suggestion, indecision, doubt, in one or another sense of the word. Such shifting indeed is not at our free pleasure. Rather is it something quite unique. We do not abandon the thesis we have adopted, we make no change in our conviction, which remains in itself what it is so long as we do not introduce new motives of judgment, which we precisely refrain from doing. And yet the thesis undergoes a modification whilst remaining in itself what it is, we set it as it were out of action, we disconnect it, bracket it. It still remains there like the bracketed in the bracket, like the disconnected outside the connectional system. We can also say, the thesis is experience as lived, or loveness, but we make no use of it, and by that, of course, we do not indicate privation, as when we say of the ignorant that he makes no use of a certain thesis. In this case rather, as with all parallel expressions, we are dealing with indicators that point to a definite but unique form of consciousness, which clamps onto the original simple thesis, whether it actually or even predicatively posits existence or not, and transvalues it. In a quite peculiar way. This transvaluing is a concern of our full freedom, and is opposed to all cognitive attitudes that would set themselves up as coordinate with the thesis, and yet within the unity of simultaneity remain incompatible with it, as indeed it is in general with all attitudes whatsoever in the strict sense of the word. In the attempt to doubt applied to a thesis which, as we presuppose, is certain and tenaciously held, the disconnection takes place in and with the modification of the antithesis, namely, with the supposition, Ansitzung, of non-being, which is thus the partial basis of the attempt to doubt. With Descartes this is so markedly the case that one can say that his universal attempt at doubt is just an attempt at universal denial. We disregard this possibility here. We are not interested in every analytic component of the attempt to doubt, nor therefore in its exact and completely sufficing analysis. We extract only the phenomenon of bracketing or disconnecting, which is obviously not limited to that of the attempt to doubt, although it can be detached from it with special ease, but can appear in other contexts also, and with no less ease independently. In relation to every thesis and wholly uncoopted we can use this peculiar pi-omicron chi, a certain refraining from judgment which is compatible with the unshaken and unshakable because self-evidencing conviction of truth. The thesis is put out of action, bracketed, it passes off into the modified status of a bracketed thesis, and the judgment simpliciter into bracketed judgment. Naturally one should not simply identify this consciousness with that of mere supposal, that nymphs, for instance, are dancing in a ring, for thereby no disconnecting of a living conviction that goes on living takes place, although from another side the close relation of the two forms of consciousness lies clear. Again, we are not concerned here with supposal in the sense of assuming or taking for granted, which in the equivocal speech of current usage may also be expressed in the words, I suppose, I make the assumption, that it is so and so. Let us add further that nothing hinders us from speaking of bracketing correlatively also, in respect of an objectivity to be posited, whatever be the region or category to which it belongs. What is meant in this case is that every thesis related to this objectivity must be disconnected and changed into its bracketed counterpart. On closer view, moreover, the bracketing image is from the outset better suited to the sphere of the object, just as the expression to put out of action better suits the sphere of the act or of consciousness. 32. The phenomenological pi-omicron chi. We can now let the universal pi-omicron chi in the sharply defined and novel sense we have given to it step into the place of the Cartesian attempt at universal doubt. But on good grounds we limit the universality of this pi-omicron chi. For were it as inclusive as it is in general capable of being, then since every thesis and every judgment can be modified freely to any extent, and every objectivity that we can judge or criticize can be bracketed, no field would be left over for unmodified judgments, to say nothing of a science. But our design is just to discover a new scientific domain, such as might be won precisely through the method of bracketing, though only through a definitely limited form of it. The limiting consideration can be indicated in a word. We put out of action the general thesis which belongs to the essence of the natural standpoint, we place in brackets whatever it includes respecting the nature of being. This entire natural world therefore which is continually there for us, present to our hand, and will ever remain there, is a fact world of which we continue to be conscious, even though it pleases us to put it in brackets. If I do this, as I am fully free to do, I do not then deny this world, as though I were a sophist, I do not doubt that it is there as though I were a sceptic, but I use the phenomenological pi-omicron chi, which completely bars me from using any judgment that concerns spatio-temporal existence, Dasein. Thus all sciences which relate to this natural world, though they stand never so firm to me, though they fill me with wondering admiration, though I am far from any thought of objecting to them in the least degree, I disconnect them all, I make absolutely no use of their standards, I do not appropriate a single one of the propositions that enter into their systems, even though their evidential value is perfect, I take none of them, no one of them serves me for a foundation so long, that is, as it is understood, in the way these sciences themselves understand it, as a truth concerning the realities of this world. I may accept it only after I have placed it in the bracket. That means, only in the modified consciousness of the judgment as it appears in disconnection, and not as it figures within the science as its proposition, a proposition which claims to be valid and whose validity I recognize and make use of. The pi omicron chi here in question will not be confused with that which positivism demands, and against which, as we were compelled to admit, it is itself an offender. We are not concerned at present with removing the preconceptions which trouble the pure positivity, Sachlichkeit, of research, with the constituting of a science free from theory and free from metaphysics by bringing all the grounding back to the immediate data, nor with the means of reaching such ends, concerning whose value there is indeed no question. What we demand lies along another line. The whole world as placed within the nature setting and presented in experience as real, taken completely free from all theory, just as it is in reality experienced, and made clearly manifest in and through the linkings of our experiences, has now no validity for us, it must be set in brackets, untested indeed but also uncontested. Similarly all theories and sciences, positivistic or otherwise, which relate to this world, however good they may be, succumb to the same fate. 2. Consciousness and natural reality. 33. Intimation concerning pure or transcendental consciousness as phenomenological residuum. We have learned to understand the meaning of the phenomenological pi omicron chi, but we are still quite in the dark as to its serviceability. In the first place, it is not clear to what extent the limitation of the total field of the pi omicron chi, as discussed in the previous pages, involves a real narrowing of its general scope. For what can remain over when the whole world is bracketed, including ourselves and all our thinking, cogitare? Since the reader already knows that the interest which governs these meditations concerns a new eidetic science, he will indeed at first expect the world as fact to succumb to the disconnection, but not the world as eidos, nor any other sphere of essential being. The disconnecting of the world does not as a matter of fact mean the disconnecting of the number series, for instance, and the arithmetic relative to it. However, we do not take this path, nor does our goal lie in its direction. That goal we could also refer to as the winning of a new region of being, the distinctive character of which has not yet been defined, a region of individual being, like every genuine region. We must leave the sequel to teach us what that more precisely means. We proceed in the first instance by showing up simply and directly what we see, and since the being to be thus shown up is neither more nor less than that which we refer to on essential grounds as pure experiences, or leibniz, pure consciousness with its pure correlates of consciousness, and on the other side its pure ego, we observe that it is from the ego, the consciousness, the experience as given to us from the natural standpoint, that we take our start. I, the real human being, am a real object like others in the natural world. I carry out cogitationes, acts of consciousness in both a narrower and a wider sense, and these acts, as belonging to this human subject, are events of the same natural world. And all my remaining experiences, or leibniz, likewise, out of whose changing stream the specific acts of the ego shine forth in so distinctive a way, glide into one another, enter into combinations, and are being incessantly modified. Now in its widest connotation the expression consciousness, then indeed less suited for its purpose, includes all experiences, or leibniz, and entrenched in the natural standpoint as we are even in our scientific thinking, grounded there in habits that are most firmly established since they have never misled us, we take all these data of psychological reflection as real-world events, as the experiences, or leibniz, of animal beings. So natural is it to us to see them only in this light that, though acquainted already with the possibility of a change of standpoint, and on the search for the new domain of objects, we fail to notice that it is from out these centers of experience, or leibniz, themselves that through the adoption of the new standpoint the new domain emerges. Connected with this is the fact that instead of keeping our eyes turned towards these centers of experience, we turned them away and sought the new objects in the ontological realms of arithmetic, geometry, and the like, whereby indeed nothing truly new was to be won. Thus we fix our eyes steadily upon the sphere of consciousness and study what it is that we find immanent in it. At first, without having yet carried out the phenomenological suspensions of the element of judgment, we subject this sphere of consciousness in its essential nature to a systematic though in no sense exhaustive analysis. What we lack above all is a certain general insight into the essence of consciousness in general, and quite specially also of consciousness, so far as in and through its essential being, the natural fact world comes to be known. In these studies we go so far as is needed to furnish the full insight at which we have been aiming, to wit, that consciousness in itself has a being of its own which in its absolute uniqueness of nature remains unaffected by the phenomenological disconnection. It therefore remains over as a phenomenological residuum, as a region of being which is in principle unique, and can become in fact the field of a new science, the science of phenomenology. Through this insight the phenomenological Pi Chi will for the first time deserve its name. To exercise it in full consciousness of its import will turn out to be the necessary operation which renders pure consciousness accessible to us, and subsequently the whole phenomenological region. And thus we shall be able to understand why this region and the new science attached to it was fated to remain unknown. From the natural standpoint nothing can be seen except the natural world. So long as the possibility of the phenomenological standpoint was not grasped, and the method of relating the objectivities which emerge therewith to a primordial form of apprehension had not been devised, the phenomenological world must needs have remained unknown, and indeed barely divined at all. We would add yet the following to our terminology: important motives which have their ground in epistemological requirements justify us in referring to pure consciousness, of which much is yet to be said, also as transcendental consciousness, and the operation through which it is acquired as transcendental Pi Chi. On grounds of method this operation will split up into different steps of disconnection or bracketing, and thus our method will assume the character of a graded reduction. For this reason we propose to speak, and even preponderatingly, of phenomenological reductions, though, in respect of their unity as a whole, we would speak in unitary form of the phenomenological reduction. From the epistemological viewpoint we would also speak of transcendental reductions. Moreover, these and all our terms must be understood exclusively in accordance with the sense which our presentations indicate for them, but not in any other one which history or the terminological habits of the reader may favor. 34. The essence of consciousness as theme of inquiry. We start with a series of observations within which we are not troubled with any phenomenological Pi Chi. We are directed to an outer world, and, without forsaking the natural standpoint, reflect psychologically on our ego and its experience, Erleben. We busy ourselves, precisely as we would have done if we had never heard of the new viewpoint, with the essential nature of the consciousness of something, following, for instance, our consciousness of the existence of material things, living bodies and men, or that of technical and literary works, and so forth. We adhere to our general principle that each individual event has its essence that can be grasped in its eidetic purity, and in this purity must belong to a field available to eidetic inquiry. In accordance here with the universal fact of nature conveyed by the words I am, I think, I have a world over against me, and the like, has also its essential content, and it is on this exclusively that we now intend to concentrate. Thus we rehearse to ourselves by way of illustration certain conscious experiences chosen at random, and in their individuality just as they are in their natural setting as real facts of human life, and we make these present to ourselves through memory or in the free play of fancy. On the ground of illustrations such as these, which we assume to be presented with perfect clearness, we grasp and fix in adequate ideation the pure essences that interest us. The individual facts, the fact character of the natural world in general, thereby escapes our theoretical scrutiny as in all cases where our inquiry is purely eidetic. We limit still further the theme of our inquiry. Its title ran, Consciousness, or more distinctly conscious experience, or Lebnis, in general, to be taken in an extremely wide sense, about whose exact definition we are fortunately not concerned. Exact definitions do not lie at the threshold of analysis of the kind we are here making, but are a later result involving great labor. As starting point we take consciousness in a pregnant sense which suggests itself at once, most simply indicated through the Cartesian cogito, I think. As is known, Descartes understood this in a sense so wide as to include every case of I perceive, I remember, I fancy, I judge, feel, desire, will, and all experiences of the ego that in any way resemble the foregoing, in all the countless fluctuations of their special patterns. The ego itself, to which they are all related, or which in very differing ways lives in them, active, passive, spontaneous, in receptive or any other attitude, and indeed the ego in any and every sense, we leave at first out of consideration. We shall be concerned with it later, and fundamentally. For the present there is sufficient other material to serve as support for our analysis and grasp of the essential. And we shall find ourselves forthwith referred thereby to enveloping connections of experience which compel us to widen our conception of a conscious experience beyond the circle of specific cogitationese. We shall consider conscious experiences in the concrete fullness and entirety with which they figure in their concrete context, the stream of experience, and to which they are closely attached through their own proper essence. It then becomes evident that every experience in the stream which our reflection can lay hold on has its own essence open to intuition, a content which can be considered in its singularity in and for itself. We shall be concerned to grasp this individual content of the cogitatio in its pure singularity, and to describe it in its general features, excluding everything which is not to be found in the cogitatio as it is in itself. We must likewise describe the unity of consciousness which is demanded by the intrinsic nature of the cogitationes, and so necessarily demanded that they could not be without this unity. 35. The cogito as act. The non-actuality modification. Let us start with an example. In front of me, in the dim light, lies this white paper. I see it, touch it. This perceptual seeing and touching of the paper as the full concrete experience of the paper that lies here as given in truth precisely with these qualities, precisely with this relative lack of clearness, with this imperfect definition, appearing to me from this particular angle is a cogitatio, a conscious experience. The paper itself with its objective qualities, its extension in space, its objective position in regard to that spatial thing I call my body, is not cogitatio, but cogitatum, not perceptual experience, but something perceived. Now that which is perceived can itself very well be a conscious experience, but it is evident that an object such as a material thing, this paper, for instance, as given in perceptual experience, is in principle other than an experience, a being of a completely different kind. Before pursuing this point farther, let us amplify the illustration. In perception properly so called, as an explicit awareness, Gwaran, I am turned towards the object, to the paper, for instance, I apprehend it as being this here and now. The apprehension is a singling out, every perceived object having a background in experience. Around and about the paper lie books, pencils, inkwell, and so forth, and these in a certain sense are also perceived, perceptually there, in the field of intuition, but whilst I was turned towards the paper there was no turning in their direction, nor any apprehending of them, not even in a secondary sense. They appeared and yet were not singled out, were not posited on their own account. Every perception of a thing has such a zone of background intuitions, or background awarenesses, if intuiting already includes the state of being turned towards, and this also is a conscious experience, or more briefly a consciousness of all indeed that in point of fact lies in the co-perceived objective background. We are not talking here of course of that which is to be found as an objective element in the objective space to which the background in question may belong, of all the things and thing-like events which a valid and progressive experience may establish there. What we say applies exclusively to that zone of consciousness which belongs to the model essence of a perception as being turned towards an object, and further to that which belongs to the proper essence of this zone itself. But it is here implied that certain modifications of the original experience are possible, which we refer to as a free turning of the look, not precisely nor merely of the physical but of the mental look from the paper at first described to objects which had already appeared before, of which we had been implicitly aware, and whereof subsequent to the directing of one's look thither we are explicitly aware, perceiving them attentively, or noticing them nearby. We are aware of things not only in perception, but also consciously in recollections, in representations similar to recollections, and also in the free play of fancy, and this in clear intuition it may be, or without noticeable perceptibility after the manner of dim presentations, they float past us in different characterizations as real, possible, fancied, and so forth. All that we have stated concerning perceptual experiences holds good, obviously, of these other experiences, essentially different as they are. We shall not think of confusing the objects of which we are aware under these forms of consciousness, the fancy-shaped nymphs, for instance, with the conscious experiences themselves which are a consciousness of them. Then, again, we know that it is the essence of all such experiences taking the same, as always, in their concrete fullness to show that remarkable modification which transfers consciousness in the mode of actual orientation to consciousness in the mode of non-actuality and conversely. At the one time the experience is, so to speak, explicitly aware of its objective content, at the other implicitly and merely potentially. The objective factor, whether in perception, memory, or fancy, may already be appearing to us, but our mental gaze is not yet directed towards it, not even in a secondary sense, to say nothing of being busied with it in some special way. Similar remarks apply to all and any of the cogitationes in the sense illustrated by Descartes' use of the term, to all experiences of thought, feeling, and will, except that, as will be emphasized, in the next paragraph, the directedness towards, the being turned towards, which is the distinctive mark of focal actuality, does not coincide, as in the favorite because simplest examples of sensory presentations, with singling out and noting the objects we are aware of. It is also obviously true of all such experiences that the focal is girt about with a zone of the marginal. The stream of experience can never consist wholly of focal actualities. These indeed determine, in a very general sense which must be extended beyond the circle of our illustrations, and through the contrast with marginal actualities already drawn, the pregnant meaning of the expression cogito, I have consciousness of something, I perform an act of consciousness. In order to keep this well-established concept purely separate, we propose to reserve for it exclusively the Cartesian expressions cogito and cogitationes, unless through some addition, such as marginal or the like, we expressly indicate the modified use we are making of the term. We can define a wakeful ego as one that within its stream of experience is continually conscious in the specific form of the cogito, which, of course, does not mean that it can and does bring these experiences persistently or in general to predicative expression. Ego subjects include animals. But, according to what we have said above, it belongs to the essence of the stream of experience of a wakeful self that the continuously prolonged chain of cogitationes is constantly enveloped in a medium of dormant actuality, inactualitat, which is ever prepared to pass off into the wakeful mode, actualitat, as conversely the wakeful into the dormant. 36. Intentional experience. Experience in general. However drastic the change which the experiences of a wakeful consciousness undergo in their transition into the dormant state, the experiences as modified share the essential nature of the original experiences in an important respect. It belongs as a general feature to the essence of every actual cogito to be a consciousness of something. But according to what we have already said, the modified cogitatio is likewise and in its own way consciousness, and of the same something as with the corresponding unmodified consciousness. Thus the essential property of consciousness in its general form is preserved in the modification. All experiences which have these essential properties in common are also called intentional experiences, acts in the very wide sense of the logical investigations. In so far as they are a consciousness of something they are said to be intentionally related to this something. We must, however, be quite clear on this point that there is no question here of a relation between a psychological event called experience, or Leibniz, and some other real existent, Dasein, called object or of a psychological connection obtaining between the one and the other in objective reality. On the contrary, we are concerned with experiences in their essential purity, with pure essences, and with that which is involved in the essence a priori, in unconditioned necessity. That an experience is the consciousness of something, a fiction, for instance, the fiction of this or that centaur, a perception, the perception of its real object, a judgment, the judgment concerning its subject matter, and so forth. This does not relate to the experimental fact as lived within the world, more specifically within some given psychological context, but to the pure essence grasped ideationally as pure idea. In the very essence of an experience lies determined not only that, but also whereof it is a consciousness, and in what determinate or indeterminate sense it is this. So too in the essence of consciousness as dormant lies included the variety of wakeful cogitationes, into which it can be differentiated through the modification we have already referred to as the noticing of what was previously unnoticed. Under experiences in the widest sense we understand whatever is to be found in the stream of experience, not only therefore intentional experiences, cogitationes actual and potential taken in their full concreteness, but all the realin, phases to be found in this stream and in its concrete sections. For it is easily seen that not every real phase of the concrete unity of an intentional experience has itself the basic character of intentionality, the property of being a consciousness of something. This is the case, for instance, with all sensory data, which play so great a part in the perceptive intuitions of things. In the experience of the perception of this white paper, more closely in those components of it related to the paper's quality of whiteness, we discover through properly directed noticing the sensory datum white. This whiteness is something that belongs inseparably to the essence of the concrete perception, as a real's, concrete constitutive portion of it. As the content which presents the whiteness of the paper as it appears to us, it is the bearer of an intentionality, but not itself a consciousness of something. The same holds good of other data of experience, of the so-called sensory feelings, for instance. We shall be speaking of these at greater length in a later context. 37. The directedness of the pure ego in the cogito, and the noticing that apprehends. Though we are unable at this point to proceed farther with our descriptive analysis of intentional experiences in their essential nature, we would single out certain aspects as noteworthy in relation to further developments. If an intentional experience is actual, carried out, that is, after the manner of the cogito, the subject directs itself within it towards the intentional object. To the cogito itself belongs an immanent glancing towards the object, a directedness which from another side springs forth from the ego, which can therefore never be absent. This glancing of the ego towards something is in harmony with the act involved, perceptive in perception, fanciful in fancy, approving in approval, volitional in will, and so forth. This means, therefore, that this having in one's glance, in one's mental eye, which belongs to the essence of the cogito, to the act as such, is not in itself in turn a proper act, and in particular should not be confused with the perceiving, in however wide a sense this term be used, or with any other types of act related to perceptions. It should be noticed that intentional object of a consciousness, understood as the latter's full correlate, is by no means to be identified with apprehended object. We are accustomed without further thought to include the being apprehended in the concept of the object, of that generally which stands over against the subject, since in so far as we think of it and say something about it, we have made it into an object in the sense of something apprehended. In the widest sense of the word, apprehending an object, erfassen, coincides with mindfully heeding it, achten, and noting its nature, bemerken, whether attentively as a special case, or cursorily, provided at least that these expressions are used in their customary sense. This heeding or apprehending is not to be identified with the modus of cogito in general, that of actuality, but seen more closely, with the special act modus which every consciousness or every act which does not yet possess it can assume. Should it do this, its intentional object is not only known in a general way and brought within the directed glance of the mind, but is an apprehended and noted object. A turning towards a thing, to be sure, cannot take place otherwise than in the way of apprehension, and the same holds good of all objectivities that are plainly presentable. Here a turning towards, be it even in fancy, is eo ipso an apprehending and a heeding. But in the act of valuation we are turned towards values, in acts of joy to the enjoyed, in acts of love to the beloved, in acting to the action, and without apprehending all this. The intentional object rather, that which is valued, enjoyed, beloved, hoped as such, the action as action, first becomes an apprehended object through a distinctively objectifying turn of thought. If one is turned towards some matter absorbed in appreciation, the apprehension of the matter is no doubt included in the total attitude, but it is not the mere matter in general, but the matter valued or the value which is, and the point will concern us more in detail later on, the complete intentional correlate of the act of valuation. Thus to be turned in appreciation towards some matter does not already imply having the value for object in the special sense of object apprehended, as indeed we must have the object if we are to predicate anything of it, and similarly in regard to all logical acts which are related to it. Thus in acts like those of appreciation we have an intentional object in a double sense. We must distinguish between the subject matter pure and simple and the full intentional object, and corresponding to this, a double intentio, a twofold directedness. If we are directed towards some matter in an act of appreciation, the direction towards the matter in question is a noting and apprehending of it, but we are directed only not in an apprehending way also to the value. Not merely the representing of the matter in question, but also the appreciating which includes this representing, has the modus of actuality. But we must hasten to add that it is only in respect of simple acts of valuation that the matter stands so simply. In general, acts of sentiment and will are consolidated upon a higher level, and the intentional objectivity also differentiates itself accordingly. There is also a complicating of the ways in which the objects included in the unitary total objectivity come under the directed mental glance. But in any case the following main propositions hold good. In every act some mode of heeding, samkeit, holds sway. But wherever it is not the plain consciousness of a subject matter, wherever some further attitude towards the subject matter is grounded in such consciousness, subject matter and full intentional object, subject matter and value, for instance, likewise heeding the object and mentally scrutinizing it, separate out the one from the other. But at the same time the possibility of a modification remains an essential property of these grounded acts, a modification whereby their full intentional objects become noticed, and in this sense represented objects, which now, from their side, become capable of serving as bases for explanations, relations, conceptual renderings, and predications. Thanks to this objectification we find facing us in the natural setting, and therefore as members of the natural world, not natural things merely, but values and practical objects of every kind, cities, streets with street lighting arrangements, dwellings, furniture, works of art, books, tools, and so forth. 38. Reflex ions on acts. Immanent and transcendent perceptions. We add the following: living in the cogito we have not got the cogitatio consciously before us as intentional object, but it can at any time become this. To its essence belongs in principle the possibility of a reflexive directing of the mental glance towards itself naturally in the form of a new cogitatio and by way of a simple apprehension. In other words, every cogitatio can become the object of a so-called inner perception, and eventually the object of a reflexive valuation, an approval or disapproval, and so forth. The same holds good in correspondingly modified ways, not only of real acts in the sense of acts of perception, act impressionen, but also of acts of which we are aware in fancy, in memory, or in empathy, when we understand and relive the acts of others. We can reflect in memory, empathy, and so forth, and in these various possible modifications make the acts we are therein aware of into objects of our apprehending and of the attitude expressing acts which are grounded in the apprehension. We connect with the foregoing the distinction between transcendent and immanent perceptions and acts generally. We avoid talking about inner and outer perception as there are serious objections to this way of speaking. We give the following explanations. Under acts immanently directed, or, to put it more generally, under intentional experiences immanently related, we include those acts which are essentially so constituted that their intentional objects, when these exist at all, belong to the same stream of experience as themselves. We have an instance of this wherever an act is related to an act, a cogitatio to a cogitatio, of the same ego, or likewise an act to a given sensible affect of the same ego, and so forth. Consciousness and its object build up an individual unity purely set up through experiences. Intentional experiences for which this does not hold good are transcendently directed, as, for instance, all acts directed towards essences, or towards the intentional experiences of other egos with other experience streams, likewise all acts directed upon things, upon realities generally, as we have still to show. In the case of an immanently directed, or, more briefly, immanent, the so-called inner, perception, and perceived essentially constitute an unmediated unity, that of a single concrete cogitatio. The perceiving here so conceals its object in itself that it can be separated from it only through abstraction, and as something essentially incapable of subsisting alone. If the perceived is an intentional experience, as when we reflect upon some still lively conviction, expressed, it may be, in the form, I am convinced that, we have a nexus of two intentional experiences, of which at least the superimposed one is dependent, and, moreover, not merely grounded in the deeper lying, but at the same time intentionally directed towards it. This type of realin, self-containedness, in strict necessimilitude only, is a distinctive characteristic of immanent perception and of the mental attitudes founded upon it. It is lacking in most of the other cases of immanent relationship between intentional experiences, as, for instance, in the remembering of remembering. The remembered remembering of yesterday does not belong to the present remembering as a real constituent of its concrete unity. The present remembering could still retain its own full essential nature, even though yesterday's in truth never took place, whilst the latter, on the other hand, assuming that it really happened, belongs necessarily with it to one and the same unbroken stream of experience, which through manifold concrete experiences mediates continuously between the two. In this respect transcendent perceptions and the other transcendently related intentional experiences are clearly ordered very differently. The perception of a thing not only does not contain in itself, in its realin, constitution, the thing itself, it is also without any essential unity with it, its existence naturally presupposed. A unity determined purely by the proper essence of the experiences themselves can be only the unity of the stream of experience, or, which is the same thing, it is only with experiences that an experience can be bound into one whole of which the essence in its totality envelopes these experiences' own essences and is grounded within them. This proposition will become still clearer in the sequel and its great significance will become apparent. 39. Consciousness and natural reality. The view of the man in the street. All the essential characteristics of experience and consciousness which we have reached are for us necessary steps towards the attainment of the end which is unceasingly drawing us on, the discovery, namely, of the essence of that pure consciousness which is to fix the limits of the phenomenological field. Our inquiries were eidetic, but the individual instances of the essences we have referred to as experience, stream of experience, consciousness in all its senses, belonged as real events to the natural world. To that extent we have not abandoned the ground of the natural standpoint. Individual consciousness is interwoven with the natural world in a twofold way, it is some man's consciousness, or that of some man or beast, and in a large number at least of its particularizations it is a consciousness of this world. In respect now of this intimate attachment with the real world, what is meant by saying that consciousness has an essence of its own, that with other consciousness it constitutes a self-contained connection determined purely through this, its own essence, the connection, namely, of the stream of consciousness? Moreover, since we can interpret consciousness in the widest sense to cover eventually whatever the concept of experience includes, the question concerns the experience stream's own essential nature and that of all its components. To what extent, in the first place, must the material world be fundamentally different in kind, excluded from the experience's own essential nature. And if it is this, if over against all consciousness and the essential being proper to it, it is that which is foreign and other, how can consciousness be interwoven with it, and consequently with the whole world that is alien to consciousness? For it is easy to convince oneself that the material world is not just any portion of the natural world, but its fundamental stratum to which all other real being is essentially related. It still fails to include the souls of men and animals, and the new factor which these introduce is first and foremost their experiencing together with their conscious relationship to the world surrounding them. But here consciousness and thinghood form a connected whole, connected within the particular psychological unities which we call animalia, and in the last resort within the real unity of the world as a whole. Can the unity of a whole be other than made one through the essential proper nature of its parts, which must therefore have some community of essence instead of a fundamental heterogeneity? To be clear, let us seek out the ultimate sources whence the general thesis of the world which I adopt when taking up the natural standpoint draws its nourishment, thereby enabling me as a conscious being to discover over against me an existing world of things, to ascribe to myself in this world a body, and to find for myself within this world a proper place. This ultimate source is obviously sensory experience. For our purpose, however, it is sufficient to consider sensory perception, which in a certain proper sense plays among experiencing acts the part of an original experience, whence all other experiencing acts draw a chief part of their power to serve as a ground. Every perceiving consciousness has this peculiarity, that it is the consciousness of the embodied, Leibhaftigen, self-presence of an individual object, which on its own side and in a pure logical sense of the term is an individual or some logico-categorical modification of the same point one in our own instance, that of sensory perception, or, in distincter terms, perception of a world of things. The logical individual is the thing, and it is sufficient for us to treat the perception of things as representing all other perceptions, of properties, processes, and the like. The natural wakeful life of our ego is a continuous perceiving, actual or potential. The world of things and our body within it are continuously present to our perception. How then does and can consciousness itself separate out as a concrete thing in itself, from that within it, of which we are conscious, namely, the perceived being, standing over against consciousness in and for itself? I meditate first as would the man in the street. I see and grasp the thing itself in its bodily reality. It is true that I sometimes deceive myself, and not only in respect of the perceived constitution of the thing, but also in respect of its being there at all. I am subject to an illusion or hallucination. The perception is not then genuine. But if it is, if, that is, we can confirm its presence in the actual context of experience, eventually with the help of correct empirical thinking, then the perceived thing is real and itself really given, and that bodily in perception. Here perceiving considered simply as consciousness, and apart from the body and the bodily organs, appears as something in itself essenceless, an empty looking of an empty ego towards the object itself which comes into contact with it in some astonishing way. 40. Primary and secondary qualities. The bodily given thing mere appearance of the physically true. If as a man in the street misled by sensibility I have indulged the inclination to spin out such thoughts as these, now, as a man of science, I call to mind the familiar distinction between secondary and primary qualities, according to which the specific qualities of sense should be merely subjective and only the geometrico-physical qualities objective. The color and sound of a thing, its smell, its taste, and so forth, though they appear to cleave to the thing bodily as though belonging to its essence, are not themselves and as they appear to be, real, but mere signs of certain primary qualities. But if I recall familiar theories of physics, I see at once that the meaning of such much beloved propositions can hardly be the one which the words warrant, as though really only the specific sensory qualities of the perceived thing were mere appearance, which would come to saying that the primary qualities which remain after the subtraction of these same sensory qualities belong to the same thing as it objectively and truly is, together with other such qualities which did not show forth as appearance. So understood, the old Berkeleyan objection would hold good, namely, that extension, this essential nucleus of corporeality and all primary qualities, is unthinkable apart from the secondary qualities. Rather, the whole essential content of the perceived thing, all that is present in the body, with all its qualities and all that can ever be perceived, to mere appearance, and the true thing is that of physical science. When the latter defines the given thing exclusively through concepts such as atoms, ions, energies, and so forth, and in every case as space-filling processes whose sole characteristica are mathematical expressions, its reference is to something that transcends the whole content of the thing as present to us in bodily form. It cannot therefore mean even the thing as lying in natural sensible space, in other words, its physical space cannot be the space of the world of bodily perception, otherwise it would also fall under the Berkeleian objection. The true being would therefore be entirely and fundamentally something that is defined otherwise than as that which is given in perception as corporeal reality, which is given exclusively through its sensory determinations, among which must also be reckoned the sensori spatial. The thing as strictly experienced gives the mere this, an empty X which becomes the bearer of mathematical determinations, and of the corresponding mathematical formulae, and exists not in perceptual space, but in an objective space, of which the former is the mere symbol, a Euclidean manifold of three dimensions that can be only symbolically represented. Let us then accept this. Let that which is given bodily in any perception be, as is taught there, mere appearance, in principle merely subjective, and yet no empty illusion. Yet that which is given in perception serves in the rigorous method of natural science for the valid determination, open to anyone to carry out and to verify through his own insight of that transcendent being whose symbol it is. The sensory content of that which is given in perception itself continues indeed to be reckoned as other than the true thing as it is in itself, but the substratum, the bearer, the empty X, of the perceived determination still continues to count as that which is determined through exact method in the form of physical predicates. All physical knowledge serves accordingly, and in the reverse sense, as an indicator of the course of possible experiences with the sensory things found in them and the occurrences in which they figure. Thus it helps us to find our way about in the world of actual experience in which we all live and act. 41. The real nature of perception and its transcendent object. All this being presupposed, what is it, we ask, that belongs to the concrete real nature, real and best and, of the perception itself, as cogitatio? Not the physical thing, as is obvious, radically transcendent as it is, transcendent over against the whole world of appearance. But even the latter, though we refer to it habitually as merely subjective, does not belong in all its detail of things and events to the real nature of perception, but is opposed to it as transcendent. Let us consider this more closely. We have indeed already spoken of the transcendence of the thing, but only in passing. It concerns us now to win a deeper insight into the relation of the transcendent to the consciousness that knows it, and to see how this mutual connection, which has its own riddles, is to be understood. We shut off the whole of physics and the whole domain of theoretical thought. We remain within the framework of plain intuition and the syntheses that belong to it, including perception. It is then evident that intuition and the intuited, perception and the thing perceived, though essentially related to each other, are in principle and of necessity not really, real, and essentially one and united. We start by taking an example. Keeping this table steadily in view as I go round it, changing my position in space all the time, I have continually the consciousness of the bodily presence out there of this one and self-same table, which in itself remains unchanged throughout. But the perception of the table is one that changes continuously, it is a continuum of changing perceptions. I close my eyes. My other senses are inactive in relation to the table. I have now no perception of it. I open my eyes, and the perception returns. The perception? Let us be more accurate. Under no circumstances does it return to me individually the same. Only the table is the same, known as identical through the synthetic consciousness which connects the new perception with the recollection. The perceived thing can be, without being perceived, without my being aware of it even as potential only, in the way of inactuality, as previously described, and perhaps without itself changing at all. But the perception itself is what it is within the steady flow of consciousness, and is itself constantly in flux. The perceptual now is ever passing over into the adjacent consciousness of the just past, a new now simultaneously gleams forth, and so on. The perceived thing in general, and all its parts, aspects, and phases, whether the quality be primary or secondary, are necessarily transcendent to the perception, and on the same grounds everywhere. The color of the thing seen is not in principle a real phase of the consciousness of color. It appears, but even while it is appearing the appearance can and must be continually changing, as experience shows. The same color appears in continuously varying patterns of perspective color variations. Similarly for every sensory quality and likewise for every spatial shape. One and the same shape, given as bodily the same, appears continuously ever again in another way, in ever differing perspective variations of shape. That is a necessary state of things, and it has obviously a more general bearing. For it is only in the interests of simplicity that we have illustrated our point by reference to a thing that appears unchanged in perception. The transfer to changes of any other sort is a perfectly simple proceeding. An empirical consciousness of a self-same thing that looks all round its object, and in so doing is continually confirming the unity of its own nature, essentially and necessarily possesses a manifold system of continuous patterns of appearances and perspective variations, in and through which all objective phases of the bodily self given which appear in perception manifest themselves perspectively in definite continua. Every determinate feature has its own system of perspective variations, and for each of these features, as for the thing as a whole, the following holds good, namely, that it remains one and the same for the consciousness that in grasping it unites recollection and fresh perception synthetically together, despite interruption in the continuity of the course of actual perception. We now see also what it is that really and indubitably belongs to the real nature of the concrete intentional experiences which we refer to here as perceptions of things. Whilst the thing is the intentional unity, that which we are conscious of as one and self-identical within the continuously ordered flow of perceptual patterns as they pass off the one into the other, these patterns themselves have always their definite descriptive nature, bestand, which is essentially correlated with that unity. To every phase of perception there necessarily belongs, for instance, a definite content in the way of perspective variations of color, shape, and so forth. They are counted among the sensory data of a particular region with determinate divisions, which within every such division gather together into concrete unities of experience sui generis, sensory fields, which, further, in ways we cannot here describe more closely, are ensouled within the concrete unity of perception through apprehensions, and, in this ensouling, exercise the exhibitive, darstellend, function, or in unison with it constitute that which we call the appearing of color, shape, and so forth. This, after interweaving itself with still further features, constitutes the real nature, bestand, of perception, which is the consciousness of one identical thing derived through the confluence into one unity of apprehension, a confluence grounded in the essential being of the apprehensions unified, and again through the possibility, grounded in the very essence of different unities of this kind, of syntheses of identification. We must keep this point clearly before our eyes, that the sensory data which exercise the function of presenting color, smoothness, shape, and so forth perspectively, the function of exhibiting, differ wholly and in principle from color, smoothness, shape simpliciter, in short, from all the generic aspect which a thing can show. The perspective variation, the abscatung, though verbally similar to the perspected variable, the abschattits, differs from it generically and in principle. The perspective variation is an experience. But experience is possible only as experience, and not as something spatial. The perspected variable, however, is in principle possible only as spatial. It is indeed spatial in its essence, but not possible as experience. In particular, it is also nonsense to take the perspective shape variation, that of a triangle, for instance, for something spatial and capable of being in space, and whoever does this is confusing it with the perspective variable, the shape that manifests itself through the appearances. How further we are to separate with systematic thoroughness the different realen, phases of the perception as cogitatio, as contrasted with the phases of the cogitatum which transcends it, and to characterize them in accordance with their natural divisions, very difficult to trace, in part, that is a theme for inquiries on a large scale. 42. Being as consciousness and being as reality. Intrinsic difference between the modes of tuition. The studies we have just completed left us with the transcendence of the thing over against the perception of it, and as a further consequence, over against every consciousness generally which refers to the thing, not merely in the sense that the thing as a reals, constituent part of consciousness is as a matter of fact not to be found. The whole situation rather concerns eidetic insight. In absolutely unconditioned generality or necessity, a thing cannot be given as really immanent in any possible perception or, generally, in any possible consciousness. Thus a basic and essential difference arises between being as experience and being as thing. In principle it is a property of the regional essence experience, more specifically of the regional subdivision cogitatio, that it is perceivable through immanent perception, but it is of the essence of a spatial thing that this is not possible. When, as a deeper analysis teaches, it belongs to the essence of everything giving intuition that in unity with the given thing other data analogous to things can be apprehended through looking in the appropriate direction, detachable strata and stages in the makeup of what appears as a thing, visual illusions, for instance, in their various specifications precisely the same holds good for them too, they are in principle transcendent entities. Before pursuing somewhat farther this opposition between immanence and transcendence, we insert the following remark. Apart from perception, we find a variety of intentional experiences which essentially exclude the real immanence of their intentional objects, whatever for the rest the nature of these objects may be. This holds, for instance, of every representative activity, of every recollection, of the apprehension through empathy of the consciousness of others, and so forth. Naturally we should not confuse this transcendence with that which is here concerning us. The inability to be perceived immanently, and therefore, generally, to find a place in the system of experience belongs in essence and in principle 3 altogether to the thing as such, to every reality in that genuine sense which we have still to fix and make clear. Thus the thing itself, simpliciter, we call transcendent. In so doing we give voice to the most fundamental and pivotal difference between ways of being, that between consciousness and reality. This opposition between immanence and transcendence, as our exposition has further brought out, is accompanied by a fundamental difference in the mode of being given. Immanent and transcendent perception do not only differ generally in this, that the intentional object which has its lodgment in the character of the bodily self is in the one case really immanent in the perceiving, but not so in the other case. They differ much more through a mode of being given which embodies the difference in its essential form, and conveys it mutatis mutandis into all the representational modifications of perception, and into the correlated intuitions of memory and fancy. We perceive the thing through the perspective manifestations of all its determinate qualities which in any given case are real, and strictly fall within the perception. An experience has no perspectives, ein Erlebnis steht sich nicht ab. It is not an accidental caprice of the thing nor an accident of our human constitution that our perception can reach the things themselves only and merely through their perspective modifications. On the contrary, it is evident, and it follows from the essential nature of spatial thinghood, and in the widest sense inclusive of visual illusions, that being of this species can, in principle, be given in perceptions only by way of perspective manifestation, and it follows likewise from the essential nature of cogitationes, of experiences in general, that they exclude these perspective shadings, or, otherwise stated, when referring to that which has being in this region, anything of the nature of appearing, or self-revealing through perspective variations, has simply no meaning. Where there is no being in space, it is senseless to speak of seeing from different standpoints with a changing orientation, and under the different aspects thereby opened up, or through varying appearances and perspective shadings, on the other hand, it is an essential necessity to be apprehended as such with apodeictic insight that spatial being in general can be perceived by any ego actual or possible only when presented in the way described. It can appear only with a certain orientation, which necessarily carries with it sketched out in advance the system of arrangements which makes fresh orientations possible, each of which again corresponds to a certain way of appearing, which we perhaps express as a being presented from this or that aspect, and so forth. If we take the reference to ways of appearing to apply to ways of experiencing, it can also, as is clear from the description we have just given, bear a correlative ontic meaning. It comes to saying this, that it belongs to the essential nature of certain peculiarly constructed types of experience, or, more specifically, peculiarly constructed concrete perceptions, that the intentional element in them is known as a spatial thing, and that the ideal possibility of passing over into determinate, ordered, continuous perceptual patterns, which can always be continued, and are therefore never exhausted, belongs to their very essence. It lies then in the essential structure of these pattern groups that they establish the unity of a singly intentional consciousness, the consciousness of a single perceptual thing appearing with ever-increasing completeness, from endlessly new points of view, and with ever richer determinations. On the other hand, a spatial thing is no other than an intentional unity, which, in principle, can be given only as the unity of such ways of appearing. 43. Light on a fundamental error. It is thus a fundamental error to suppose that perception, and every other type of the intuition of things, each after its own manner, fails to come into contact with the thing itself. We are told that the thing in itself and in its itselfness is not given to us, that what every existent, seenden, in principle possesses is the possibility of seeing things as they plainly are, and, more specifically, of perceiving them in an adequate perception which gives us the bodily self without any mediation through appearances. God, the subject of absolutely perfect knowledge, and therefore also of every possible adequate perception, naturally possesses what to us finite beings is denied, the perception of things in themselves. But this view is nonsensical. It implies that there is no essential difference between transcendent and immanent, that in the postulated divine intuition a spatial thing is a reals, constituent, and indeed an experience itself, a constituent of the stream of the divine consciousness and the divine experience. The thought that the transcendence of the thing is that of an image or sign has proved misleading here. The image theory is often zealously attacked and a sign theory substituted for it. But the one and the other alike are not only incorrect but nonsensical. The spatial thing which we see is, despite all its transcendence, perceived. We are consciously aware of it as given in its embodied form. We are not given an image or a sign in its place. We must not substitute the consciousness of a sign or an image for a perception. Between perception on the one hand and, on the other, the presentation of a symbol in the form of an image or meaning there is an unbridgeable and essential difference. With these types of presentation we intuit something, in the consciousness that it copies something else or indicates its meaning, and though we already have the one in the field of intuition, we are not directed towards it, but through the medium of a secondary apprehension are directed towards the other, that which is copied or indicated. There is nothing of all this in perception, as little as in plain recollection or fancy. Through acts of immediate intuition we intuit a self. No apprehensions at a higher level are built up on the basis of these apprehending acts of intuition, nothing is therefore known for which the intuited might serve as a sign or image. And for this reason, therefore, it is said to be immediately intuited as self. The same, in perception, is still uniquely characterized as bodily as contrasted with the modified character of hovering before the mind, or being presented to it in memory or free fancy. 4 We collapse into nonsense when, as is ordinarily done, we completely mix up these modes of presentation with their essentially different constructions, and correlatively the data correspondingly presented, thus plain presentation with symbolic interpretation, whether on the basis of image or sign, and downright plain perception with both of these. The perception of things does not present something that is not present as though it were a recollection or a fancy, it presents and apprehends a self in its bodily presence. It does this in accordance with the apprehended object's own meaning, and to suppose that it acts otherwise is just to run counter to its own proper sense. Moreover, if it is a question, as it is here, of the perception of things, its essential nature is to be a perception that works through perspectives, and correlatively it belongs to the meaning of its intentional object of the thing as given within it, to be perceivable, in principle, only through perceptions of such a kind, perceptions that imply perspectives. 44. The merely phenomenal being of the transcendent, the absolute being of the immanent. A certain inadequacy belongs, further, to the perception of things, and that too is an essential necessity. In principle a thing can be given only in one of its aspects, and that not only means incompletely, in some sense or other imperfectly, but precisely that which presentation through perspectives prescribes. A thing is necessarily given in mere modes of appearing, and the necessary factors in this case are a nucleus of what is really presented, an outlying zone of apprehension consisting of marginal codata of an accessory kind, an agent liker, and a more or less vague indeterminacy. And the meaning of this indeterminacy is once again foreshadowed by the general meaning of the thing perceived as such, or by the general and essential nature of this type of perception which we call thing perception. The indeterminacy necessarily means the determinability of a rigorously prescribed mode, stills. It points forward to possible patterns of perception, which, continually passing off into one another, coalesce in the unity of a single perception in which the continuously enduring thing in ever new series of perspectives reveals ever again new aspects, or retraces the old. Meanwhile the subsidiary co-apprehended phases of the thing come gradually into the focus of real presentation as real data, the indeterminacies define themselves more clearly to turn at length into clear data themselves, contrariwise, what is clear passes back into the unclear, the presented into the non-presented, and so forth. To remain forever incomplete after this fashion is an ineradicable essential of the correlation thing and thing perception. If the meaning of thing gets determined through what is given in thing perception, and what else could determine the meaning, it must require such incompleteness, and we are referred of necessity to unified and continuous series of possible perceptions which, developed from any one of these, stretch out in an infinite number of directions in systematic strictly ordered ways, in each direction endlessly, and always dominated throughout by some unity of meaning. In principle a margin of determinable indeterminacy always remains over, however far we go along our empirical way, and however extended the continua of actual perceptions of the same thing which we may have treasured. No God can alter this in any way, any more than he can the equation 1 + 2 = 3, or the stability of any other essential truth. On broad lines we can always see that transcendent being in general, whatever its genus may be, when understood as being for an ego, can become a datum only in a way analogous to that in which a thing is given, thus only through appearances. Otherwise it would really be a being which could also become immanent, whereas what is immanently perceivable is this and nothing more. Only when we fall into the confusions we have indicated above, and have now cleared up, can we hold it possible that one and the same could at one time be given through appearance, in the form of transcendent perception, and at another through immanent perception. Still, let us first develop from the other side also the specific contrast between thing and experience, or Leibniz. Experience, we said, does not present itself. This implies that the perception of experience is plain insight into something which in perception is given, or to be given, as absolute, and not as an identity uniting modes of appearance through perspective continua. All that we have stated concerning the givenness of things here loses its meaning, and we must bring this home to ourselves in detail with full clearness. The experience of a feeling has no perspectives. If I look upon it, I have before me an absolute, it has no aspects which might present themselves now in this way, and now in that. In thought I can think truly or falsely about it, but that which is there at the focus of mental vision is there absolutely with its qualities, its intensity, and so forth. Contrariwise, the tone of a violin with its objective identity is given through perspectives, it has its changing forms of appearance. They differ according as I approach the violin or recede from it, according as I am in the concert hall itself or listen through its closed doors, and so forth. No way of appearing claims to rank as giving its data absolutely, although a certain type, appearing as normal within the compass of my practical interests, has a certain advantage. In the concert hall, at the right spot, I hear the tone itself as it really sounds. So likewise we say of everything in its visual relations that it has a normal appearance. We say of the color, the form, and the thing as a whole which we see in ordinary daylight, and normally oriented in regard to us, so the thing really looks, that is its real color, and the like. But that points only to a kind of secondary objectification within the compass of the total objectification of the thing, as we can easily convince ourselves. It is indeed clear that, if we were to hold fast to the normal form of appearance as the one and only form, and cut away all other varieties of appearance and the essential connections with them, no vestige of the meaning of the givenness of the thing would be left over. We therefore maintain, whereas it is an essential mark of what is given through appearances that no one of these gives the matter in question in an absolute form instead of presenting just one side of it, it is an essential mark of what is immanently given precisely to give an absolute that simply cannot exhibit aspects and vary them perspectively. It is also indeed self-evident that the perspectively varying sensory contents themselves, which, as real, belong to our experience of the perception of the thing, function, no doubt, for something other as perspective variations, but are not themselves manifested in turn through perspective variation. We must note the following distinction also: even an experience, or loveness, is not, and never is, perceived in its completeness. It cannot be grasped adequately in its full unity. It is essentially something that flows, and starting from the present moment we can swim after it, our gaze reflectively turned towards it, whilst the stretches we leave in our wake are lost to our perception. Only in the form of retention or in the form of retrospective remembrance have we any consciousness of what has immediately flowed past us. And in the last resort the whole stream of my experience is a unity of experience, of which it is in principle impossible swimming with it to obtain a complete perceptual grasp. But this incompleteness or imperfection which belongs to the essence of our perception of experience is fundamentally other than that which is of the essence of transcendent perception, perception through a presentation that varies perspectively through such a thing as appearance. All the ways of being given, and the differences between these which we find in the sphere of perception, reappear, in modified form, in the modifications connected with reproduction. The presentings of things are set out through presentations whereby the perspective variations themselves, the apprehensions, and thus the phenomena in their entirety and through, are modified in reproduction. We have also reproductions of experiences and acts of reproductive intuition in the manner of presentation and of reflection in presentation. Here naturally there is no hint of reproduced perspective variations. We now add the following case of contrast: it is of the essence of presentations to show gradual differences of relative clearness or dimness. Obviously also this difference in degree of perfection has nothing to do with that which relates to the conditions under which perspectively varying appearances are given to us. A presentation that is more or less clear does not in its graded changes of clearness pass through changes of perspective in the same sense as that which has shaped our own terminology, when we say that a spatial configuration, every quality that clothes it, and so the whole appearing thing as such, changes perspectively in manifold ways, whether the presentation is clear or obscure. The reproduced presentation of a thing has its different possibilities of graded clearness, and this indeed for every form of perspective variation. As one sees, the question concerns differences in different dimensions. It is also obvious that the differences which we make in the sphere of perception itself under the headings clear and unclear, distinct and indistinct vision, show indeed a certain analogy with the differences in clearness, just referred to, so far, that is, as we are concerned in either case with gradual increases and decreases in the fullness with which the presented material is given, but that even these differences belong to different dimensions. 45. Unperceived experience, unperceived reality. If we live ourselves into these positions, we shall understand also the following essential difference in the way in which experiences, or Leibniz, and things stand to one another in respect of their perceivability. It is a mark of the type of being peculiar to experience that perceptual insight can direct its immediate, unobstructed gaze upon every real experience, and so enter into the life of a primordial presence. This insight operates as a reflection, and it has this remarkable peculiarity that that which is thus apprehended through perception is, in principle, characterized as something which not only is and endures within the gaze of perception, but already was before this gaze was directed to it. All experiences are conscious experiences. This tells us specifically with respect to intentional experiences that they are not only the consciousness of something, and as such present not merely when they are objects of a reflective consciousness, but that when unreflected on they are already there as a background, and therefore in principle, and at first in an analogical sense, available for perception, like unnoticed things in our external field of vision. These can be available only in so far as they are already, as unnoticed, objects of consciousness in a certain sense, and that means, in their case, when they appear. Not all things fulfill this condition. The field of view of my attention, which includes all that appears, is not endless. On the other hand, unreflective experience must also fulfill certain conditions of preparedness, although in a quite different way, more in conformity with its own nature. It cannot appear. It fulfills these conditions nonetheless at all times through the mere manner of its existence, and indeed for that same ego to which it belongs, whose pure personal gaze on occasion lives in it. It is only because reflection and experience have the essential peculiarities which are here only hinted at that we can know anything about experiences that we do not reflect on, and therefore also about the reflex ions themselves. And it goes without saying that the modifications of experiences in reproduction, and retention, run, mutatis mutandis, on similar lines. Let us carry the contrast farther. We see that it is the intrinsic nature of an experience to be perceivable through reflection. Things also are perceivable, on principle, and in perception they are apprehended as things of the world that surround me. Also they belong to this world without being perceived, they are thus there for the ego even then. Still, in general, not so that a glance noting their presence could be sent in their direction. The background area, taken as the field of sheer noticeability, includes indeed only a small portion of the world that surrounds me. The statement "it is there" means rather that from actual perceptions and their background of real appearances possible series of perceptions lead up under motives that are constant and continuous and girt about, as unnoticed backgrounds, with ever-changing fields of things, and so further till we reach those systems of perceptions in which the thing in question appears and is apprehended. In principle we make no essential alteration here when in the place of a single ego we consider a plurality of egos. Only through the relation of a possible reciprocity of understanding can I identify the world of my experience with that of others, and at the same time enrich it through the overflowings of their experience. A transcendence which dispensed with the aforesaid systematically motived connection with my existing sphere of actual perception would be a completely groundless assumption. A transcendence which dispensed with the same, on principle, would be nonsense. The presence of what is actually not perceived in the world of things is then of this type, and is essentially different from that mode of being of which we are intrinsically sensible, the being of our own inward experiences. 46. Indubitability of immanent, dubitability of transcendent perception. From all this important consequences follow. Every immanent perception necessarily guarantees the existence of its object. If reflective apprehension is directed to my experience, I apprehend an absolute self whose existence, Dasein, is, in principle, undeniable, that is, the insight that it does not exist is, in principle, impossible. It would be nonsense to maintain the possibility of an experience given in such a way not truly existing. The stream of experience which is mine, that, namely, of the one who is thinking, may be to ever so great an extent uncomprehended, unknown in its past and future reaches, yet as soon as I glance towards the flowing life and into the real present it flows through, and in so doing grasp myself as the pure subject of this life. What that means will expressly concern us at a later stage. I say forthwith, and because I must, I am, this life is, I live, cogito. To every stream of experience, and to every ego as such, there belongs, in principle, the possibility of securing this self-evidence. Each of us bears in himself the warrant of his absolute existence, Daseins, as a fundamental possibility. But is it not conceivable, one might ask, that an ego might have only fancies in its stream of experience, that the latter might consist of nothing beyond fictive intuitions? Such an ego would thus discover only fictive cogitationes, its reflex ions, by the very nature of this experiential medium, would be exclusively reflex ions within the imagination. But that is obvious nonsense. That which floats before the mind may be a mere fiction. The floating itself, the fiction producing consciousness, is not itself imagined, and the possibility of a perceiving reflection which lays hold on absolute existence belongs to its essence as it does to every experience. No nonsense lies in the possibility that all alien consciousness which I posit in the experience of empathy does not exist. But my empathy and my consciousness in general is given in a primordial and absolute sense, not only essentially but existentially. This privileged position holds only for oneself and for the stream of experience to which the self is related. Here only is there, and must there be, anything of the nature of immanent perception. In contrast to this, it is, as we know, an essential feature of the thing world that no perception, however perfect it may be, gives us anything absolute within its domain, and with this the following is essentially connected, namely, that every experience, Erfahrung, however far it extends, leaves open the possibility that what is given, despite the persistent consciousness of its bodily self-presence, does not exist. It is an essentially valid law that existence in the form of a thing is never demanded as necessary by virtue of its givenness, but in a certain way is always contingent. That means, it can always happen that the further course of experience will compel us to abandon what has already been set down and justified in the light of empirical canons of rightness. It was, so we afterwards say, mere illusion, hallucination, merely a coherent dream, and the like. Moreover, in this sphere of given data the open possibility remains of changes in apprehension, the turning of an appearance over into one which cannot unite with it harmoniously, and therewith an influence of later empirical positions on earlier ones whereby the intentional objects of these earlier positings suffer, so to speak, a posthumous reconstruction eventualities which in the sphere of subject experience, or Leibniz, are essentially excluded. In the absolute sphere, opposition, illusion, and being otherwise have no place. It is a sphere of the absolutely established, absoluter position. In every way, then, it is clear that everything which is there for me in the world of things is on grounds of principle only a presumptive reality, that I myself, on the contrary, for whom it is there, excluding that which is imputed to the thing world by me, I myself, or my experience in its actuality am absolute reality, Wirklichkeit, given through a positing that is unconditioned and simply indissoluble. The thesis of my pure ego and its personal life, which is necessary and plainly indubitable, thus stands opposed to the thesis of the world which is contingent. All corporeally given thing-like entities can also not be, no corporeally given experiencing can also not be, that is the essential law, which defines this necessity and that contingency. Obviously then the ontic necessity of the actual present experiencing is no pure essential necessity, that is, no pure eidetic specification of an essential law, it is the necessity of a fact, factum, and called necessity because an essential law is involved in the fact, and here indeed in its existence as such. The ideal possibility of a reflection which has the essential character of a self-evident unshakable existential thesis has its ground in the essential nature of a pure ego in general and of an experiencing in general. 5. The reflex ions in which we have been indulging also make it clear that no proofs drawn from the empirical consideration of the world can be conceived which could assure us with absolute certainty of the world's existence. The world is not doubtful in the sense that there are rational grounds which might be pitted against the tremendous force of unanimous experiences, but in the sense that a doubt is thinkable, and this is so because the possibility of non-being is in principle never excluded. Every empirical power, be it ever so great, can be gradually outweighed and overcome. Nothing is thereby altered in the absolute being of experiences, indeed these remain presupposed in all this all the time. With this conclusion our study has reached its climax. We have won the knowledge we needed. In the essential connections it has revealed to us already involved the most important of the premises on which depend those inferences we would draw concerning the detachability in principle of the whole natural world from the domain of consciousness, the sphere in which experiences have their being, inferences in which, as we can readily convince ourselves, a central, though not fully developed, thought of the quite otherwise oriented meditations of Descartes comes at last to its own. To reach our final goal we shall need indeed to add in the sequel a few supplementary discussions, which for the rest will not trouble us too much. Meanwhile let us draw our conclusions provisionally within a compass of limited bearing. 3. The region of pure consciousness. 47. The natural world as correlate of consciousness. In connection with the results of the last chapter we add the following consideration. In point of fact the course of our human experiences, Erfahrungen, is such that it compels our reason to pass beyond intuitively given things, those of the Cartesian imaginatio, and place at their basis of physical truth. But it might also have been differently ordered. Not only might human development have never overstepped the pre-scientific stage and been doomed never to overstep it so that the physical world might indeed retain its truth whilst we should know nothing about it, the physical world might have been other than it is with systems of law other than those actually prevailing. It is also conceivable that our intuitable world should be the last, and beyond it no physical world at all, i.e., that the things as perceived should lack mathematical and physical determinacy, that the data of experience should exclude every type of physics similar to ours. The connections within experience would then be correspondingly other than they actually are, and of a different type, inasmuch as the empirical motives which are basic for the formation of physical concepts and judgments would then have lapsed. Yet on the whole, within the compass of the data intuitions included under the title simple experience, perception, remembrance, and so forth, things might still present themselves as similar to the things we know, maintaining themselves continuously in appearance patterns as intentional unities. But we can go farther in this direction. When we mentally destroy the objectivity of things as correlate of empirical consciousness there is nothing to limit us. We must always bear in mind that what things are, the things about which alone we ever speak, and concerning whose being or non-being, so being or not so being, we can alone contend and reach rational decisions, they are as things of experience. Experience alone prescribes their meaning, and indeed, when we are dealing with things that are founded on fact, it is actual experience in its definitely ordered expirical connections which does the prescribing. But if we can subject the forms under which our experience is inwardly lived, and in particular the basic experience of the perception of things to an eidetic study, looking out for their essential necessities and possibilities, as we can obviously do, and on these lines also eidetically track down the modifications of empirical connections that are essentially possible with their motivations, the real world, as it is called, the correlate of our factual experience, then presents itself as a special case of various possible worlds and non-worlds, which, on their side, are no other than correlates of the essentially possible variations of the idea empirical consciousness, with its more or less orderly empirical connections. We must therefore not let ourselves be deceived by any talk about the transcendence of the thing over against consciousness or about its being in itself. The genuine concept of thing transcendence, which is the standard whereby all rational statements about transcendence are measured, cannot be extracted from any source other than the perception's own essential content, or the definitely articulated connections which we call evidential, Ausweisenden, experience. The idea of this transcendence is thus the eidetic correlate of the pure idea of this evidential experience. This holds of every conceivable kind of transcendence which might be treated as real or possible. An object that has being in itself, en sich seiender, is never such as to be out of relation to consciousness and its ego. The thing is thing of the world about me, even the thing that is not seen and the really possible thing, not experienced, but experienceable or perhaps experienceable. Experienceability never betokens an empty logical possibility, but one that has its motive in the system of experience. The latter is itself through and through a system of motivation, one constantly taking up new motivations and transforming such as have already taken shape. Motivations differ in respect of the contents which mark our apprehension of them or their own definition, being more or less richly organized, more or less restricted or vague in content according as they concern things already known or wholly unknown and still undiscovered, or else, in regard to the seen thing, concern what we know or still ignore about it. Our exclusive concern is with the essential configurations of such systems which underlie pure identical research in all its possible developments. It is an essential requirement that what exists already real here, but is not yet actually experienced, can come to be given, and that then means that it belongs to the undetermined but determinable marginal field of my actual experience at the time being. But this marginal field is the correlate of the components of indeterminacy which essentially depend on the thing experiences themselves, and these components always on essential grounds leave open possibilities of a filling out which are in no sense arbitrary, but predesignated in accordance with their essential type, and are, in brief, motivated. All actual experience refers beyond itself to possible experiences, which themselves again point to new possible experiences, and so in infinitum. And all this takes place according to essentially definite specifications and forms of order which conform necessarily to a priori types. Every hypothetical construction of practical life and of empirical science is related to this shifting but ever-present horizon through which the world thesis receives its essential meaning. 48. Logical possibility and real absurdity of a world outside our own. The hypothetical assumption of a real something outside this world is indeed a logically possible one, and there is clearly no formal contradiction in making it. But if we question the essential conditions of its validity, the kind of evidence, Ausweisung, demanded by its very meaning and the nature of the evidential generally as determined in principle through the thesis of a transcendent, however we may generalize correctly its essential nature, we perceive that the transcendent must needs be experienceable, and not merely by an ego conjured into being as an empty logical possibility but by any actual ego, as the demonstrable, Ausweisbar, unity of its systematic experience. But we can see, we are indeed not yet far enough advanced here to be able to give detailed grounds for the view, that what is perceivable by one ego must in principle be conceivable by every ego. And though as a matter of fact it is not true that everyone stands or can stand in a relation of empathy of inward understanding with every other one, as we ourselves, for instance, are unable to stand with the spirits that may frequent the remotest starry worlds, yet in point of principle there exist essential possibilities for the setting up of an understanding, possibilities, therefore, that worlds of experience sundered in point of fact may still be united together through actual empirical connections into a single intersubjective world, the correlate of the unitary world of minds, of the universal extension of the human community. If we think this over, the logical possibility on formal grounds of realities outside the world, the one spatio-temporal world which is fixed through our actual experience, is seen to be really nonsense. If there are worlds or real things at all, the empirical motivations which constitute them must be able to reach into my experience, and that of every single ego in the manner which in its general features has been described above. Things no doubt exist, and worlds of things which cannot be definitely set out in any human experience, but that has its purely factual grounds in the factual limits of this experience. 49. Absolute consciousness as residuum after the nullifying of the world. What we have said does not imply, on the other hand, that there must be a world or thing of some sort. The existence of a world is the correlate of certain experience patterns marked out by certain essential formations. But it is not at all clear that actual experiences can run their course only when they show these patterns. We cannot extract such patterns purely from the essence QF perception in general, and from the varieties of empirical intuitions which play their part in the perceptual function. On the contrary, it is quite conceivable that it is not only in single instances that experience through conflict dissolves into illusion, and that every illusion does not as it were de facto proclaim a deeper truth, and every conflict in its proper place be precisely what is demanded by more widely connected systems for maintaining the harmony of the whole. It is conceivable that our experiencing function swarms with oppositions that cannot be evened out either for us or in themselves, that experience shows itself all at once obstinately set against the suggestion that the things it puts together should persist harmoniously to the end, and that its connectedness, such as it is, lacks the fixed order schemes of perspectives, apprehensions, and appearances that a world, in short, exists no longer. It might happen, moreover, that, to a certain extent still, rough unitary formations might be constituted, fleeting concentration centers for intuitions which were the mere analogues of thing intuitions, being wholly incapable of constituting self-preserving realities, unities that endure and exist in themselves whether perceived or not perceived. Let us now bring in the results we reached at the close of the last chapter. Let us think of the possibility of non-being which belongs essentially to everything like transcendence. It is then evident that the being of consciousness, of every stream of experience generally, though it would indeed be inevitably modified by a nullifying of the thing world, would not be affected thereby in its own proper existence. Modified, certainly. For the nullifying of the world means, correlatively, just this, that in every stream of experience, the full stream, both ways endless, of the experiences of an ego, certain ordered empirical connections, and accordingly also systems of theorizing reason which take their bearings from these, would be excluded. But this does not involve the exclusion of other experiences and experiential systems. Thus no real thing, none that consciously presents and manifests itself through appearances, is necessary for the being of consciousness itself, in the widest sense of the stream of experience. Immanent being is therefore without doubt absolute in this sense, that in principle nulla reindiget ad existendum. On the other hand, the world of the transcendent res is related unreservedly to consciousness, not indeed to logical conceptions, but to what is actual. That has already been made clear in a very general way in the analyses already carried out, in the foregoing paragraphs. What is transcendent is given through certain empirical connections. Given directly and with increasing completeness through perceptual continua harmoniously developed, and through certain methodic thought forms grounded in experience, it reaches ever more fully and immediately theoretic determinations of increasing transparency and unceasing progressiveness. Let us assume that consciousness with its experiential content and its flux is really so articulated in itself that the subject of consciousness in the free theoretical play of empirical activity and thought could carry all such connections to completion, wherewith we should have to reckon in the help given through mutual understanding with other egos and streams of experience. Let us further assume that the proper arrangements for conscious functioning are in fact satisfied, and that as regards the courses of consciousness itself there is nothing lacking which might in any way be required for the appearance of a unitary world and the rational theoretical knowledge of the same. We ask now, presupposing all this, is it still conceivable, is it not on the contrary absurd, that the corresponding transcendental world should not be? We thus see that consciousness, inward experience, and real being are in no sense coordinate forms of being, living as friendly neighbors, and occasionally entering into relation or some reciprocal connection. Only that which is essentially related to an other, each related element having its own proper essence, and on the same lines as the other, can in a true sense be said to form a connection with that other or build up a whole with it. Both immanent or absolute being and transcendent being are indeed being, seeing, and object, and each has, moreover, its objective determining content, but it is evident that what then on either side goes by the name of object and objective determination bears the same name only when we speak in terms of the empty logical categories. Between the meanings of consciousness and reality yawns a veritable abyss. Here a being which manifests itself prospectively, never giving itself absolutely, merely contingent and relative, there a necessary and absolute being, fundamentally incapable of being given through appearance and perspective patterns. It is thus clear that in spite of all talk well grounded no doubt in the meaning intended of a real being of the human ego, and its conscious experiences in the world and of all that belongs thereto in any way in respect of psychophysical connections, that in spite of all this, consciousness, considered in its purity, must be reckoned as a self-contained system of being, as a system of absolute being, into which nothing can penetrate, and from which nothing can escape, which has no spatio-temporal exterior, and can be inside no spatio-temporal system, which cannot experience causality from anything nor exert causality upon anything, it being presupposed that causality bears the normal sense of natural causality as a relation of dependence between realities. On the other side, the whole spatio-temporal world, to which man and the human ego claim to belong, as subordinate singular realities, is according to its own meaning mere intentional being, a being, therefore, which has the merely secondary, relative sense of a being for a consciousness. It is a being which consciousness in its own experiences, Erfahrungen, posits, and is, in principle, intuitable and determinable only as the element common to the harmoniously two-motivated appearance manifolds, but over and beyond this, is just nothing at all. 50. The phenomenological viewpoint and pure consciousness as the field of phenomenology. Thus the meaning which being bears in common speech is precisely inverted. The being which for us is first, is in itself second, i.e., it is what it is only in relation to the first. It is not as though a blind legal decree had ordained that the ordo et connectio rerum must direct itself according to the ordo et connectio iderum. Reality, that of the thing taken singly as also that of the whole world, essentially lacks independence. And in speaking of essence we adopt here our own rigorous use of the term. Reality is not in itself something absolute, binding itself to another only in a secondary way, it is, absolutely speaking, nothing at all, it has no absolute essence whatsoever, it has the essentiality of something which in principle is only intentional, only known, consciously presented as an appearance. Now let us turn our thoughts back again to the first chapter, to our reflex ions upon phenomenological reduction. It is now clear in point of fact that over against the natural theoretical standpoint, whose correlate is the world, a new standpoint must be available which in spite of the switching off of the psychophysical totality of nature leaves something over the whole field of absolute consciousness. Thus, instead of living naively in experience, Erfahrung, and subjecting what we experience, transcendent nature, to theoretical inquiries, we perform the phenomenological reduction. In other words, instead of naively carrying out the acts proper to the nature constituting consciousness with its transcendent theses and allowing ourselves to be led by motives that operate therein to still other transcendent theses, and so forth, we set all these theses out of action, we take no part in them, we direct the glance of apprehension and theoretical inquiry to pure consciousness in its own absolute being. It is this which remains over as the phenomenological residuum we were in quest of, remains over, we say, although we have suspended the whole world with all things, living creatures, men, ourselves included. We have literally lost nothing, but have won the whole of absolute being, which, properly understood, conceals in itself all transcendences, constituting them within itself. Let us make this clear to ourselves in detail. At the natural standpoint we simply carry out all the acts through which the world is there for us. We live naively unreflective in our perceiving and experiencing, in those thetic acts in which the unities of things appear to us, and not only appear but are given with the stamp of presentness and reality. When we pursue natural science, we carry out reflex ions ordered in accordance with the logic of experience, reflex ions in which these realities, given and taken alike, are determined in terms of thought, in which also on the ground of such directly experienced and determined transcendences fresh inferences are drawn. At the phenomenological standpoint, acting on lines of general principle, we tie up the performance of all such cogitative theses, i.e., we place in brackets what has been carried out, we do not associate these theses with our new inquiries, instead of living in them and carrying them out, we carry out acts of reflection directed towards them, and these we apprehend as the absolute being which they are. We now live entirely in such acts of the second level, whose datum is the infinite field of absolute experiences, the basic field of phenomenology. 51. The import of the transcendental preliminary reflex ions. We can all perform acts of reflection, to be sure, and bring them within the apprehending glance of consciousness, but such reflection is not yet phenomenological, nor is the apprehended consciousness pure consciousness. Radical discussions of the kind we have undertaken are therefore necessary in order to penetrate to the knowledge that there is, indeed can be, any such thing as the field of pure consciousness, which is not a portion of nature itself, and this it is so little that nature is possible only as an intentional unity within this field and grounded in immanent organizations. They are necessary that we may further know that a unity such as this is given adjusted to theoretical research in a quite different setting from that in which the consciousness which constitutes this unity, and so every absolute consciousness whatsoever is presented and made an object of inquiry. They are necessary that in face of the philosophic poverty in which we waste our energies, covering it with the fine name of a world-view grounded in natural science, it shall become clear that the transcendental study of consciousness does not mean nature research, and may not presuppose this as a premise, since from its transcendental standpoint nature is in principle placed within the bracket. They are necessary in order that we should know that this detachment from the whole world in the form of a phenomenological reduction is something totally different from the mere abstraction of certain components of an embracing organization, whether the connections be necessary or merely factual. If conscious experiences were inconceivable apart from their interlacing with nature in the very way in which colors are inconceivable apart from extension, we could not look on consciousness as an absolute region for itself alone in the sense in which we must actually do so. But we must see that through such abstraction from nature we could win only what was natural, never pure transcendental consciousness. And again, phenomenological reduction does not betoken a mere restriction of the judgment to a connected portion of the totality of real being. In all the particular sciences of reality the theoretical interest is confined to special domains of the real universe, the others remaining unconsidered except in so far as real threads of connection crossing to and fro compel inquiries of a mediating kind. In this sense mechanics abstracts from optical events, physics in general and in the widest sense of the term from the psychological. For this reason, as every man of science knows, no domain of reality is isolated, the whole world is in the last resort a single nature, and all the natural sciences articulations of one natural science. With the realm of experiences as absolute essences the case is radically and essentially different. It is shut off fast within itself, and yet has no boundaries which might separate it from other regions. For that which it would bound off from itself would need to be in essential community with it. But it is the whole of absolute being in the definite sense stressed by our analyses. It is essentially independent of all being of the type of a world or nature, and it has no need of these for its existence. The existence of what is natural cannot condition the existence of consciousness since it arises as the correlate of consciousness, it is only in so far as it constitutes itself within ordered organizations of consciousness. Note. In passing we note the following, let it be stated to prevent misunderstandings. If the element of fact, facticitat, in the given order of the course of consciousness, in its differentiation into individuals and the teleology immanent in them gives legitimate occasion for the question covering the grounds of this same order, the theological principle which might rationally be presupposed here cannot, for essential reasons, be accepted as a transcendence in the sense of world transcendence, for as is self-evident in advance from the positions we have already established. That would be an absurd circle. The governing principle of the absolute must be found in the absolute itself and through pure and absolute reflection. In other words, since a world God is evidently impossible, and since, on the other hand, the immanence of God in the absolute consciousness cannot be grasped as immanence in the sense of being as experience, or loveness, which would be no less absurd, there must be in the absolute stream of consciousness and its infinities other ways of manifesting the transcendent than the constituting of thing-like realities as unities of appearances that agree together, and finally there must be intuitive manifestations to which theorizing thought can adjust itself, and by following the indication of which in a reasonable spirit we might come to understand the single rule of the assumed theological principle. It is then also evident that this rule could not be taken as causal, in the sense of the natural concept of causality, which is lowered to the pitch suited to realities and to the functional systems proper to their peculiar essence. However, that does not concern us here any further. Our immediate aim concerns not theology but phenomenology, however important the bearing of the latter on the former may indirectly be. The fundamental considerations we have raised, so far as they were indispensable, have served to open up the realm of the absolute as the research domain proper to phenomenology. 52. Supplementary remarks. The physical thing and the unknown cause of appearances. But we still need to add something by way of supplement. Our last reflexions bore chiefly on the thing of the sensory imaginatio, and we paid inadequate attention to the physical thing, for which the thing that appears to sense, what is given in perception, must function as mere appearance, much as though it were something purely subjective. Meanwhile it follows from our previous studies that this mere subjectivity should not be confused, as it is so frequently, with an experiential subjectivity, as though the perceived things in their perceptual qualities were themselves experiences. Moreover, it cannot be the intended meaning of scientific workers, especially when we do not judge them by what they say but by the real significance of their method, that the thing that appears is an illusion or a faulty image of the true physical thing. Similarly, the statement that the apparent determinations are signs of the true determinations is misleading. Point 3. Should we then say, on the lines of the realism so fashionable in our day, what is really perceived, and, in the first sense of the term, appears, is to be regarded from its side as appearance or instinctive basis of something else inwardly alien to it and separated from it? And must the latter be reckoned on theoretical grounds as a reality which for the purposes of explaining the way in which we experience these appearances must be accepted hypothetically as something wholly unknown, as a concealed cause of these appearances, to be characterized only indirectly and analogically through mathematical concepts? Already on the ground of our general exposition, which the analyses that follow should tend greatly to deepen and to confirm more stably, it is clear that theories of this kind are possible only so long as we fail to keep persistently in mind and to justify scientifically the meaning of thing-givenness which lies in the essential nature of experience, and therefore also of thing in general, the meaning which supplies the absolute standard of all rational statements concerning things. Whatever conflicts with this meaning is even absurd in the strictest sense of that term, and this holds undoubtedly of all epistemological theories of the type described. It can be easily shown that, if the unknown cause we have assumed exists, at all, it must be in principle perceptible and experienceable, if not by us, at least for other egos who see better and farther than we do. We are not concerned here with any empty, psychological possibility, but with an essential possibility possessing content and validity. Further, we should need to show that the possible perception itself again, and with essential necessity, must be a perception through appearances, and that we have therefore fallen into an inevitable regressus in infinitum. Again, we should need to point out that an explanation of the perceptually given events through causal realities hypothetically assumed, through unknown entities of the nature of a thing, as, for instance, the explanation of certain planetary disturbances through the assumption of a still unknown new planet, Neptune, is something that differs in principle from explanation in the sense of a physical determination of experienced things and through physical means of explanation after the style of atoms, ions, and the like. So too on similar lines much else could be discussed and developed. It is not our duty to enter into a systematically exhaustive discussion of all such relations. It is enough for our purpose to bring certain main points into clear relief. Returning then, let us take the position, easily tested, that in physical method the perceived thing itself is always and in principle precisely the thing which the physicist studies and scientifically determines. This assertion appears to contradict the statements expressed 5 on an earlier page, in which we sought to determine more closely the meaning of current phrases used by the physicists, and in particular the sense of the traditional separation between primary and secondary qualities. After excluding obvious misinterpretations, we said that the thing we strictly experience gives us the mere this, an empty X, which becomes the bearer of the exact physical determinations which do not themselves fall within experience properly so called. The physically true thing is thus in principle differently determined from that which is given bodily in perception itself. The latter displays purely sensory features which are precisely not physical. Nonetheless, the two expositions are compatible enough, and we do not need to challenge that interpretation of the physical viewpoint at all seriously. We have only to understand it correctly. On no account should we fall into the fundamentally perverse copy and sign theories which, without taking the physical thing specially into account, we considered at an earlier stage and likewise disposed of in its most general form. 6 An image or sign points to something that lies beyond it, which, could it but pass over into another form of presentation, into that of a data intuition, might itself be apprehended. A sign and copy does not announce in itself the self that is signified, or copied. But the physical thing is nothing foreign to that which appears in a sensory body, but something that manifests itself in it and in it alone, indeed in a primordial way, a way that is also a priori in that it rests on essential grounds which cannot be annulled. Moreover, even the sensory determining content of the X which functions as bearer of the physical determinations does not clothe the latter in an alien dress that conceals them, rather it is only in so far as the X is the subject of the sensory determinations that it is also subject of the physical, which on its side announces itself in the sensory. In principle a thing, the precise thing of which the physicist speaks, can in accordance with what has been already set out in detail be given only sensorily, in sensory ways of appearance, and it is the identical element which appears in the shifting continuity of these ways of appearance which the physicist in relation to all experienceable, thus perceived or perceivable, systems which can come under consideration as conditioning circumstances, subjects to a causal analysis, to an inquiry into real necessary connections. The thing which he observes, with which he experiments, which he sees continually, handles, places on the scales, brings to the fusing furnace, this and no other thing is the subject of physical predicates, since it is it that has the weight, mass, temperature, electrical resistance, and so forth. So too it is the perceived processes and connections themselves which are defined through concepts such as force, acceleration, energy, atom, ion, and so forth. The thing that appears to sense, which has the sensory properties of shape, color, smell, and taste, is therefore far from being a sign for something else, though to a certain extent a sign for itself. Only so much can be said: the thing that appears with such and such sensory properties under the given phenomenal conditions is, for the physicist, who for such things generally, and in the form of relevant connection between the appearances, has already fixed the physical determinations on general lines, the sign and symbol for a wealth of causal properties of this same thing, which as such declare their presence in specific and familiar relations of dependence among appearances. What is there declared even when revealed in intentional unities of conscious experiences is clearly, in principle, transcendent. It is clear from the foregoing that even the higher transcendence of the physical thing does not imply any reaching out beyond the world for consciousness, or, shall we say, for any ego that functions as the subject of knowledge, singly or in the relation of empathy. The situation as generally indicated is this: that physical thought builds itself up on the basis of natural experience, erfahren, or of the natural theses, which it establishes. Following the rational motives which the connections of experience suggest, it is compelled to adopt certain forms of apprehending its material, to construct such intentional systems as the reason of the case may require, and to utilize them for the theoretical determination of things as experienced through sense. Out of this springs up the opposition between the thing of the plain sensory imaginatio and the thing of the physical intellectio, and on the latter side grow up all the ideal ontological thought constructions which express themselves in physical concepts, and derive their meaning as they should do exclusively from the method of natural science. If the empirical logical reason, under the rubric physics, thus works into shape an intentional correlate of a higher level physical nature out of nature as it plainly appears. It is pure mythology to set up what the reason so transparently puts into our hands, which is no more than the determination of the nature given to us in simple intuition in terms of the logic of experience, as an unknown world of thing realities in themselves, a hypothetical substructure devised to subserve the causal explanation of appearances. Sensory things are thus connected with physical things, and that most absurdly, through causality. But in so doing ordinary realism confuses, by reason of their mere subjectivity, sensory appearances, i.e., the appearing objects as such, which are in fact already transcendent, with the absolute experiences which constitute them, confuses them, that is, with experiences of the appearing, of the empirical, erfahrenden, consciousness generally. The confusion is rife in this form, at any rate, that one speaks as though objective physics were concerned to explain not the appearances of things in the sense of the appearing things, but in the sense of the constituting experiences of the experiencing consciousness. Causality, which belongs in principle to the system of the constituted intentional world, and has no meaning except in this world, is not only made into a mythical bond of union between objective physical being and the subjective being which appears in immediate experience, the merely subjective things of sense with the secondary qualities, but through the unjustified transition from the latter to the consciousness that constitutes it, causality is made into a bond between physical being, on the one hand, and absolute consciousness, more specifically the pure experiences of the experiencing, de erfahrenden, consciousness on the other. Thereby physical being is made to rest on a mythical absolute reality, whilst that which is truly absolute, the pure consciousness as such, is not even seen. Thus the implied absurdity, that of turning physical nature, this intentional correlate of logically determining thought, into an absolute, passes unnoticed, with the result that this nature which defines the directly determined world of things in terms of the logic of experience, and in this function is fully known, this nature to seek behind which for something else is senseless, is made into an unknown reality which can never be itself apprehended, nor through any distinctive quality of its own, to which now is ascribed the role of a causal reality in relation to the flux of subjective appearances and empirical experiences. In these misunderstandings, no doubt, the fact that a false interpretation has been put upon the sensory unintuitability characteristic of all categorical unities of thought, more particularly, of course, of those whose construction is highly mediated, exercises an influence that is anything but slight, and it is none the less true that the misconception of the tendency so useful to practical knowledge of supplying sensory pictures, or models to these unities of thought, has also exercised considerable influence. What is unintuitable to sense has been taken as symbolically representing a concealed entity which could be made simply sense-intuitable through improvements in the organization of our ideas, and the models have served as intuitable schematic pictures of this hidden thing. Their function was therefore similar to that of those problematic drawings of antediluvian forms of life which the paleontologist sketches on the strength of some meager data. The transparent meaning of the constructive forms of thought as such is disregarded, as is also the fact that the hypothetical element is bound up with the work of synthetic thinking. Even a divine physics cannot make categorical thought determinations of realities intuitable in the plain, ordinary way, as little as divine omnipotence can bring it about that elliptic functions should be painted or played on the fiddle. Much as the foregoing stands in need of deeper development, much as it may have induced in us a sensitive need for a complete classifying of all the relevant relationships, we now see clearly at any rate, and our own purposes require this, that the transcendence of the physical thing is, in principle, the transcendence of an existent sense, which constitutes itself within consciousness and remains fettered to consciousness, and the regard we pay to the mathematically grounded science of nature, whatever the special enigmas may be to which its knowledge gives rise, does not affect our results in the least. It needed no particular discussion to show us that all that we have brought home to ourselves in respect to the objectivities of nature, considered as mere facts, Sachsen, must hold good for all the axiological and practical objectivities, aesthetic objects, cultural creations, and so forth which are grounded on them. And finally likewise for all the transcendences generally, constituted in accordance with the requirements of consciousness. 53. Animalia and psychological consciousness. There is a further extension of the scope of our studies which is very important. We have drawn the whole of material nature within the ambit of our established conclusions, both that which appears to us through sense, and the physical nature which is grounded in it as a higher level of knowledge. But how fares it with animal realities, with men and beasts? And in respect of their souls and psychical experiences? The world in its fullness is in fact not merely physical but psychological. All streams of consciousness bound up with animated bodies should belong to it, undeniably. Thus on the one hand consciousness should be the absolute, within which everything transcendent is constituted, and in the last resort the whole psychological world, and on the other hand consciousness should be a subordinate real event within this world. How does this tally? Let us make clear to ourselves how consciousness, so to speak, enters into the real world, how that which is absolute in itself can abandon its immanence and put on the character of transcendence. We see at once that it can do this only in virtue of a certain participation in transcendence in its first and primordial sense, and that obviously is the transcendence of material nature. Only through the empirical relation to the body does consciousness become real in a human and animal sense, and only thereby does it win a place in nature's space and time, the time which is physically measured. We recollect also that it is only through the connecting of consciousness and body into a natural unity that can be empirically intuited that such a thing as mutual understanding between the animal natures that belong to one world is possible, and that only thereby can every subject that knows find before it a full world containing itself and other subjects, and at the same time know it for one and the same world about us belonging in common to itself and all other subjects. A peculiar type of apprehending or experiencing, a peculiar type of apperception, completes what is brought about by this so-called linking on, this realization of consciousness. Whatever this apperception may consist of, whatever special type of manifestation it may demand, so much is quite obvious, that consciousness itself in these apperceptive interweavings, in this psychological relation to the corporeal, forfeits nothing of its own essential nature, and can assimilate nothing that is foreign to its own essence, which would indeed be absurd. Corporeal being is in principle a being that appears, declaring itself through sensory perspectives. The consciousness that is naturally apperceived, the stream of experiences, given as human and animal at once, in close empirical connection with corporeality, does not itself become of course through this apperception something that appears perspectively. And yet it has become something other than it was, a very part of nature. In itself it is what it is, its essential nature is absolute. But it is not grasped in its absolute essence, in its flowing thisness, but as something apprehended, and in this quite distinctive form of apprehension, a quite distinctive transcendence shapes itself, a state of consciousness appears which is the state of a self-identical real ego subject. This ego subject declares in and through the state of consciousness its individual real properties, and it is as properties which manifest this unity through conscious states that we become aware of the ego subject as united with the bodily appearance. Thus on the plane of appearance the psychophysical natural unity, man, or beast, is constituted as a unity that rests on bodily foundations and corresponds to the grounding function of apperception. As with every transcendence instituting apperception, so here also we are presented with an essentially twofold point of view. In the one, the apprehending glance is turned towards the apperceived object through the very act of apprehending, as it were, through which the transcendent object is set up. In the other, the apprehending look passes back in reflection to the pure apprehending consciousness itself. We have then, to take our own case, on the one side the psychological point of view in which the glance is directed upon experience as the natural standpoint dictates, upon an experience of joy, for instance, as an inner state of feeling of a man or an animal. On the other side we have woven together with this, as an essential possibility, the phenomenological point of view, according to which, all transcendences having been disconnected, the glance is directed in reflection upon the absolute pure consciousness, giving us the apperception of an absolute experience in its intimate subjective flow. So it is, to revert to our previous example, with the affective experience of joy as an absolute phenomenological datum, yet under the influence of a function of apprehension which animates it, the function, namely, of making manifest the state of consciousness of a human ego subject linked to the appearance we call a body. The pure experience lies in a certain sense in what is psychologically apperceived, in the experience as subjective human condition. With its own essence it takes on the form of psychical subjectivity, and therewith the intentional relation to man's ego and man's body. If the experience in question, the feeling of joy in the example selected, loses this intentional form, and it might quite conceivably do so, it suffers a change, certainly, but only one which simplifies it into pure consciousness, so that it loses all its meaning as a natural event. 54. The same continued. The transcendent psychological experience contingent and relative, the transcendental experience necessary and absolute. Let us suppose that we have been apperceiving according to the natural pattern, but that our apperceptions have been continually invalid, so that all coherent, Einstimage, connections in which empirical unities might take shape have become impossible. In other words, let us imagine in the spirit of the foregoing exposition 7 that the whole of nature and the physical in the first instance has been annulled, there would then be no more bodies and therefore no men. As a man I should no longer be, and again I should have no neighbors. But my consciousness, however its states of experience might vary, would remain an absolute stream of experience with its own distinctive essence. Were something still left over enabling us to grasp the experiences as states of a personal ego, in and through whose changes self-identical personal properties were manifested, we could break up these apprehensions also, do away with the intentional forms which bring them into shape, and reduce them to pure experiences. Even psychical states point to the ordering conditions of absolute experiences in which they are constituted and take on the intentional and in its way transcendent term state of consciousness. Certainly an incorporeal and, paradoxical as it may sound, even an inanimate and non-personal consciousness is conceivable, i.e., a stream of experience in which the intentional empirical unities, body, soul, empirical ego subject do not take shape, in which all these empirical concepts, and therefore also that of experience in the psychological sense, as experience of a person, an animal ego, have nothing to support them, and at any rate no validity. All empirical unities, and therefore psychological experiences also, are indicators of absolute systems of experience, and show a quite distinctive essential formation, besides which still other formations are conceivable. All are in the same sense transcendent, merely relative, contingent. We must bring ourselves to see that in taking for granted that every experience of oneself or another has empirical validity as the psychological and psychophysical state of consciousness of animal subjects, we are indeed fully justified, but only within the relevant limits, that over against the empirical experience, and as the assumption on which it depends for its very meaning, stands the absolute experience, and that this is not a metaphysical construction but with appropriate shifting of the standpoint indubitably manifest in all its absoluteness and immediately given in intuition. We must convince ourselves that the psychical in general in the psychological sense, that psychical personalities, psychical properties, experiences, or states are empirical unities, and are therefore as realities of every kind and degree, mere unities of an intentional constitution in their own sense truly existing, waarafziend, intuitable, experienceable, and on empirical grounds scientifically determinable and yet merely intentional, and therefore merely relative. To hold that they exist in an absolute sense is therefore absurd. 55. Conclusion. All reality exists through the dispensing of meaning. No subjective idealism. In a certain sense and with proper care in the use of words we may even say that all real unities are unities of meaning. Unities of meaning presuppose, let me repeat it with emphasis, not through deduction from metaphysical postulates of any description, but because we can point to it in our intuitive wholly doubt-free procedure, a sense-giving consciousness, which, on its side, is absolute and not dependent in its turn on sense bestowed on it from another source. If the concept of reality is derived from natural realities, from the unities of possible experience, then universe, nature as a whole, means just so much as the totality of realities, but to identify the same with the totality of being, and therewith to make it absolute, is simply nonsense. An absolute reality is just as valid as a round square. Reality and world, here used, are just the titles for certain valid unities of meaning, namely, unities of meaning related to certain organizations of pure absolute consciousness which dispense meaning and show forth its validity in certain essentially fixed, specific ways. If anyone objects, with reference to these discussions of ours, that they transform the whole world into subjective illusion and throw themselves into the arms of an idealism such as Berkeley's, we can only make answer that he has not grasped the meaning of these discussions. We subtract just as little from the plenitude of the world's being, from the totality of all realities, as we do from the plenary geometrical being of a square when we deny, what in this case indeed can plainly be taken for granted, that it is round. It is not that the real sensory world is recast or denied, but that an absurd interpretation of the same, which indeed contradicts its own mentally clarified meaning, is set aside. It springs from making the world absolute in a philosophical sense, which is wholly foreign to the way in which we naturally look out upon the world. This outlook is altogether natural, it pervades our unsophisticated action as we exhibit in practice the general thesis already described, it can therefore never be absurd. Absurdity first arises when one philosophizes and, in probing for ultimate information as to the meaning of the world, fails to notice that the whole being of the world consists in a certain meaning which presupposes absolute consciousness as the field from which the meaning is derived, and further, when in support of this attitude, one fails to notice that this field, this existential realm of absolute origins, is open to research on an intuitional basis, and contains an infinite wealth of insight-rooted knowledge of the highest scientific worth. It is true that we have not yet shown that this is so, it will first become clear to us in the course of our inquiries. We would remark in conclusion that the generality with which we have stated these last reflexions concerning the constituting of the natural world in absolute consciousness should give no offense. The scientific reader will be able to gather from the conceptual precision of the expositions that we have not been airing philosophical fancies, but, on the basis of systematic work among the fundamentals in this field, have been focusing in the form of descriptive statements consistently general in character items of knowledge that have been carefully and cautiously acquired. The need for closer development and the filling of vacant gaps may very well be felt, and should be so felt. The further exposition will contribute substantially to the more concrete shaping and filling out of the previous outlines. But we must note that our aim has not been to present a detailed theory of such transcendental constituting, and therewith to sketch a new theory of knowledge in respect of the spheres of reality so constituted, but only to clarify certain general thoughts which may help us in acquiring the idea of a pure transcendental consciousness. What is essential for our purpose is to see upon evidence that the phenomenological reduction, as a means of disconnecting us from the natural standpoint and its general thesis, is possible, and that, when carried out, the absolute or pure transcendental consciousness is left over as residuum, to which it is then absurd to ascribe reality, realitat. 4. The phenomenological reductions. 56. The question concerning the extension of the phenomenological reduction. The natural and the mental sciences. The disconnection from nature was for us the methodological means whereby the direction of the mental glance upon the pure transcendental consciousness becomes at all possible. Now that we have brought it within the focus of mental vision, it still remains useful to consider, conversely, what in general, in the interests of an inquiry into the nature of pure consciousness, must remain disconnected, and whether the necessary disconnection concerns the sphere of nature only. From the side of the phenomenological science which we propose to establish, this amounts to the query, which sciences does it draw from whilst leaving its pure meaning unimpaired? Which should it depend on as already given, and which should it not depend on? Which then need to be bracketed? It lies in the peculiar and essential nature of phenomenology as a science of origins that such questions of method which lie remote from the interest of every unsophisticated, dogmatic, science must in its own case be a matter of careful reflection. In the first place, it goes without saying that with the suspending of the natural world, physical and psychological, all individual objectivities which are constituted through the functional activities of consciousness in valuation and in practice are suspended. All varieties of cultural expression, works of the technical and of the fine arts, of the sciences also, so far as we accept them as cultural facts and not as validity systems, aesthetic and practical values of every shape and form. Natural in the same sense are also realities of such kinds as state, moral custom, law, religion. Therewith all the sciences natural and mental, with the entire knowledge they have accumulated, undergo disconnection as sciences which require for their development the natural standpoint. 57. The question of the suspension of the pure ego. Difficulties arise just at one limiting point. Man as a natural being and as a person linked with others in a personal bond, the uniting bond of society, is suspended, so too whatever possesses an animal nature. But how fares it then with the pure ego? Is even the phenomenological ego which finds things presented to it brought through the phenomenological reduction to transcendental nothingness? Let us reduce till we reach the stream of pure consciousness. In reflection every cogitatio on being carried out takes the explicit form cogito. Does it lose this form when we make use of a transcendental reduction? So much is clear from the outset, that after carrying this reduction through, we shall never stumble across the pure ego as an experience among others within the flux of manifold experiences which survives as transcendental residuum, nor shall we meet it as a constitutive bit of experience appearing with the experience of which it is an integral part and again disappearing. The ego appears to be permanently, even necessarily, there, and this permanence is obviously not that of a stolid unshifting experience, of a fixed idea. On the contrary, it belongs to every experience that comes and streams past, its glance goes through every actual cogito, and towards the object. This visual ray changes with every cogito, shooting forth afresh with each new one as it comes, and disappearing with it. But the ego remains self-identical. In principle, at any rate, every cogitatio can change, can come and go, even though it may be open to doubt whether each is necessarily perishable, and not merely, as we find it, perishable in point of fact. But in contrast the pure ego appears to be necessary in principle, and as that which remains absolutely self-identical in all real and possible changes of experience, it can in no sense be reckoned as a real part or phase of the experiences themselves. In every actual cogito it lives out its life in a special sense, but all experiences also within the mental background belong to it and it to them, and all of them, as belonging to one single stream of experience, that, namely, which is mine, must permit of being transformed into actual cogitationes or of being inwardly absorbed into such, in the words of Kant, that I think must be able to accompany all my presentations. If as residuum of the phenomenological suspension of the world and the empirical subjectivity that belongs to it there remains a pure ego, a fundamentally different one, then, for each separate stream of experiences, a quite peculiar transcendence simultaneously presents itself, a non-constituted transcendence, a transcendence in immanence. Given the immediately essential part which this transcendence plays in every cogito, we should not be free to suspend it, although for many inquiries the problem of the pure ego can remain in suspenso. But we will count the pure ego as a phenomenological datum only so far as the immediate and clearly ascertainable peculiarity of its essential nature reaches, and it is given together with pure consciousness, whereas all theories concerning it which reach out beyond these limits should be disconnected. We shall find occasion, moreover, to devote a special chapter in the second book of this whole work to the difficult questions raised by the pure ego and also by the need to render secure the provisional position which we have here adopted. 1. 58. The transcendence of God suspended. After abandoning the natural world, we strike in our course another transcendence, which is not given like the pure ego immediately united to consciousness in its reduced state, but comes to knowledge in a highly mediated form, standing over against the transcendence of the world as if it were its polar opposite. We refer to the transcendence of God. The reduction of the natural world to consciousness in its absoluteness gives factual, factisc, systems of conscious experiences of certain kinds splendidly ordered and regulated, within which, as intentional correlate, there is constituted, in the sphere of empirical intuition, a morphologically ordered world, a world, that is, in respect of which classificatory and descriptive sciences can be supplied. This very world, so far as its material basis is concerned, permits at once of being determined in the theoretical thought of the mathematically grounded natural sciences as the appearance of a physical nature that conforms to exact natural laws. And since the rationality which the fact world shows is not in any sense such as the essence demands, there lies concealed in all this a wonderful teleology. Further, the systematic study of all teleologies which are to be found in the empirical world itself, the concrete evolution of the series of organisms, for instance, up to man, and within the evolution of humanity, the growth of culture with its care for the spirit and so forth, is not exhausted by the explanations of all such creations by the natural sciences out of the given concrete environment and in conformity with natural laws. On the contrary, the transition to pure consciousness through the method of transcendental reduction leads necessarily to the question concerning the ground of what now presents itself as the intuitable actuality, facticitat, of the corresponding constituting consciousness. It is not concrete actuality, factum, in general, but concrete actuality as the source of possible and real values extending indefinitely, which compels us to ask after the ground, which of course has not then the meaning of a substantive cause. We pass by all that might lead to the same principle from the side of the religious consciousness, even though its argument rests on rationally grounded motives. What concerns us here, after merely touching on the different groupings of such rational grounds for the existence of a divine being beyond the world, is that this existence should not only transcend the world, but obviously also the absolute consciousness. It would thus be an absolute in a totally different sense from the absolute of consciousness, as on the other hand it would be a transcendent in a totally different sense from the transcendent in the sense of the world. We naturally extend the phenomenological reduction to this absolute and to this transcendent. It should remain disconnected from the field of research still to be created, so far as this is to be a field of pure consciousness. 59. The transcendence of the eidetic. The suspending pure logic as mathesis universalis. As we have suspended individual realities in every sense, so now we seek to suspend all other varieties of the transcendent. This affects the series of the general objects, the essences. They too are in a certain way transcendent to pure consciousness, and not to be really found in it. Meanwhile we cannot disconnect transcendence indefinitely. Transcendental purification cannot mean the disconnecting of all transcendence, since otherwise a pure consciousness might indeed remain over, but no possibility of a science of pure consciousness. We proceed to make this clear. Let us attempt the most extensive disconnecting of the eidetic conceivable, and with it therefore that of all eidetic sciences. To every sphere of individual being which can be separated off as a region, the term being is here given its widest logical meaning. There belongs an ontology, to physical nature, for instance, an ontology of nature, to animality an ontology of animality. All these, whether maturely developed or discipline set up for the first time, succumb to the reduction. Over against the material ontologies stands the formal ontology, in unison with the formal logic of thought meanings, and belonging to it the quasi-region object in general. If we try to disconnect this also, we are met by doubts which will at the same time affect the possibility of a limitless disconnecting of the eidetic. The following line of thought impresses itself on us. The purposes of science demand that we should tack on to every domain of being certain eidetic spheres, not precisely as fields of research, but as places where the knowledge of essential forms can be ordered, places to which the workers in the domain in question must always penetrate whenever their interest lies in the theoretical motives which are linked together within the essence proper to this domain. Above all, every scientific worker must be free to make appeal to formal logic, or formal ontology. For whatever he inquires into will always have the character of an object, and that which holds good formaliter for objects in general, properties, contents generally, and the like, that also is his concern. And however he conceives concepts and propositions, draws inferences, and so forth, that which formal logic decrees with formal generality concerning meanings of this type and classes of such meanings concerns him in the same way as it does every special worker. Therefore it concerns the phenomenologist also. Every pure experience also finds its place under the widest logical meaning of object. Thus so it would seem we cannot suspend formal logic and formal ontology. So too, and for obviously similar reasons, we cannot suspend general noetics, which expresses our essential insight into the rationality or irrationality of the judging activity generally, the meaning content of which is determined only in its formal generality. But if we look at the matter more closely, there opens up the possibility under certain provisos of placing formal logic in brackets, and therewith all the disciplines of formal mathesis, algebra, theory of numbers, theory of manifolds, and so forth. For if we may take for granted that the inquiry of phenomenology into pure consciousness sets itself and needs set itself no other task than that of making such descriptive analyses as can be resolved into pure intuition, the theoretical framework of the mathematical disciplines and all the theorems which develop within it cannot be of any service. Where the formation of concepts and judgments does not proceed constructively, where no systems of mediated deduction are built up, the formal theory of deductive systems generally, as we have it in mathematics, cannot function as the instrument of material research. Now phenomenology, in point of fact, is a pure descriptive discipline which studies the whole field of pure transcendental consciousness in the light of pure intuition. The logical propositions to which it might find occasion to refer would thus throughout be logical axioms such as the principle of contradiction, whose universal and absolute validity, however, it could make transparent by the help of examples taken from the data of its own domain. We can therefore expressly include formal logic and the entire field of mathesis generally in our disconnecting pi chi, and in this respect convince ourselves of the legitimacy of the standard which, as phenomenologists, we wish to follow. To claim nothing that we cannot make essentially transparent to ourselves by reference to consciousness and on purely immanental lines. With this understanding we attain at once the explicit knowledge that a descriptive phenomenology is in principle independent of all those disciplines. This conclusion is not without its importance in respect to the philosophic appreciation of the value of phenomenology, and it therefore serves our purpose to record it here straight away. 60. The suspending of the material eidetic disciplines. As regards the eidetic fields of study on their material side, one of these is of such outstanding significance for us that the impossibility of disconnection can be taken for granted, that is, the essential domain of the phenomenologically purified consciousness itself. Even when we set ourselves the task of studying pure consciousness in its particularized specifications, after the manner therefore of a science of facts, though not in an empirico-psychological sense, since we are moving within the limits imposed upon us by our phenomenological disconnection from the world, we could not dispense with the a priori consciousness. A science of facts cannot alienate the right of making use of the essential truths which relate to the individual objectivities of its own domain. Now it is our direct intention, as follows from what we have already said in the introduction to this work, to establish phenomenology itself as an eidetic science, as the theory of the essential nature of the transcendentally purified consciousness. If we do this, phenomenology brings under its own aegis all immanental essences, i.e., those which within the individual happenings of a stream of consciousness, and nowhere else, get particularized influx-conditioned experiences of some sort or other. Now it is of fundamental importance to see that by no means all essences belong to this special circle, that, on the contrary, the distinction between immanent and transcendent which holds good for individual objectivities holds on precisely similar lines for the corresponding essences. Thus thing, spatial shape, movement, color of a thing, and so forth, also man, human feeling, soul, and psychical experience, experience in the psychological sense, person, quality of character, and the like, are transcendent essences. If we wish to construct a phenomenology as a pure descriptive theory of the essential nature of the immanent formations of consciousness, of the events which under the limitations of the phenomenological suspension can be grasped within the stream of experiences, we must exclude from this limited field everything that is transcendently individual, therefore also all the transcendent essences, whose logical position lies rather in the theory of the essential nature of the relevant transcendent objectivities. Thus in its immanence it must admit no positings of such essences in the form of being, no statements touching their validity or non-validity, or concerning the ideal possibility of objectivities that shall correspond to them, nor may it establish any laws bearing on their essential nature. To phenomenology that proposes really to limit itself to the region of pure experience, no transcendent eidetic regions and disciplines can contribute, in principle, any premises at all. Since, then, it is our purpose, in conformity with the standard already referred to above, to give to phenomenology precisely this purity of construction, and since issues of the greatest philosophical import depend on deliberately preserving this purity throughout, we expressly sanction an extension of the original reduction to all transcendent eidetic domains and the ontologies which belong to them. So, just as we disconnect the real nature of physical science and the empirical natural sciences, we disconnect also the eidetic sciences, i.e., the sciences which study what belongs essentially to the physical objectivity of nature as such. Geometry, kinematics, the pure physics of matter enter the bracket. Similarly, just as we have suspended all empirical sciences dealing with the nature of animals and all mental sciences concerning personal beings in personal relationships, concerning men as subjects of history, as bearers of culture, and treating also of the cultural institutions themselves, and so forth, we also suspend now the eidetic sciences which correspond to these objectivities. We do so, in advance and in idea, for, as everyone knows, these eidetic sciences, rational psychology, sociology, for instance, have not as yet received a proper grounding, at any rate none that is pure and free from all objection. With reference to the philosophic functions which phenomenology is called to undertake, it is also advisable here again to state explicitly that in the investigations carried out above the absolute independence of phenomenology of all sciences, including the eidetic sciences in their material bearing, has been firmly established. The given extensions of the phenomenological reduction have obviously not the fundamental importance which attaches to the original plain disconnection from the natural world and the sciences which relate to it. Through this prior reduction it first became possible to focus attention on the phenomenological field and the apprehending of its data. The remaining reductions, as presupposing the first, are thus secondary, but by no means therefore of small importance. 61. The methodological importance of the systematic theory of phenomenological reductions. A systematic theory of the phenomenological reductions as a whole such as we have here attempted to outline has great importance for phenomenological method, and in the sequel for the method of transcendental philosophical research generally. Its explicit bracketings have this bearing on method that they continually remind us that the relevant spheres of being and knowledge lie, in principle, outside those which require to be studied in the way proper to transcendental phenomenology, and that every intrusion of premises belonging to those bracketed domains is a sign pointing to a nonsensical confusion, a genuine mu epsilon tau beta alpha sigma iota. If the phenomenological domain could but be taken immediately for granted, as is the case with domains that possess a natural empirical setting, or could we but reach it through a mere transition from the empirical to the eidetic standpoint, as the geometrical domain can be reached, shall we say, starting from the empirically spatial, it would not then stand in need of any elaborate reductions with the difficult considerations arising therefrom. Moreover, if persistent temptations to a fallacious metabasis did not exist, more particularly in the interpretation of the objectivities of the eidetic disciplines, we should not have needed to separate so carefully the single steps in the process. But the temptations are so strong that they even threaten those who in certain particular domains have freed themselves from all general misconceptions. We note in the first place the extraordinarily widespread disposition of our time to interpret the eidetic psychologically. Even many who call themselves idealists have yielded to it, and indeed, generally speaking, the influence of empiricist views on idealist thinkers has been a strong one. Those who take ideas or essences for mental constructions, who with respect to the operations of consciousness through which concepts of color and shape are acquired, drawn from intuited examples of things with colors and shapes, confuse the consciousness of these essences, color and shape resulting from the momentary intuition, with these essences themselves, ascribe to the flow of consciousness as a real part of it what is in principle transcendent to it. But that is on the one hand a corruption of psychology, for it affects the purity of the empirical consciousness, on the other hand, and that is what here concerns us, it is a corruption of phenomenology. If then the region we are seeking is to be really discovered, it is most important that we should reach a clear understanding on this point. But we compass this most naturally when we follow our own track, in the first instance by a general justification of the eidetic generally, and then, as a more specific step in connection with the theory of phenomenological reduction, by the suspending of the eidetic. This suspension had indeed to be confined to the eidetics of the transcendent individual objectivities in all the meanings which these transcendences bear. A new and fundamental phase of this whole question must here be considered. Granted that we have already freed ourselves from the tendency to interpret essences and essential contents psychologically, it is a new and big step farther forward which does not by any means follow the earlier step as a matter of course, when the fruitful distinction which we have briefly indicated as that between immanent and transcendent essence is perceived and consistently observed on all occasions. On the one side essences of the formations of consciousness itself, on the other essences of individual events which transcend consciousness, essences therefore of that which only declares itself in formations of consciousness, constituting itself, for instance, through sensory appearances, as indeed consciousness requires. In my own case, at any rate, the second step, though the first had been taken before it, gave me great difficulty. No attentive reader of the logical studies could now miss this. The first step is there carried out with unhesitating decision, the right of the eidetic to be its own self as against the attempt to interpret it psychologically is justified in detail very much against the sense of the time which reacted so vehemently against Platonism and logical absolutism. But as regards the second step, in certain theories, as in those concerning the logico-categorical objectivities and the object-giving consciousness of these, it is quite decisively taken, whereas in other developments of the same volume there is obvious oscillation, in so far, namely, as the concept of the logical proposition is referred now to the logico-categorical objectivity, and now to the corresponding essence immanent in the judging thought. It is indeed hard for the beginner in phenomenology to learn to master in reflection the different standpoints of consciousness with their different objective correlates. But that holds for all essence domains which do not themselves belong to the immanence relationships of consciousness. This insight must be won not only in respect of the formal logical and the ontological essences and essence contents, thus for essences such as proposition, conclusion, and the like, as well as number, order, manifold, and so forth, but also in respect of the essences which are taken from the sphere of the natural world, such as thing, bodily shape, man, person, and so forth. An indication of this insight is the phenomenological reduction in its extended form. The controlling practical thought which this extension brings with it, that, as a matter of principle, not only the sphere of the natural world but all these eidetic spheres as well should, in respect of their true being, provide no data for the phenomenologist, that as a guarantee for the purity of its region of research they should be bracketed in respect of the judgments they contain, that not a single theorem, not even an axiom, should be taken from any of the related sciences, nor be allowed as premises for phenomenological purposes now assumes great methodological importance. Let us therefore protect ourselves methodically from those confusions which are too deeply rooted in us, as born dogmatists, for us to be able to avoid them otherwise. 62. Epistemological preliminaries. Dogmatic and phenomenological standpoints. I have just made use of the term dogmatist. We shall see that no merely analogical use of that word is here intended, but that an affinity with the theory of knowledge is implied in the very nature of the case. There is good reason at this point for thinking of the epistemological opposition between dogmatism and criticism, and for designating as dogmatic all the sciences which yield to the reduction. For it is clear from essential sources that the sciences which are bracketed are really just those and all those which stand in need of criticism, and indeed of a criticism which they are not able on principle to supply themselves, and that, on the other hand, the science which has the unique function of criticizing all the others and itself at the same time is none other than phenomenology. Point 2. To put it more precisely, it is the distinctive peculiarity of phenomenology to include all sciences and all forms of knowledge in the scope of its eidetic universality, and indeed in respect of all that which is immediately transparent in them, or at least would be so, if they were genuine forms of knowledge. The meaning and legitimacy of all the immediate starting points possible and of all immediate steps in possible method come within its jurisdiction. Therefore all eidetic, all unconditionally and universally valid, forms of knowledge lie enclosed in phenomenology, and through them the root problems of possibility, as bearing on any science or form of knowledge one may care to consider, receive an answer. As applied, phenomenology supplies the definitive criticism of every fundamentally distinct science, and in particular therewith the final determination of the sense in which their objects can be said to be. It also clarifies their methodology in the light of first principles. It is therefore not surprising that phenomenology is as it were the secret longing of the whole philosophy of modern times. The fundamental thought of Descartes in its wonderful profundity is already pressing towards it. Hume again, a psychological philosopher of the school of Locke, almost enters its domain, but his eyes are dazzled. The first to perceive it truly is Kant, whose greatest intuitions first become quite clear to us after we have brought the distinctive features of the phenomenological field into the focus of full consciousness. It then becomes evident to us that Kant's mental gaze rested on this field, although he was not yet able to appropriate it and recognize it as the center from which to work up on his own line a rigorous science of essential being. Thus the transcendental deduction of the first edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, for instance, already moves strictly on phenomenological ground, but Kant misinterprets the same as psychological, and therefore eventually abandons it of his own accord. Meanwhile we are anticipating subsequent developments, those of the third book of this whole work. The anticipatory statement may serve to justify us in referring to the group of sciences subject to reduction as dogmatic and opposing phenomenology to them as a science of a wholly different dimension. At the same time we draw a parallel contrast between a dogmatic and a phenomenological standpoint, in which case the natural standpoint obviously comes under the dogmatic as a special case. Note: the fact that the specific phenomenological suspensions which we have put forward are independent of the eidetic suspension of individual existence suggests the query whether within the compass of the former an empirical science, Tatsachen-Wissenschaft, of the transcendentally reduced experiences may not be possible. Like every fundamental question bearing on possibility, this question can be decided only on the ground of eidetic phenomenology. It is answered in a way when we come to see why it is that every attempt to begin naively with a phenomenological science on a basis of fact before completing the phenomenological theory of essential being is mere nonsense. It can be shown that there cannot be by the side of the extra-phenomenological sciences of fact a phenomenological science of fact that runs parallel to them and is coordinate with them, and that on the ground that the final appraisement of all sciences of fact leads to the uniting within a single system of the phenomenological connections corresponding to all these sciences, connections that have a concrete reference and function as possibilities with a concrete bearing, and that this interconnected unity is no other than the field of the phenomenological science of fact that was felt to be lacking. This science in one of its main aspects is thus the phenomenological transformation of the ordinary sciences of fact, made possible through eidetic phenomenology, and the only question that remains over is the extent to which something further can be done from the position thus achieved. Part 3. Procedure of pure phenomenology in respect of methods and problems. 1. Preliminary considerations of method. 63. The special importance for phenomenology of considerations of method. If we observe the rules, normen, which the phenomenological reductions prescribe for us, if, as they require us to do, we strictly suspend all transcendences, if we take experiences pure, in accordance with their own essential nature, then after all we have set down there opens up before us a field of eidetic knowledge. Once the difficulties of the first beginnings have been overcome, we perceive it stretching endlessly in every direction. The variety of the species and forms of experience with their essential natures real and intentional is indeed inexhaustible, and correspondingly endless is the variety of the essential connections and apodeictically necessary truths that have their ground in these. Thus this infinite field of the a priori of consciousness, which in its unique singularity has never yet come to its own, never strictly been seen at all, must now be brought under cultivation and the full value of fruitage drawn from it. But how find the right beginning? In point of fact, the beginning is here the most difficult thing of all and the situation out of the ordinary. The new field does not lie spread before our gaze crowded with given products, so that we could simply grasp them, confident of being able to make them objects of a science, nor can we be sure of the method we need for our advance. For when we seek to press forward on our own account and increase our knowledge of this new field, we lack the data of the natural standpoint, natural objects in particular, which through long-standing experience and the thought practice of millenniums have become thoroughly familiar through their various distinctive properties, their elements, and their laws. Here the unknown still borders on the known. All methodical labor attaches itself to fact, all improvements of method to methods already in use. Our concern generally is merely with the developing of special methods which fit in with the already prescribed and well-established requirements of an approved scientific canon of method in general, and in the work of discovery they take their lead from these requirements. How different in phenomenology! It is not only that prior to all matter-determining method it stands already in need of a method, so as to bring into the focus of apprehension the content of the pure transcendental consciousness, not only that it calls furthermore for a wearisome diversion of mind from natural data of which we are constantly conscious and with which the newly intended object is as it were interwoven, so that we are always in danger of confusing the one with the other, there is also lacking all that helps us. So much in the sphere of natural objects, the familiarity won from practiced intuitions, the favor conferred by ways of thinking left ready to one's hand and traditional methods grown smooth to their task. Even a well-established method in this field will lack the hopeful confidence which derives its nourishment from various successful and approved applications in the recognized sciences and the practice of life. The phenomenology which has recently come forward has therefore to reckon with the radical sceptical temper. It has not only to develop its method, to win new forms of knowledge from new kinds of material, it has to reach the completest clearness concerning the meaning and the validity of the method which is to enable it to hold its own against all serious criticisms. Whence it follows, and this is very much more important as it relates to a matter of principle, that phenomenology is bound by its essential nature to make the claim of being first philosophy and to provide the means for all the rational criticism that needs to be performed, that it therefore demands the completest freedom from all assumptions and absolute reflexive insight in relation to itself. It is its own essential nature to realize the completest clearness concerning its own essence, and therefore also concerning the principles of its own method. For these reasons the painstaking efforts spent in winning insight into the basic grounds of the method, into that which right from the outset and continuously throughout its whole development is decisive for the new science, have a significance for phenomenology which is quite different from that which analogous efforts could ever have for other sciences. 64. The self-suspending of the phenomenologist. Let us consider first a doubt as to method which might at once check the first steps we take. We disconnect the whole natural world and all eidetic spheres of the transcendent order, and should thereby reach a pure consciousness. But did we not say just now we disconnect, and can we as phenomenologists set ourselves out of action, we who still remain members of the natural world? We may soon convince ourselves that there is no real difficulty, provided we have not shifted the meaning of the disconnecting. We can even continue undisturbed to speak as in our capacity as natural human beings we have to speak, For as phenomenologists we should not cease to remain natural human beings and to set ourselves down as such also in our speech. But as a piece of method, and in respect of the set propositions which are to find their place in the fundamental work on phenomenology still to be brought out, we apply to ourselves the rule of phenomenological reduction which bears on our own empirical existence as well as on that of other beings, forbidding us to introduce a proposition which contains, implicitly or explicitly, such references to the natural order. So far as the reference to individual existence is concerned, the phenomenologist proceeds like any other eidetic worker, example the geometer. In their scientific treatises geometers frequently speak of themselves and their work, but the subject who thinks out mathematics does not enter as such into the eidetic content of the mathematical propositions themselves. 65. The reference of phenomenology back to its own self. Again, it might be a stumbling block to someone that whereas from the phenomenological standpoint we direct our mental glance towards this or that pure experience with a view to studying it, the experiences of this inquiry itself, of this adoption of a standpoint and this direction of the mental glance, taken in their phenomenological purity, should belong to the domain of what is to be studied. That too is not a difficulty. It is precisely the same in psychology, and the case is similar in logical noetics. The thinking of the psychologist is itself something psychological, the thinking of the logician something logical, namely, as coming itself within the scope of the logical norms. This back reference upon oneself would be a matter for concern only if upon the phenomenological, psychological, and logical knowledge of this momentary thinking of this momentary thinker depended the knowledge of all other matters in the relevant spheres of study, which is, as anyone can see, an absurd presupposition. It is true that a certain difficulty attaches to all disciplines that are referred back upon themselves, and in this respect that the first introduction to them, as also the first serious inquiry into their import, must operate with certain accessories of method which they have first in the sequel to shape in a scientifically adequate way. Without preliminary and preparatory considerations both of matter and method, the sketch of a new science could never be outlined. But the concepts and the other methodic elements with which psychology, phenomenology, and so forth, in their beginnings, operate in such preparatory treatises, are themselves psychological, phenomenological, and so forth, and first acquire their scientific impress within the system of the science already grounded. Obviously no really serious doubts which might hinder the real development of such sciences and of phenomenology in particular need disturb us in this direction. If it figures as a science within the limits of mere immediate intuition, a pure descriptive science of essential being, the general nature of its procedure is given in advance as something that needs no further explanation. It has to place before its own eyes as instances certain pure conscious events, to bring these to complete clearness, and within this zone of clearness to subject them to analysis and the apprehension of their essence, to follow up the essential connections that can be clearly understood, to grasp what is momentarily perceived in faithful conceptual expressions, of which the meaning is prescribed purely by the object perceived or in some way transparently understood. If this procedure in its unsophisticated form serves at first only to make one at home in a new domain, to practice seeing, apprehending, analyzing generally within it, and to encourage some acquaintance with its data, scientific reflection upon the essential nature of the procedure itself, upon the essential nature of the types of presentation which play their part within it, upon essence, performance, conditions of complete clearness and insight, as well as of completely true and steady conceptual expression, and more of the same kind, undertakes the function of a general and logically rigorous methodic grounding. Followed up deliberately, it takes on the character and rank of scientific method, and this, in any given case, in the application of rigorously formulated methodic standards, permits of the practice of a limiting and improving criticism. The essential relation of phenomenology to its own self here reveals itself in this, that what there in methodic reflection under the rubrics, clearness, insight, expression, and the like, is considered and established, itself belongs on its own side to the phenomenological domain, that all the reflexive analyses are phenomenological analyses of the essential nature of things, and the methodological insights obtained in respect of their establishment come under the very norms which they formulate. Thus it must be possible through fresh reflex ions to convince oneself on every occasion that statements in the methodological propositions can be given with complete clearness, that the concepts utilized really and truly answer to what is given, and so forth. What has just been said obviously holds good for all methodological inquiries which relate to phenomenology, however widely we might extend their limits, and so we can understand that this whole work which aims at preparing the way for phenomenology is itself through and through phenomenological in content. 66. Faithful expression of the clearly given. Unambiguous terms. Let us follow up a little farther the most general of all the methodological thoughts which have figured in the previous paragraphs. In phenomenology, which claims to be nothing beyond a theory of essential being developed within a medium of pure intuition, let us carry through by the help of given examples of pure transcendental consciousness cases of insight into such being and fixate them conceptually or terminologically. The words we use may be derived from common speech, they may be ambiguous, and in respect of their shifting sense also vague. In so far as in the way of actual expression they are congruent with the intuitively given data, they take on a definite meaning as their hic et nunc actual and clear meaning, and from this point they can be rendered scientifically determinate. Everything indeed is not done when we have settled how the word is to be applied so as to fit faithfully the intuitively apprehended essence, even supposing that in regard to this intuitive apprehension everything is exactly as it should be. Science is possible only when the results of thought can be preserved in the form of knowledge and remain available for further thinking as a system of propositions distinctly stated in accordance with logical requirements but lacking the clear support of presentations, and so, understood without insight, or else actualized after the manner of a judgment. It requires, of course, special provisions, both subjective and objective, for setting up at will, and on an intersubjective basis, the appropriate grounds and the actual insight. Germane to all this is also the requirement that the same words and propositions shall be unambiguously correlated with certain essences that can be intuitively apprehended and constitute their completed meaning. On the ground of intuition and illustrative single data to which we have grown familiar, they will be furnished with distinct and unique meanings, cancelling as it were other meanings which under certain circumstances thrust themselves forward through the force of habit, and in such a way that in all the possible contexts in which thought may be active they maintain their developed concepts, whilst they lose the capacity to adapt themselves to other intuitive data with other completed essences. And since in the languages in general use foreign technical terms are, so far as possible, avoided and on good grounds, it is a constant necessity, in face of the existing ambiguities of ordinary speech, to be cautious and frequently test whether a word fixed for use in a previous context may be employed in some new context in a sense which is really the same as before. But this is not the place to go more closely into these and similar rules, into such, for instance, as relate to science as shaped through intersubjective intercourse. 67. Method of clarification. The nearness and remoteness of given data. Of greater interest to us are certain considerations of method which, instead of relating to the verbal expression, relate to the essence and the essential connections which they once fixated and now express. If the glance of inquiry is turned towards experiences, these will generally be presented with a certain emptiness of content and vague sense of distance which prevents their being employed in reaching conclusive results, whether singular or eidetic. The matter would stand otherwise if, interested not so much in the experiences for their own sake as in the manner of their presentation, we wished to study the essential nature of emptiness and vagueness themselves, for these on their side are not vague but are presented with fullest clearness. But if that itself which is vaguely known, the unclear floating image, shall we say, of memory or fancy, produces its own essence, that which it produces can only be something imperfect, i.e., where the single intuitions which underlie our apprehension of the essence are on a lower plane of clearness, so also are the apprehensions of the essence, and correlatively the object apprehended has an unclear meaning, it has its disorderly mixtures, its lack of proper distinctions both within and without. it is impossible or only roughly possible to decide whether what is apprehended now here and now there is the same being, or something different. It cannot be determined what components are really present, and what the components which already show themselves in vague relief, and give but a wavering indication of their own presence, properly are. We must then bring to the normal distance, to complete clearness, what at any time floats before us shifting and unclear and more or less far removed, intuition ally, so that our intuitions of the essence may be given a corresponding value in which the intended essences and essential relations are given to the fullest possible advantage. Apprehension of the essence has accordingly its own grades of clearness, just as in the case of the particular which floats before our gaze. But for every essence, just as for the corresponding phase of its individual counterpart, there exists, so to speak, an absolute nearness, in which its givenness is in respect of this graded series absolute, i.e., pure self-givenness. The objective element does not only meet one's gaze as itself in general, and we are not only aware of it as given, but it confronts us as a self given in its purity, wholly and entirely as it is in itself. So far as a vestige of unclearness remains over, so far too does a factor of obscurity enter into the self-given phase, which therefore does not pass within the circle of light reserved for that which is given pure. In the case of full unclearness, the polar opposite of full clearness, the phase of givenness, is not reached at all. Consciousness is obscure, intuits no longer, in the strict sense it no longer gives objects at all. We must accordingly state the matter as follows. Dater consciousness in the pregnant sense of the term and the intuitable over against the unintuitable, the clear over against the obscure, these are parallel oppositions. Similarly, grades of givenness, of intuitability, of clearness. The zero limit is obscurity, the unity limit is full clearness, intuitability, givenness. But givenness in this connection is not to be understood as primordial givenness, therefore not as givenness of the perceptual type. We do not identify the self-given with the primordially given, with the embodied. Understood in a strict sense, given and self-given may be used indifferently for each other, and the use of the supersufficient expression should serve only to exclude givenness in that wider sense in which it is said of everything presented that it is given in presentation, though maybe emptily. Our distinctions apply further, as is forthwith apparent, to intuitions of any and every kind, including empty presentations, therefore, too, without restriction in respect of the objects referred to, although we are here interested only in the ways in which experiences are given and in their phenomenological constituents, real, real, and intentional. But with reference to future analyses we must also take care that what is most essential to the matter is retained, whether the glance of the pure ego searches through the whole of the relevant conscious experience, or, to put it more clearly, whether the pure ego turns towards a given matter and eventually grasps it, or does not do so. Thus, for instance, given percept-wise, instead of being tantamount to perceived in the strict and normal sense of the apprehensions of this given object as it is, may mean no more than ready to be perceived. Likewise given fancy-wise need not mean so much as grasped through a movement of fancy, and so generally, and indeed with respect also to all grades of clearness or obscurity. We may refer thus in advance to the readiness, which at a later stage we will discuss more closely, but let it be also noted that under the heading givenness, where no contrary indication is added or obviously implied by the context, we understand as an included factor the being apprehended, and, where the givenness of the essence is concerned, the being apprehended primordially. 68. Genuine and counterfeit grades of clearness. The essence of normal clarifying. But we must continue our descriptions. If we speak of grades of givenness or clearness, we must distinguish between genuinely graded increases of clearness, to which one should also add graded increases in obscurity, and ungenuine increases of clearness, namely, enlargements extensive in kind of the scope of the clearness, with an accompanying rise, maybe, in its intensity. A phase already given, already really intuited, can be given with greater or lesser clearness a tone or a color, for instance. Let us exclude all apprehensions which reach beyond the intuitively given. We have then to deal with serial gradations that develop within the framework in which the intuitable can really be intuited. Intuitability as such under the rubric clearness admits of continuous differences of the intensive type, the intensities starting from zero, but closing at the upper end with a fixed limiting value. To this, one might say, the lower grades, in a certain sense, point forward. When we look at a flower in some mode of imperfect clearness, we mean the color as it is in itself, and this is precisely that which is given when the clearness is perfect. And yet we must not allow ourselves to be led astray by the metaphor of pointing as though one thing were a sign for another and one should be just as chary of speaking here. We recall what we have already noted once before, one of exhibiting the clear in itself through the unclear, as the property of a thing, maybe, exhibits in intuition through sensory phases, namely, through perspective appearances. The graded differences of clearness are proper throughout to the mode of being given. It is quite otherwise when an apprehension that reaches beyond what is intuitively given weaves empty apprehensions into the real intuitive apprehension, for now, by degrees as it were, an increasing amount of what is emptily presented can become intuitable, or of what is already intuitable emptily presented. Thus the procedure of making clear to oneself consists here in two interconnected sets of processes, rendering intuitable, and enhancing the clearness of what is already intuitable. In these words we have described the essential nature of the normal process of making something clear. For as a rule no pure intuitions are present, and there are no pure empty presentations passing over into pure intuitions. It is the impure intuitions which, as intermediate grades may be, play the chief part, bringing their objective matter on certain sides or in certain phases intuitively before us, and on other sides or in other phases yielding mere empty presentations. 69. The method of apprehending essences with perfect clearness. Perfectly clear apprehension has this advantage, that in virtue of its own essential nature it permits us with absolute certainty to identify and distinguish, to relate and make explicit, enables us, briefly, to carry out with insight all logical acts. Under this class come the acts of apprehending the essence, to whose objective correlates, as already stated above, the distinctions of clearness, now more familiar to us, are transferred, just as on the other side the methodological knowledge we have just gained is transferred to the objective of securing that the essence shall be perfectly presented. Thus in general the method which is a basic part of the method of eidetic science generally is one of going forward step by step. The particular intuitions which minister to the apprehension of the essence may be already sufficiently clear to render possible a completely clear grasp of some essential generality, and yet not so adequate as to satisfy the main intention. There is a lack of clearness as regards the closer definitions of the interwoven essences, thus we need to scrutinize our illustrative instances more closely or to contrive others that are better suited, in which the pertinent single features left confused and obscure stand out and can then be transformed into data of the clearest kind. We can always bring the data nearer to us even in the zone of obscure apprehension. What is obscurely presented comes closer to us in its own peculiar way, eventually knocking at the door of intuition, though it need not for that reason pass over the threshold, and perhaps cannot do so on account of psychological resistances. We have further to consider that what is given to us at the moment has a determinable margin, not yet determinate, and possessing its own way of effecting the transition through a process of unfolding, of separating out into series of presentations at first. It may be passing once more into obscurity, then emerging once again in the presentational sphere, until the object referred to, das Intendiert, passes into the brightly lit circle of perfect presentation. Further, we would draw attention to the point that it would be going too far to say that all self-evident apprehension of the essence demands that the subsumed particulars in their concrete fullness should be fully clear. It is quite sufficient when grasping essential differences of the most general kind, as those between color and sound, perception and will, that the exemplifying instances should show a lower grade of clearness. It is as though the most general character, the genus, color in general, sound in general, were fully given, but not as yet the difference. That's a shocking way of putting it, but I could not see how to avoid it. Let the reader figure the situation for himself in vivid intuition. 70. The role of perception in the method for clarifying the essence. The privileged position of free fancy. Let us, as a further step, accentuate some of the specially important features of the method of apprehending essence. It belongs to the general and essential nature of immediate, intuitive essence apprehension, and the point is one that we have already stressed, too, that it can be carried out on the basis of the mere present framing of particular illustrations. But such presenting under the form of fancy, for instance, can, as we have just been showing, be so perfectly clear as to enable us to see and apprehend perfectly the essential nature of things. In general, perception with its primordial data quality, and external perception, of course, in particular, has advantages of its own as compared with all forms of representation. And this, moreover, not merely as the empirical act whereby we fix the content of an objective experience. Such fixing does not at present concern us, but as the basis for firmly establishing the essential being of things on phenomenological lines. Outer perception has its perfect clearness in respect of all objective phases which reach their mode of givenness really within it and on primordial lines. But it also offers, with the eventual assistance of the reflection directed back upon it, clear and steady details for general analyses of a phenomenological kind, directed towards essences, and even, on closer inspection, for analyses of acts as well. Anger reflected upon may dissipate, quickly modifying its content. It is also not always available like perception, not producible at pleasure with the help of convenient experimental apparatus. To study it reflectively in its primordiality would be to study an anger in process of dissipation, which has its own meaning, no doubt, but perhaps not that which was to be studied. Outer perception, on the contrary, so much more accessible as it is, does not dissipate under reflection, and we are able, without special trouble in fixing the conditions of clearness and keeping within the limits of primordiality, to study in general its essential nature, and that also of its own components and essential correlates. If one says that perceptions also have their differences of clearness, in relation, namely, to the cases of perception, example in the dark, in fog, and so forth, we will not let ourselves be drawn into further discussion as to whether these differences are quite so similar to those already referred to as they are here assumed to be. Let it suffice that perception is not ordinarily conditioned by fog, and that clear perception, as it is needed, is always at our disposal. Now, if for purposes of method the advantages of primordiality were very marked, we should have to consider where and how and to what extent it could be realized in the different types of experience, which of these types come specially near in this respect to the preeminently privileged domain of sensory perception, and many similar questions. But as it is, we can disregard all this. There are reasons why, in phenomenology as in all eidetic sciences, representations, or, to speak more accurately, free fancies, assume a privileged position over against perceptions, and that, even in the phenomenology of perception itself, excepting of course that of the sensory data, the geometer when he thinks geometrically operates with imagery vastly more than he does with percepts of figures or models, and this is true also of the pure geometer, who dispenses with the methods of algebra. In fancy it is true he must toil to secure clear intuitions, and from this labor the drawing and the model sets him free. But in actual drawing and modeling he is restricted. In fancy he has perfect freedom in the arbitrary recasting of the figures he has imagined, in running over continuous series of possible shapes, in the production therefore of an infinite number of new creations, a freedom which opens up to him for the first time an entry into the spacious realms of essential possibility with their infinite horizons of essential knowledge. The drawings therefore follow normally after the constructions of fancy and the pure eidetic thought built upon these as a basis, and serve chiefly to fix stages in the process already previously gone through, thereby making it easier to bring it back to consciousness once again. Even where the thinker meditates over the figure, the new processes of thought which link themselves onto it have fancy processes as their sensory basis, and it is the results of this work of fancy which fix the new lines on the figure. Keeping to the most general considerations, the position for the phenomenologist, who has to deal with experiences as reduced and with the correlates which essentially belong to them, is substantially the same. There is also an infinite number of essential forms of the phenomenological kind. The worker in phenomenology, as in other fields, can make only a limited use of the help supplied through the primordial order of givenness. He has indeed at his disposal as primordial data all the main types of perception and representation. He has them as perceptual illustrations for a phenomenology of perception, of fancy, of memory, and so forth. For the most part he has likewise at his disposal in the sphere of the primordial examples for judgments, supposals, feelings, volitions. But naturally not for all possible special forms, just as little as the geometer depends on drawings and models for the infinite variety of his corporeal types. Here too at all events the freedom of research in the region of the essence necessarily demands that one should operate with the help of fancy. It is naturally important, on the other hand, once again as in geometry, which has recently and not idly been attaching great value to collections of models and the like, to make rich use of fancy in that service of perfect clearness which we are here demanding, to use it in the free transformation of the data of fancy, but previously also to fructify it through the richest and best observations possible in primordial intuition, noting, of course, that this fructifying does not imply that experience as such can be the ground of validity. We can draw extraordinary profit from what history has to offer us, and in still richer measure from the gifts of art and particularly of poetry. These are indeed fruits of imagination, but in respect of the originality of the new formations, of the abundance of detailed features, and the systematic continuity of the motive forces involved, they greatly excel the performances of our own fancy, and moreover, given the understanding grasp, pass through the suggestive power of the media of artistic presentation with quite special ease into perfectly clear fancies. Hence, if anyone loves a paradox, he can really say, and say with strict truth if he will allow for the ambiguity, that the element which makes up the life of phenomenology as of all identical science is fiction, that fiction is the source whence the knowledge of eternal truths draws its sustenance. 3. 71. The problem of the possibility of a descriptive eidetic of experiences. In the preceding pages we have repeatedly described phenomenology quite frankly as a descriptive science. A fundamental question of method is again raised, and with it a doubt which checks us as we press eagerly forward into the new territory. Is it right to set phenomenology the aims of pure description? A descriptive eidetic, is that not something altogether perverse? The motives to such questioning are sufficiently familiar to all of us. He who, like ourselves, is feeling his way, so to speak, in a new eidetic, asking what researches are here possible, what points to start from, what methods to adopt, glances involuntarily towards the old, highly developed eidetic disciplines, towards the mathematical therefore, and in particular towards geometry and arithmetic. But we notice at once that in our own case these disciplines cannot be appealed to for guidance, that the conditions in their case are essentially different. There is indeed some danger here that the novice who has not yet come across any bit of genuine phenomenological essence analysis may be misled as to the possibility of a phenomenology. Since the mathematical disciplines are the only ones at the present time which could effectively represent the idea of a scientific eidetic, the thought at first does not suggest itself that there may be still other types of eidetic disciplines, non-mathematical in character, and in their whole theoretical cast radically different from the type already known. Hence, if someone has allowed himself, on the strength of general considerations, to be won over to the demand for a phenomenological eidetic, the attempt, doomed to miscarry from the outset, to establish such a thing as a mathematics of phenomena, may mislead him into abandoning the very idea of a phenomenology. But that again would be perverse. So let us in the most general way make clear to ourselves the distinctive uniqueness of the mathematical disciplines in opposition to that of a theory of experiences in their essential aspect, and at the same time be clear as to the precise aims and methods which should in principle be unsuited for the sphere of experience. 72. Concrete, abstract, mathematical sciences of essential being. Let us start from the distinction of essences and essential sciences into material and formal. We can exclude the formal and therewith the whole group of formal, mathematical disciplines, since phenomenology obviously belongs to the material eidetic sciences. If analogy can give any guidance at all in matters of method, its influence should be felt most strongly when we restrict ourselves to material mathematical disciplines such as geometry, and therefore ask in more specific terms whether a phenomenology must be built up, or can be built up, as a geometry of experiences. In order to win at this point the requisite insight, we must not lose sight of some important distinctions drawn from the general theory of science. Point 4. Every theoretical science binds an ideally limited whole of being together by relating it to a domain of knowledge which on its side is determined through a higher genus. We first reach a radical unity through reverting to the highest genus of all, to the relevant region and the regional components of the genus, that is, to the highest genera which unite within the regional genus and are eventually grounded mutually the one in the other. The construction of the highest concrete genus, the region, out of genera that are partly alternative, partly grounded in one another, and in this way enveloping one another, corresponds to the construction of the concerta that belong to it out of lowest differences that are partly alternative, partly grounded in one another, as obtains with temporal, spatial, and material determinations, for instance, in the case of the thing. To each region there corresponds a regional ontology with a series of self-limited regional sciences, which eventually rest on one another and correspond to the highest genera which have their unity in the region. To subordinate genera correspond mere disciplines or so-called theories, to the genus conic section, for instance, the discipline of the conic sections. Such a discipline, as will be readily grasped, has no complete independence so long as, in its forms of knowledge and its assignings of grounds to knowledge, it has naturally to adapt itself to the whole basic group of forms of knowledge concerning the essence which have their unity in the summum genus. According as the highest genera are regional, concrete, or mere components of such genera, are sciences concrete or abstract. The division corresponds obviously to that between concrete and abstract genera in general. Point 5. There belong then to the domain at one time concrete objects, as in the eidetic science of nature, at another, abstract objects like the configurations of space, time, and motion. The essential relation of all abstract genera to concrete, and in the last resort regional genera, gives to all abstract disciplines and full-fledged sciences essential connection with those that are concrete and regional. Precisely parallel with the division of eidetic sciences there runs, moreover, a corresponding division of empirical sciences. They divide again according to regions. We have, for instance, just one physical science of nature, and all single natural sciences are strictly speaking mere disciplines, the impressive balance not only of eidetic but of empirical laws also, which stands to the credit of physical nature generally prior to any division into natural spheres, gives these single sciences their unity. Moreover, different regions can show interconnection through empirical rules, as, for instance, the region of the physical and that of the psychical. If we now glance at the familiar eidetic sciences, we are struck, by the fact that they do not proceed by description, that geometry, for instance, does not grasp in single intuitions, describe and classify in order the lowest eidetic differences, the numberless spatial figures that can be drawn in space, as do the descriptive natural sciences in respect of empirical natural formations. Geometry gives, rather, a few types of fundamental constructs, the ideas of body, surface, point, angle, and the like, the same which play the controlling part in the axioms. With the help of axioms, i.e., of primitive laws of essential being, it is now in the position to infer deductively, and in the form of exact determining concepts which represent essences that remain as a rule estranged from our intuition, all forms that exist in space, i.e., all spatial forms that are ideally possible and all the essential relations that concern them. The essential generic nature of the domain of geometry, and in relation thereto the pure essential nature of space, is so ordered that geometry can be fully certain of being able to control, through its method, with exact precision really all the possible cases. In other words, the variety of spatial formations generally has a remarkable logical basic property, to indicate which we introduce the name definite manifold or mathematical manifold in the pregnant sense of the term. It has the following distinctive feature, that a finite number of concepts and proportions to be drawn as occasion requires from the essential nature of the domain under consideration determines completely and unambiguously on lines of pure logical necessity the totality of all possible formations in the domain, so that in principle, therefore, nothing further remains open within it. We can also put it thus: a manifold of this type has the distinctive property of being mathematically, exhaustively definable. The definition lies in the system of axiomatic concepts and axioms, and the mathematically exhaustive herein that the defining assertions in relation to the manifold imply the greatest conceivable prejudgment. Nothing further is left undetermined. An equivalent of the concept of a definite manifold lies also in the following propositions. Every proposition constructed out of the designated axiomatic concepts, and in accordance with any logical form whatsoever, is either a pure formal implication of the axioms, or formally derivable from these as the opposite of what they imply, that is, formally contradicting the axioms. The contradictory opposite would then be a formal implication of the axioms. In a mathematically definite manifold the concepts true and formal implication of the axioms are equivalent, and likewise also the concepts false and formally implied as the opposite of a formal implication of the axioms. I also refer to a system of axioms which on purely analytic lines exhaustively defines a manifold in the way described as a definite system of axioms. Every deductive discipline which rests on such a system is a definite discipline, or one that is mathematical in the pregnant sense of the term. The definitions remain as a system even when we leave the material specification of the manifold fully undetermined, thus making a generalization of the formalizing type. The system of axioms is thereby transformed into a system of axiomatic forms, the manifold into a form of manifoldness, and the discipline relating to the manifold into a form of discipline. 73. Application to the problem of phenomenology. Description and exact determination. How fares it then with phenomenology as compared with geometry, as the representative of a material mathematics in general? It is clear that it belongs to the concrete eidetic disciplines. Experiential essences, or Levniswesen, which are not abstracta but concreta constitute its scope. These, as such, have many varieties of abstract phases, and the question now is, do the highest genera which belong to these abstract phases form here two domains for definite disciplines, for mathematical disciplines after the pattern of geometry? Have we then here also to seek after a definite system of axioms and to erect deductive theories upon it? In other words, have we here also to seek for fundamental constructs and to derive from these constructively, i.e., deductively, through applying the axioms consistently to all other essential formations of the domain and their essential determinations? Now it belongs to the very essence of such derivation, and this also is to be observed, to be a determining form that is logically mediated, and its results, even if they are shown on the figure, cannot in principle be grasped in immediate intuition. We can also set our question in these words: is the stream of consciousness a genuine mathematical manifold? Does it in its actuality, facticitat, resemble physical nature, which indeed, if the ideal which leads the physical in the last resort is valid and is grasped through rigorous concepts, we should have to designate as a concrete definite manifold? It is a very important problem of theoretical science how to reach fully clear conclusions concerning all the questions of principle which have here been moved. Thus, after the fixing of the concept of the definite manifold, to consider the necessary conditions which a materially determined domain must satisfy if it is to correspond to this idea. One condition for this is the exactness of the conceptual construction, which is in no sense a matter of our arbitrary choice and of logical dexterity, but in respect of the assumed axiomatic concepts, which must however be presentable in immediate intuition, presupposes exactness in the apprehended essence itself. But to what extent exact essences can be found in an essence domain, and whether exact essences figure in the substructure of all essences apprehended in real intuition, and therefore also of all the components of the essence. These are matters that depend throughout on the peculiar nature of the domain. The problem we have just been glancing at is inwardly bound up with the fundamental and still unsolved problems of setting out clearly on grounds of principle the relation of description with its descriptive concepts, to unambiguous, exact determination with its ideal concepts, and running parallel to this, of clearly setting out the relation so little understood between descriptive and explanatory sciences. An attempt bearing in this direction will be communicated in the sequel to these studies. At this point we should not postpone too long the main train of our reflections, and we are moreover not sufficiently prepared to treat such questions at present in an exhaustive way. Let it suffice if in what follows we just hint at some points which in a general way we may perhaps bring more closely home to ourselves. 74. Descriptive and exact sciences. Let us connect our observations with the contrast we have been drawing between geometry and descriptive natural science. The geometer is not interested in actual forms intuitable through sense, as is the descriptive student of nature. He does not, like the latter, construct morphological concepts of vague types of configuration, which on the basis of sensory intuition are directly apprehended, and, vague as they are, conceptually or terminologically fixed. The vagueness of the concepts, the circumstances that they have mobile spheres of application, is no defect attaching to them, for they are flatly indispensable to the sphere of knowledge they serve, or, as we may also say, they are within this sphere the only concepts justified. If it behoves us to bring to suitable conceptual expression the intuitable corporeal data in their intuitively given essential characters, we must indeed take them as we find them. And we do not find them otherwise than in flux, and typical essences can in such case be apprehended only in that essential intuition which can be immediately analyzed. The most perfect geometry and its most perfect practical control cannot help the descriptive student of nature to express precisely, in exact geometrical concepts, that which in so plain, so understanding, and so entirely suitable a way he expresses in the words, notched, indented, lens-shaped, umbelliform, and the like simple concepts which are essentially and not accidentally inexact, and are therefore also unmathematical. Geometrical concepts are ideal concepts, they express something which one cannot see, their origin, and therefore their content also, is essentially other than that of the descriptive concepts as concepts which express the essential nature of things as drawn directly from simple intuition, and not anything ideal. Exact concepts have their correlates in